Get your footy fix with ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron are joined by a cast of AFL legends to pull apart the biggest stories in Aussie rules. Search for the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
When the siren's out. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
Hey, take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Rosen kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith. He'll want the cameras on him right now.
Light camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Baker goes square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
Don't get better than this.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
Yeah, take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
It's a grudge match more than a century old. Clean, old-fashioned hate. Carlton versus Collingwood. Both teams desperate for a win to steady their seasons. They renew their rivalry tonight. The old enemy, good versus evil, depending on who you ask. Carlton and Collingwood. What a fascinating way to launch into round 6 of the AFL Premiership season. Corbin Middlemass with you at the mighty MCG. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Gather round is done. We're all back from the City of Churches and ready to come back to our cathedral to football, the theatre of the great and the grand here at the MCG. It'll be heaving tonight. The weather changed today. It did get to 25 degrees, which was very summery at one point in the afternoon. Then a heavy thunderstorm swept through and a cool change in behind it. So scattered showers plus 16 degrees during game time tonight for the Blues and the Magpies. The gang's here for Thursday night footy. Matt Clinch to call the footy with me. Good evening, Clinchy.
Good evening, Corby. Good evening, everyone. Yes, the 269th clash between Collingwood and Carlton. And, well, when you look at the form, 13th versus 16th, it's probably not the blockbuster, but yet the crowds come in. And Michael Voss made the point throughout his press conference that for a rivalry to be relevant, Carlton need to be on the winner's side on a few occasions. Well, Craig McRae has that record, 7-1 against Michael Voss. And yet it starts to feel like it's a crossroads moment for both sides as things start to get desperate. Collingwood getting closer to the edge of the cliff with no Steele Sidebottom and Jordan De Goey tonight. And the Blues, well, do they stick with Michael Voss, knowing full well they made some changes at the end of last season, and I don't think too many had them climbing up a ladder. So they get the bookends back, the defensive duo of Wiedering and Dean, with Hayward to come in to support Carlton. But, I mean, it's trying to predict two sides that we're so uncertain about, which is what makes tonight so intriguing.
No late change here at the MCG, so Carlton gets stronger at selection, as Clinchy alluded to, and the Pies get weaker. It's also the 100th game for Nick Dacos tonight. Much celebrated Nick Dacos. If you're one of those people in the footy world that gets a little grouchy, you feel like the broadcaster's always overhyped, and Nick Dacos, or as the kids would say, they glaze on Nick Dacos too much, well, you're listening to the wrong broadcast tonight, because tonight we're going to do plenty of that and celebrate a true champion in the competition, Nick Dacos, at such a young age, only 23 years of age. He plays his 100th game tonight. He's done just about everything there is to do in football already. There's no late change. Carlton Collingwood, our game for broadcast tonight. Thursday night footy, our number one pick, Brett Delidio, is here. Hello, Lids.
Corby, Clinchy. There is a late change. We've had someone who's come into the box, and there's someone who's going to get a drive-by after we introduce our next guest, but I'll leave that just for the moment. But great to be here. Good. It's fun over in Gather Round. I really enjoy getting over there. They do it so damn well. Like, it's a great event, and as much as it is fun going to the Adelaide Oval, going to Norwood on Sunday, you are so close, and you're hearing the boys crack the sads when they're getting dragged or something's not going right. And I know there's a few expletives that come out through the airwaves and whatever else, but geez, it feels good to be back really that close to our AFL level again. But yeah, tonight's a great game. I'm really, as you said, both teams are sort of on that knife's edge as to where their season really sits. Carlton need to win, have to win almost, and Collingwood, well, what are they this year? Are they challenging to try and go deep into finals, or are they just a middle-of-the-pack team?
Man who played in a couple of these famous games, part of the Carlton-Collingwood rivalry, a couple of the more spicy editions of the clash of the more recent times. He's a premiership player with the Collingwood Football Club. He is in for a Carlton superstar, Mark Murphy, tonight, who is out brackets Coachella, and in comes premiership high Luke Ball. Hello, Ball.
Hi, Corby, Clinchy, Lids and listeners. I mean, I'm thrilled to be here. Carlton-Collingwood on a Thursday night. You didn't have to ask me again when you said that there's an opening. My first thought was it's never nice to jump into someone's seat. I presume that he was ill, or
could be permanent,
or doing it tough. There might have been an issue at home, or let alone. But so that's the first I've heard of it. Coachella.
Yeah,
amazing.
The only thing that
floor's yours, mate.
He's got a sore neck from how many lanyards he's got around it, mate. He is.
I didn't have him as a Coachella type. What's happened to our man?
Oh, mate.
Mate, the whole back, Lids. What?
No, I can't. I've got a lot of respect for Murph, you know that. But this is taking the cake. To miss last week, couldn't come over. He said to me, I'm coming to Adelaide, I'll be there at Gather Round. Then misses that, and now to miss again because he's over there on a PJ, on a private jet. Yeah. Give me a smell, Murph.
I thought it was a weekend job, so he's still there.
Still there.
My goodness.
Still on the way back.
Oh, well, good luck to him.
California,
but anyway, happy to be here. Thrilled to be here, and looking forward to another edition, as you said, and you're right, Clinchy. Not two teams not in the best of forms and not super easy on the eye at the moment, these two, are they? And I mean, hopefully the rain holds off, and we know what the MCG's draining capacity's like, and we'll get some sort of free-flowing footy tonight. But you wouldn't bet on it, would you, having watched them in recent times, especially the Pies, who have got scoring troubles, as we know.
You didn't mind playing the Blues in your time, Paulie?
Didn't I, Corb? What are you going to tell me, some sort of stat or record?
Played them 18 times.
Yeah, 18. Obviously, yeah, across
17 and 1.
17 and 1.
17 and 1.
What was the one? I thought it was 18 zip.
So we did do a little bit more research on this. Did you get hurt in one game and didn't finish it?
Of course.
So in games, Bally finished.
So asterisk.
17 and
asterisk. Yeah, in the first 10 minutes, I did my knee. ACL, 2012.
So that's the only time the team lost without you.
Yeah,
so
okay.
That's the only time you've played in the losing.
Well, that was a transition period, obviously, wasn't it, for the Blues at that time, of course.
Have they come out?
Well, no, they're probably still not there yet, are they? No. Although this is a team that less than 3 years ago led the eventual two-time premiers by 4 or 5 goals at quarter time in a prelim, didn't they? So it's amazing to think that the way that we talk about them now, but any opportunity they get under lights, big stage to take on the old rival. Home game for the Blues today, so huge game. And you just feel like the Pies are a bit vulnerable too, with Sidebottom going out and DeGoey going out. And as I said, the scoring troubles that it has. Still no Darcy Moore. Wiedering back in and young Dean back in for the Blues. You feel like the Pies might be a little bit vulnerable tonight, albeit one of their favourite sons and superstars' 100th game.
Luke Ball alongside Brett Delidio, Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch to call the action. We'll check in with Ben Cameron in just a moment. There's no late change here at the MCG. We're going to go inside both camps, so you'll hear the latest from the Blues with their assistant coach Ash Hansen. And in a few moments' time, Ned Long's going to join us, who of course is a participant in tonight's game, playing for the Magpies in his 43rd appearance. Nick Dacos plays his 100th game tonight. They came through at a similar time. They're born a month apart. The teams for the rest of the weekend, we'll chat about the Butters incident. I know Lids is just desperate to get in on that. So that is still to come here Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Blitzarves, Dangerfield, Martin. 3 big ins for the Cats tomorrow night. Colajasny holds his place, so he's going to play his 200th game. O'Connor's out suspended. Myers is injured. Close has been managed again, so second time he drops out of that lineup in a couple of weeks for Brad Close. Meanwhile, for the Dags, Lockie Jakes, Tom Liberatore, Will Lewis, the 3 ins. There's no Butterick, there's no Gallagher, and there's no Dolan. So Dolan's been omitted. The first 2 are hurt. That means English hasn't come back in, so he's absent. And Richards is in, holds his place. So despite the fact he got hurt on the run last week. Moving to the other game on the Friday night, Sheldrick is in for Rampy, so that's the one change at the Swans, while Ralston, McMullen and Lek Alia, the forgotten man of last year's trade period, all come in for the Giants. Daniels is out, Cadman's out, Canelio's out. They're all injured after picking up injuries in that game in the Barossa. To Saturday footy, there's big names all over the team sheet. So Petrarca and Humphrey both come back in for the Suns. That'll help them against the recently improved Bombers. Meanwhile, Noah Anderson is out ill, so he won't play for the Gold Coast Suns in that fixture. Meanwhile, at Bomberland, it's the one change, so Sardale Hawley comes in for Jackson Pryor, who's been out managed. Hawthorn and Port Adelaide, big changes here. Chol and Gunston both injured. Will McCabe, the son of Luke McCabe, is going to make his debut. And another second-generation Hawk in Kel Shadir comes back into the Hawthorn lineup. Christian Moraes and Dante Vicentini come in for the Power. Lukosius is injured and Watkins loses his spot. Over the page now as we get to Saturday night, Adelaide and St Kilda. No surprise, Jordan Dawson listed amongst the outs at Adelaide after what has been a truly tragic week. And our thoughts and deepest sympathies to the Dawson family after the tragic death of Jared Dawson, who was found dead late on Wednesday after went missing on Tuesday. So South Australian police reporting there no suspicious circumstances and just a horrible incident all round. Meanwhile, the other changes there, Butts, Bond, Edwards and Pedler all come in for the Crows. Borlase, Dawson, Saligo and Hinge, the 4 that go out. Stocker's in for Taru. Clinch, you mentioned Nasiah Wanganeen Miller, a little lame
a bit
on the
of a watch.
today.
Left training early, and the Saints making the decision to stay in South Australia after gather round. So also said that's what the players wanted, so that's what they got. He's a bit happier after a win this week.
Sunday, just squads at this stage. Hopper's out managed, though, for Richmond, so he won't play in a gettable game for the Tigers against the Kangaroos. Xavier Taylor, pick 11 in the draft, is going to make his debut. What's he all about, Lids?
Look at intercepting, running half-back, a bit similar to probably Nick Vlauston at the Tigers, who I played a fair bit of footy with, so a bit similar to him.
Salem, Melksham both hurt. Tom McDonald's lost his place already, so he won't play on Sunday. And Dane Zorko's out for Brisbane. And then the 62nd Western Derby. The West Coast Eagles up against the Dockers. Yo and Cripps amongst the ins of the squad at this stage for West Coast. Jack Graham hurt, as was Devon Robertson. He's done his ACL both in that game against Geelong on Sunday. Meanwhile, for the Dockers, Hayden Young's been named, as has Mason Cox.
Yeah, well, we thought that one, but Hayden Young's a good in.
Do you think Cox plays?
Oh, it looks like it. They've played that way for a fair while, the two rucks, so it looks pretty straight swap, doesn't it?
Darcy and O'Meara, the 2 others that drop out of that team, both injured at this stage. All right, we'll go inside the Blues camp shortly with Ben Cameron, who will have Ash Hansen with him in a few moments' time. But before that, let's go inside the other camp, down to Ben Cameron.
Yeah, I'm down here with Collingwood midfielder Ned Long. Ned, I appreciate your time. Your preparation for a game like this, we appreciate you speaking to us. What does it entail?
Yeah, I've got a little bit of a routine, so sort of get here pretty early and get out onto the ground, get a bit of a feel for it. Go inside, do some sort of mobility and warm-up stuff, a little bit of ankle taping, stuff like that. So, yeah, pretty boring, but, sort of pretty routine-based.
Any superstitions?
Nah, I try and stay off the superstitions. whenever I feel them coming along, I try and change it up so that I don't stick to it. I just feel like it gets me in a bad mindset, so steer clear.
Smart. They're just a waste of energy. No point doing any of that. Mid-forward connection has been the big issue for Collingwood. Everyone's speaking about it. I'm sure you guys have spoken about it ad nauseum internally. What work have you done on it?
Yeah, look, I think there's a few different things. Like we've had a few discussions between midfield and forward, across the whole team, just about the type of looks we want, so how we want to enter the ball. There's a little bit of forward patterning that involved in that, a little bit of when we do kick long, where we aim that kick. So there's a bunch of different stuff that we're looking at. And so, yeah, I think we're pretty positive going into this game that we've got some fixes or got some things that will help. And, hopefully it leads to a bit high scoring game for us.
Craig McRae told us a couple of weeks ago that Scotty Pendlebury had given a masterclass, if you will, to the group. Have you done anything like that, and how good was that masterclass from Pendles?
Yeah, look, I can't recall the exact one because I feel like he gives a masterclass every week. He's obviously about the most knowledgeable man in the AFL, so there's a lot of stuff. Whenever he speaks, your ears prick up and you take it all in. And so, yeah, he's had a lot of stuff over the last week, every week that has been really useful, and we listen to him as highly as anyone.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but a little bloke by the name of Nick Dacos plays game 100 today. It's been spoken about a lot during the week. You guys are actually the same age, so you're born about a month apart. So I imagine you would have seen Nick all the way through, be it junior footy, Victorian state sides together, school footy against one another. What comes to mind when I say Nick Dacos 100 games in the AFL for you?
Probably the best first 100 games in the AFL scene. So, yeah, it is pretty special. Like you say, we're similar age, but I look up to him, the way he goes about it, his discipline, his work ethic, his competitiveness, so many different things that, I definitely take out of, and I've learned a lot from him over the past couple of years. So, yeah, it's an honour and a privilege to play alongside him.
Do you remember when you first saw a young Nick Dacos, when you were young teens or anything of the like?
I played, I reckon my first time might have been we played together in an under-14s representative team. So he was the captain of that team for YJFL back in the day, so a long time ago now. But, always supremely skilled, always an elite competitor, and back then still probably the best player in the team.
I think we heard about Jeremy Howe's highlight reel for game 200, all of his high marks, and actually played golf in the group in front of Howie the other week, and I think he shot 2 under, so that annoyed me. I wasn't happy with that. But it would have been a pretty good highlight reel for Nick this week. Did you sit down as a group and watch one, or is that still to come? Yeah, no, we watched a little one. I say little because I reckon they had to cut it down from the long, probably hour-long tape it could have been. But, yeah, we saw a couple minutes just of some of his best work. It's pretty widespread. Like, obviously, everyone sees the amazing skills, the incredible goals, the run and carry, but even some of his pressure, the way he gets after it on the defensive side of the game as well. There's some really cool clips in that as well. And you're doing some great stuff yourself in that Collingwood midfield, Ned. Really appreciate your time. Best of luck tonight and for the season going forward. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it.
Thanks to Ben Cameron and also Ned Long downstairs so close to the start of the game. His 43rd match tonight for Ned Long. Of course, started his career at the Hawks. Played a handful of games there before making the switch over to the Magpies. It's going to be a fun game tonight. When you look at their strengths and weaknesses, feels like they dovetail into one another. The Blues, number 1 stoppage scoring team in the competition, number 5 for stoppage scoring differential. You compare that to the Magpies, who are ranked 18th in the competition for centre bounce clearances. So it feels like the Carlton strength is the Pies' weakness as to whether they can do something about that and try and expose it tonight. Yeah, it's been a real drop-off from Collingwood. It's early in the season. Do you think that's a new rule, though? Potentially, maybe Cameron not. Yeah, and that's certainly, would be one part of it, I think. Hard to quantify, but even then you feel with the quality at the fall of the ball, they wouldn't get... Because, I love the centre bounce because it's pure... it's 4-on-4, obviously. So... sometimes you've just got to go out there and outpoint your direct opponent. Yeah, I agree. And you feel like with Dacos, De Goey he's not out there tonight. That man there, Ned Long, even, who's a really good one-on-one player, and then some of those senior players flipping through there. Jamie Elliott goes in there at times. You feel like they
they should be better than 18th.
I would have thought.
I'm sure that's been a huge focus for them.
Oscar Steen was all the rage, wasn't he, after his opening game? He's jumping over everyone.
Week, did he? Yeah.
So he's played 53 and 51% game time in the last two after that.
Yeah.
Why not play him a bit more?
Well, it would make sense if you want to go from 18th. The only way's up, isn't it? But
only had the 4 disposals against Fremantle, but not a great night for Big Tom. Who gets the De Goey minutes in the middle of the ground, do you think, Bolly? Do they go to a Ned Long, or do they look at someone like a Josh Dacos now? They've got Dan Houston in better form to try and bolster that.
Josh is the one. I think Josh is the one. It's his younger brother's 100th game, and I've just got that quarter against the Gold Coast still in the back of my mind, where he just absolutely dominated. Now, everyone can have a quarter out, but I just feel like he's the one with his ability to hunt the footy and then his ability to use it going forward. I mean, quite apart from the lack of finishing from Collingwood's point of view in the last couple of weeks in particular, it's been that last kick, the money kick, to put it to advantage, to draw an Elliott to a space, to a lead. I feel like if Josh can, I'm not necessarily worried about amount of disposals. He needs to be having 10 inside 50 kicks, Josh, rather than 10 exit 50 kicks for mine, for them to be a chance tonight to increase their scoring. So, yeah, he's probably the one, Clinchy, for me that needs to go in there and take those minutes that have been left by De Goey. Young Anderson showed a little bit, I thought, last week. He certainly physically looks like he's not out of place out in the centre bounce, but he's only his second game, so it can't be too much asked of him.
The Premiership high, Luke Ball, our number one pick, the All-Australian Brett Delidio, Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass to call the footy for you. Just repeating, there's no late change ahead of Nick Dacos' 100th game tonight. Carlton up against Collingwood, there's no late change. And let's kick it down inside the Blues camp. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
And I do have the Carlton assistant coach and a very generous man, Ash Hansen, with us. It's a big rivalry, this game. There's no doubt about that. How have you guys approached handling the rivalry, Ash?
We've stepped into it. It's such a great privilege to be a part of these historic rivalries where the players and the clubs prior to you have set this occasion up. You certainly get a lot of fans, a lot of friends that have alliances to both camps, giving you feedback, recommendations, reminding you what's on the line. So it's just such a special occasion to be Thursday night against Collingwood. We can't wait.
Probably the friends and families asking for tickets as well to Carlton and Collingwood. But Michael Voss coaches his 100th game here tonight for the Carlton Football Club. Had some really good times, got to a prelim, obviously some difficult times recently. What have you seen from the man himself through those challenging times as the coach of the Carlton Football Club?
A huge amount of resilience, and those roles for the 17 other coaches is critical too, because they're in huge roles in today's game where you're leading clubs, departments and huge supporter bases on a journey. So huge resilience, an amazing work ethic, a strong vision for what he sees and how he sees the game being played and how the club should evolve going forward. So a lot of respect, and it should be celebrated because it's a milestone that don't come to many that he's achieved.
Nick Dacos plays his 100th game for Collingwood tonight. Any plans to run with him?
There's certainly plans. When you've got a player of his calibre and influence in only, his first 100 games, you put time and diligence and effort and discussion into breaking that down and what it looks like. So there's certainly plans, because it would be negligent if we didn't put time into him.
I'll send you upstairs. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
Ash, thanks for joining us. If you could just let Benny know that we'll send the stool down, mate, so you can eyeball him next time he's going to interview you. That'd be handy.
I'll come down.
It's a big discrepancy from up here in the box. No, Mo, I just want to ask you about young Harry Dean. I've watched him obviously as a young junior coming through the ranks, but obviously out last week. But to bring him straight back in, mate, he seems like a reasonably important cog there in your back six.
No, he is. His ability to play, tall and small for a young player is really important with his flexibility. And Collingwood don't have the tallest front seven, so he supports that. And we want to obviously invest into Harry's future. We think he's going to, be fast-tracked by experiencing games and occasions like this, because this is what Carlton gets exposed to, regularly, these occasions against big rival clubs, big crowds. So it's a part of his development as a young man coming forward that he gets to experience that. But certainly his uncompromising nature in the contest, the way he competes is certainly important to how we want to play and the future going forward.
Ash, good luck tonight. I'd imagine just on Harry Dean, he's got a pretty good mentor who comes back into the team tonight to learn off as well. Very important player for you. Great to see Jacob Wiedering back.
Yeah, he is. You know, he's obviously our vice captain. He sets the standard and the tone in so many different areas, and Harry really has looked up to him for a number of years. Obviously, with his father's background there and his exposure to the club, he got to really follow Jacob closely, and Jacob's been down the path of generating himself as one of those key defenders. So it's great to have a mentor like Jacob in the space that he's in his career, where he can pass on all the knowledge and give time to Harry.
Ash Hansen is with us from the Blues. Ash, it's Matt Clinch. I'm just interested in the makeup of your forward line. Mitch McGovern having gone forward this season, 9 goals so far, probably trying to help Harry with the absence of Charlie Curnow. How have you sort of seen that functioning with the mix between smalls and talls?
Yeah, we're certainly a little bit more dynamic with, I guess, the height not being at the 200 centimetre end of the spectrum with Kempy and Gov, but then their ability to play on the ground in the air to support Harry and be that aerial target. Along with Hayward, really, we're probably more of a medium-sized front half that's probably got a little bit more mobility and athleticism. So speed of ball is obviously critical to those guys surviving and playing to their strengths. So it's going to be an important factor tonight, our ability to put speed on the ball at the right time and change angles so we can get those guys into space.
And George Hewitt will play in the VFL tomorrow night against the Pies. What's sort of the communication to him as to what you're looking to see from him at that lower level?
Oh, continuing to play at the standard that we know George can play at the moment. We've only got 2 injuries, the 2 ACL boys, so we're extremely healthy, which is a great position to be in. It puts a lot of pressure on spots, and we're trying to find the mix that obviously starts to create the cohesion that puts us on a run of wins. So we know what George provides. He's a great human being. He can play at the level, but there's squeeze at the moment for the makeup of our team and how we want to approach it.
Ash, you know that you and I have history. Ash Hansen previously worked in the ABC box before he went on to his coaching fame and senior coach in waiting, so on and so forth. Obviously now as the senior assistant coach at the Blues. But the man standing next to you, sort of low down, you got to sort of look a long way down in Ben Cameron, has his own little story with you, which goes back about 20 years or so ago. Ben, I don't know if you can fill us in on your run-in with Ash when you once had a paper round, I understand, outside the cinemas.
You've jumped all over this, Corb. I did used to sell newspapers on a Saturday night at the movies, so the Sunday Times in Perth. They'd sell for $1.70. I'd get 30 cents a newspaper plus any commission, like any bonuses on top. So people would usually give you $2, 60 cents a paper. Ash Hansen gave me $5 and said, keep the change. And I've never forgotten it. He's a good man. He'll be a good senior coach. Well, he's a very generous man.
He's waited all this time to finally ask you for that change back now. With inflation and interest, unfortunately, you're going to have to hand over 100, Benny, so away you go.
Yeah. No, so thank you to Ash Hansen. Generous financially and with his time. Thanks, Ash.
No, don't worry. Clearly, I didn't have a mortgage back then, so I was very generous.
Good on you, Ash. Good luck tonight.
No, thanks, Gordon.
Ash Hansen with us inside the Blues camp, downstairs with Ben Cameron. How's that? See, just a little nice
good
gesture.
Story.
It stays with people.
Good story. Yeah.
Every time we mention that we have Ash Hansen on, Ben goes, I remember Ash from my paper round, and he gave me $5.
Kindness goes a long way.
And of course, his father, Clark, one of the legendary ABC broadcasters as well. So there are family lineages left, right, and centre.
Well, he's a Melbourne boy. I played in the under-18s with Ash. He was a centre-half forward, so he's had a fantastic premiership player over at the Eagles and forging a great career. Appears to be one of the next, as you said, Cor, one of the next breed of senior coaching waiting. So he's very impressive.
Pies away game tonight, so I'm a little concerned about the jumpers because when we get, I don't know which one's the worst combination. It might actually be a Carlton home game.
It's a Carlton home game. They'll have the white with the black stripes.
You reckon?
Well, they'd want to.
I hope you do. I hope they do. I think it's when it's the other way around we have the issues. Yeah. Where Carlton have the white shorts and then they have the navy jumper top with the white monogram, and then there's lots of white in Collingwood strip, but it's a Carlton home game, so they're all in navy, and the Magpies at least will have the white shorts on. There's no late change. We're going to celebrate Nick Dacos coming up, so stick around for that. We've got lots of positive things to say about the number 35 from the Magpies. A couple of other milestones, as Ben alluded to during the interview. So Michael Voss, 100 100 games in charge of the Blues. And Craig McRae coaches in what is his 300th official game as a coach and player tonight. So 104 in the box so far for Collingwood, 105 tonight, plus 195 as a
the AFL Life membership.
Yes, yeah, as a player with the Brisbane Lions. All right, the whole gang's here. Brett Delidio, Luke Ball, Matt Clinch and myself, Corbin Middlemass to call the footy, and Ben Cameron downstairs. Full previews coming up next. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Throws it, goals it.
Get your footy fix.
Live and ad-free with ABC Listen.
AFL, NRL, men's and women's.
This season, don't let life get in the way of the footy. Hear it on ABC Listen. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL on ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Two tribes, one MCG, and over a century of shared hatred. Carlton and Collingwood, the traditional rivals to open round 6 of the AFL Premiership season. Corbin Middlemass with you on ABC Sport. Thursday Night Footy upon us. There's no late change at the MCG. There has been some showers and some storms this afternoon after it got to 25 today, which was very generous in the middle of April. It's currently dropping to about 16 degrees during playing time, and there will be some showers during play. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Luke Ball, the Premiership Pie. We've got Brett Delidio, our number 1 pick and All-Australian, along for the ride as always on a Thursday night, and Ben Cameron on the boundary's edge. Nick Dacos plays his 100th game tonight. It is an incredible resume. So I'll take you through some of this, and you tell me if you can find somebody that may have assembled a better set of games through his first 100 than this. So most Brownlow medal votes through 100 games. Most disposals through his first 100 games. Twice runner-up in the Brownlow. Was third on another occasion. And incredibly, the last 3 seasons, his average is 33 votes a year, which would have won all but 6 Brownlow medal counts in the history of the game. He got there faster than any other player inside 100 games, which includes the likes of Hayden Button Sr., who won 3, Dick Reynolds, who won 3, and Nat Fyfe, who won 2. So he got there faster than all 3 of those guys to be the quickest to 100 votes in Brownlow medal history. Best and fairest winner in 2004, 3-time All-Australian. Just a reminder. 2024 best and fairest. Yep. What did I say?
2004. I thought you might have been talking about.
No, maybe. We'll bring up his name in a moment. Sorry. 2024 best and fairest. 3-time All-Australian already. Premiership player in 2023. He's won the Coaches Player of the Year in 2024. He was judged by his peers as the premier player in the game the following year. Last year won the Lee Matthews Trophy as the league MVP. And then way back to the start of his career in 2023 won the Rising Star, and in 2022 won the Rising Star and the best young player as voted by his coaches. So that is an incredible 99 games so far for Nick Dacos. I mean, depending on how far back you want to go, have we seen a better 100 games, at least in the AFL era perhaps, of what we're looking at here from Nick Dacos?
First 100 games. I mean, top of your head, not to mind. When you delve into it and reel off those stats that you just did, I don't think so. And we've just spoken from almost the get-go. We've spoken. You made a good point, Liz. We've known about him for longer than those 99.
When
games,
Josh was playing, he was on the big screen.
Yeah, so maybe that's part of why it feels like he's been around for longer. But we've also been speaking about him as a top 10 player, and thus his expectations from such an early age. Which brings about, I mean, you want to talk about American sport comparisons, and I know he wasn't the number 1 pick, but someone like LeBron who came in with that such high level of expectations. He's almost our version of that, isn't he? And so then his ability to deliver consistently week in, week out is, I think, incomparable at such a young age. So he's just a joy to watch. From all reports and from everything you hear, he prepares. He's got the talent, obviously, but it's matched, if not bettered, by his dedication to his hard work and preparation and always trying to get better. And I like his humility. I mean, he's a fierce competitor. There's no doubt about that. And he's got an immense sense of self-belief. But he's also really humble and speaks really well, and is a fantastic leader at such a young age as well. So they're very lucky to have him, aren't they? The Pies, they have been and continue to be very lucky to have him.
Yeah, I judge him I get excited to come and watch players like him play, and that's where and I say to all the young boys that I look after and try and educate on, if you get a chance to go and watch Nick Dacos or even a Bailey Smith, their work rate and how they actually work, they get a lot of handball receives and their teammates give it to them. But you only get that off the back of hard work, and the reason you get the handball receive because you are there, and he works as hard as anyone. And Bully alluded to it then. He prepares himself to be able to do that, but you genuinely get excited by what he could do tonight. Specifically looking at Carlton tonight, where they've got no run with players, and Ash said, we've got something in mind. Good luck. Even if they do, who's it going to be? You're going to have to just hang off him and give away a free kick every time, because otherwise he's going to get it 40 times.
And he's haunted them in the past as well.
Exactly right. Yeah.
How many of the 100 games do you think he's been tagged, Nick Dacos?
I can think of Windhager doing a pretty good job. When I say pretty good job, he's still had 25 and 2 or nearly 30 and 2.
We think about Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller and the attention he's got this year since his star has gone to that level. But for Nick Dacos to do that through 100 games...
Who was that?
Langdon?
No, Finn McGuinness got him, I reckon.
Yeah, McGuinness is the one. Yeah. I mean, that's the point. Maybe 20 years ago, it'd be even more because tagging was more prevalent, wasn't it? And there wasn't as much about team structure versus, one-on-one tag and take a player out of the game. I think you have to. You've got to try, and you cannot let him run around without any sort of attention. It's not just him. That's all the superstar players through the midfield in the competition. You have to have. So I'd be staggered if they don't. You're right. I'm looking down. I'm looking down at the list, and is it a Holland who can run with him? Yeah, who can sort of run. I mean, Sam Walsh, maybe at stoppage can pay some attention to him, but is it an Ollie Florent?
He's a ball hunter.
Create a role for him. So can they say to Jagger Smith, here, Jagger, here you go. You're our version of him. Go and stand next to him.
Go and learn
and good luck. So
someone like a Chera who's trying to find his best footing again. Not quick enough.
He's a ball hunter as well. So anyway, that's to your question though, Clinchy. He has had extreme attention from his first year, and he's warranted it with his performance. So you layer that onto it, and it's an even more impressive first 100.
He'd be lucky to have had 10 bad games, I reckon, in that 100.
Yeah.
Which is sort of the ultimate compliment, isn't it? And yet the challenge at the moment is trying to think, who's Collingwood's second best player behind him?
Yeah.
Right.
Feels like there's a fair gap between their best and their second.
Well, you could make a case for arguably their oldest, couldn't you? Some
most important, yeah. And that's where you mentioned it earlier. I'd love to see a big game from his brother tonight, not just on the stat sheet, but for impact. Centre forward, so that would require him to play more pure midfield minutes. I think tonight's the night that with that little extra layer of his brother's milestone, I'd love to see him do a bit more of that.
That is a good question. Who's their second best player? I mean, leading into the year, you probably would have said Darcy Cameron. And with the changes of the ruck rule, you kind of think, is that still the case? And
I actually would have said Jamie Elliott. He had a career best season last year, and yet he's got 5 goals for the season. Now, he has tortured Carlton. You think about their finals run, and someone who's certainly lit fuse to their history in terms of
another one they haven't got a
7 of the 8.
Yeah, no matchup for him, really, have they? Like, no one who can... Well, Nick Newman, maybe, but... Yeah, there's a reason why he's torched them.
Well, I think that's symptomatic of how the Pies are going too. I mean, if you look, there's quality on each line. I mean, Maynard, Quain, or at their best, have played terrific footy. And then you mentioned Elliott at the other end. Lockie Schultz, McCreary's one they need more of, don't they? You mentioned who can go in and take those to go in minutes. He's one who needs to start turning his game from 10, 12, 14 possessions. Can he get to 20 and 8 or 10 score involvements? He's going to need a big game tonight. But it's symptomatic of how they've gone in this first 4 or 5 weeks, isn't it, the Pies?
Yeah, and Damas stays their leading goal kicker with 8, Membry with 7, Schultz with 6, and yet you look at they're 17th for scoring, and you go, good luck being a forward in this line.
Well, in the last couple of years, Darcy Cameron has been, he wins their best and fairest last year, All-Australian squad, or team, was it, last year? So he's
their best and fairest.
Yeah, over the last couple of years, but is he struggling a little bit more with the new rule, potentially? That's not as much his go, the run and jump, and some of these other sort of more athletic ruckmen have found him out a little bit, so...
But it doesn't stop him marking it around the ground, and that's what he's not doing as much.
But this is where I actually think playing Steen more in the ruck actually solves 2 of their issues, because Cameron can play more forward. He gives you another marking target, which they desperately need, and he gives Steen a chance to attend a few more centre bounces. Maybe the solution's sort of step hiding in plain sight. Like maybe rather than swapping one with the other, they could play a bit more together. No late change, Collingwood and Carlton. Just at the SMS, by the way, so 0437 774 774 is our SMS number. If you've got a suggestion, better 100-game set than what Nick Dacos has done. We might just reserve it to AFL era, so look at sort of 1990 onwards. I know people throw up, John Coleman, for example, who played 100 games and averaged 5.5 goals a game. Incredible record and everything else. Yeah. Peter Hudson or any of these other guys from the bygone era. So but if we look at it sort of more in the last 30, 40 years, say, can you remember a better set of games in the first 100 than what Nick Dacos has pulled off? 0437 774 774. Any nominations?
Well, we were talking about it off air. Probably C. Judd.
Yeah.
3 votes comes up.
He'd be the closest, I reckon. Yeah, just top of your head. I mean, G. Ablett took a while to get going. Probably took 100 games. He's second 100, I think. Clearly the best, I think. But, Juddy hit the ground running. His first, amazingly left out of round 1 that year. And then from round 2, when he made his debut here, I reckon, against Collingwood, he didn't look back too much, did he? I think won a Brownlow in his third year, 04, as having played 60 or 70-odd games, then won a premiership, was a premiership captain 2 years later in 06 and played in the losing grand final, won the Norm Smith in the losing grand final of the year. So that's pretty handy, I think, in terms of
Norm Smith,
and CV.
And a Brownlow in the first 100.
Yeah, the accolades of those two boys, like Nick and Chris, are just stand far and away above most others, don't they? I mean, and without going right into it, I can't think of anyone else. You got anyone else you want to throw up?
So I was just going to say, you flicked that. Nick played in a premiership in his 47th game, and he's been back-to-back runner-up in the Brownlow.
And he was, I tell you, he was very close. He was probably Collingwood's second best player. I mean, Bobby Hill won the Norm Smith medal, didn't he? But geez, Nick was top 3. I think as the votes went.
And I think Josh won the best and fairest, but Nick missed the last 3 games of the regular season with injury.
And he hurt his knee, So
the way the votes, you could sort of argue that Nick was probably their best player in his second year in the system.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Well, I think he's been genuinely, from year 2, Nick's been almost regarded as if not the best, a top 3 player in the comp, hasn't he, since then? Probably alongside Marcus Bontempelli. I'm not sure Juddy necessarily was per se in that first or second year. There was so much other quality. There was, the midfielders around him. So anyway,
which is wild when you look at the draft class, for example, and the way you look at those guys. So we're talking about it as a super draft and all these guys that are coming through. Wanganeen Miller at 11. Sam Darcy was in that draft. Horn Francis, I think, went at 1 overall. Finn Callaghan. But if we talk about any of those players, you will say, oh, look, that they show so much potential, but they're coming into their prime. We've been talking about Nick Dacos as an established superstar for 3 or 4 years, and yet the guys like Sam Darcy, we think he's going to be great, and we think he's going to keep
still
going.
Waiting a little bit, though, aren't we?
Up and to the right. And yet with Nick, we don't give him that same leeway where we say, oh yeah, but he's still coming into his prime.
Oh, geez, he struggles.
Well, I mean, that's a bit.
So
that is a bit. I mean, the numbers say that you don't. You're really playing your best footy mid-20s, aren't you? So how does he get better? Where does the improvement? Where does he? He's not the sort of player who's going to go forward as much and take big, strong overhead marks. So it's just sort of hard to see. Whilst he's a guy that looks to improve every day from all reports, it's amazing to think that he can improve. Which I mean he will, because he's only 22, isn't he?
He's more likely to go behind the footy and take the foot off a little bit and just I'll just get it 45 times here and just mop up and lace out people through the middle of the ground.
I'm sure he'd like to kick more goals. If you're going to pick at one thing and get. But that can be a bit of a symptom of who you've got around you too, to be honest, and how the team's going. So maybe that's something, again, with Collingwood's offensive struggles this year, can he just tweak his mid-forward percentage a little bit and try and kick 30 goals? Because they're going to need them.
He's at 2 in every 3 games at the moment.
Can he get that to 1 a game this year?
Off the SMS, nominations coming through thick and fast. 0437 774 774. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corporate Middlemass and Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Brett Delidio and Luke Ball, your call team. Easily Joel Selwood, always forgotten. 1-2 premierships before game 50, and what about Will Ashcroft? 2 Norm Smith medals.
Yep. He's putting a very good case, but because he did his knee, we sort of forget about his. And you give him a bit more leeway. Joel Selwood, I don't feel like he's had the accolades. Yeah, you've got some team success, but didn't get the same hasn't had the same individual performances.
I mean, he was surrounded by superstars.
Yeah.
That wasn't his fault. And he brought, and you talk to every one of them, they can't speak highly enough of
He was
Dole.
captain at 21, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And he won the Rising Star, easily in his first year, which is a premiership year. So, no, it's a good nomination, though. His first 100 were unbelievable too.
That was from Kane in Pakenham. Thanks, Kane. Brett in Canberra. Hi, Corby. What about Nick Rewalt or Chris Judd?
Yeah.
I think Nick Rewalt, he was the youngest player to win the Lee Matthews Trophy, the MVP.
2004.
When Dacos won last year, he was the youngest since Rewalt in 2004. So Nick had won it so early on in his career at 21. Nick did it last year.
Did he do his shoulder in his second? Is that?
No, that was 05. He broke his collarbone. Yeah.
Up at the Gabba.
The Gabba, yeah. 05. Start first round 105. So that stalled it a bit, but. Yeah, I mean, I think as far as key position players go, who they tend to take a bit longer, don't they, to develop? Yeah, he had
a good shout, though. He was best and fairest in his second year, wasn't he, Roo?
Well, I think he won because Cozzy won the Rising Star in their first year. Nick missed a fair bit of that year. Nick won it the next year as a second-year player.
Yep.
And I probably won the best and fairest that year. In an average team, and then from 04 onwards, the team started to get moving and ascended up the ladder.
And Dacos is, as the best player in the premiership team, he's got that, which none of these other nominations have that. Rewalt didn't win one, Judd didn't win one.
The other one on the SMS fair is Tim Watson. When you're 16 years of age playing against the men, but we're talking about different generations.
Where's Ashcroft finished in best and fairest and that sort of thing? Like he's been good on the final day, but where's he been because he's surrounded by superstars up there too, isn't he?
I think last year was his best.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Neil, who's trucking through Melbourne, how does Dustin Martin's stats measure up?
Yeah, I was going to bring him up, but I think
second 100
probably not. Yeah, his consistency, he'd have some amazing games, kick 6 and kick a bag of 5 and still be able to get it 30 times. He always had a knack of finding the footy, but he probably just wasn't as consistent as what Nick has been. But he was a gun from the get-go too. You could see what he was going to be.
Here's a good one. What about Bungie McLeod? So, off the SMS, 2 Norm Smith medals, 2 premierships for 400 games.
Yeah.
That's from Davros.
But that's, again, we're judging the last game in September versus, as a whole year, and that's where I think Nick Dacos, over the full journey, how can you argue?
Benny Cameron's mate, Ben Hart, had a pretty good start to his career, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he was sort of that sort of obscure sort of one.
Yep.
I don't think we've ever spoken about he's the best player in the comp.
No.
Year 2 and onwards. So
2 All-Australians as a teenager. We'll get down to Ben Cameron. I think he's ready to chime in with a little bit for us. What do you got for us, Ben?
I was just going to repeat that stat that Benny Hart always told me.
Yeah.
Twice an All-Australian before he turned 20, which I don't think will ever be done again. I don't think we'll ever have a player twice an All-Australian in their first 2 seasons. Do you guys? I'm not arguing for him over Nick in the first 100 games. I agree with you, Bawley, that no one thought he was the best player in the competition, but I don't think that stat will be broken.
Alan Jakovic, best first 50 games, 200 goals. Off the SMS. Also, Hayden Button Sr. won the Brownlow in his first 2 seasons. So, again, we're going back.
You said 1990. I'm not sure I remember Hayden Button in the 90s.
You can make the same case about John Coleman and so many other guys, what they did in their first 100 games from sort of footy yesteryear. And how about Matthew Pavlich, Dave from Ferny Creek? I think Pav was All-Australian in multiple positions, I think multiple times before he was 100 games. And, again, the discount there, he wasn't the best player in the best team in the competition in his first 100 games, which Nick's been able to do. An incredible
discussion.
It is. It's keep them coming on the SMS throughout the night. 0437 774 774. Not too far away from getting the Magpies out here, and we'll bring you that roar when Nick Dacos runs through the banner. Lids, you've been busting to talk about it, but the Zach Butters appeal, so it's going to be heard on Monday night at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So this has got to do with his $1,500 fine after losing his tribunal hearing the other night. So his charge was upheld for abusive language towards the umpire. Have you got a take on where this is at?
I haven't, mate, to be honest. I've moved on. It's got so much noise that I'm just like, I'm glad the footy's starting. Let's just get on with
it. I wonder if Zach knew in the moment that it happened.
We'd be still talking about it.
I wonder if he knew that the outcome was $1,500. Do you think he thought in the back of his mind somewhere, hey, if this is upheld, I might be missing multiple weeks or whatever it turns out to be? I'm not implying that he said it. But it sort of feels like, once you take such a concrete stance that you're going to fight it and you're going to challenge it.
I don't think so.
The appeal costs $10,000.
Yeah.
Amazing.
$1,500. But it's the principle and the fact that if he's your man and you want him to hang around, you've probably got to support him and back him to the hill.
Can we get everyone in the room? Can we commit to that? Can we get everyone who's hearing the appeal in the room, who's going to make a decision on it, not driving in the car? Or
there's a shot fired. That was a poor look. It was horrible. Jason Johnson, who's tribunal member on the Zoom link, dropped out at one point, went from the laptop to the car and was driving in. Incredible. You can hear Nick Dacos and his mates have made their way out in the background.
Correct jumper, Corby.
They've got the right jumper on. It's a white-based jumper with the black stripes and the white shorts. And the Magpies make their way out onto the ground. Nick's got a little mascot there with him in the famous number 35. He runs out for the 100th time at AFL level. There's been, as you said, Liz, lots and lots of commentary about it during the week. I'm sure we'll talk more about it across the weekend on AFL Saturday. Bally, but it felt like... It was probably a lesson for everybody too in the terms of the footy meter and how we cover this thing. And Bally, you've been a tribunal member or an MRP member. That essentially the way that these hearings are heard is that the tribunal members can only take on evidence that they hear in that meeting. So essentially what they get is they get all this information. They can't take on someone's view on a footy show on a Monday night or whatever. All they get is what is presented to them, and then on the balance of probabilities, they have to decide which story they believe is more believable. Yep. So that's essentially what they're charged with doing. So it's a balance of probabilities thing. So I know a lot of people find it hard to get their head around. How come in one case, for example, being the Lance Collard case, they took the majority rules, the favour of the two witnesses as opposed to the one, and how come in the other case there was two witnesses but they took the side of the one, being the umpire? Well, when you marry up all the evidence and all the information that was presented, in the balance of probabilities, the tribunal decided that the story of the two in the first case and the one in the second case was more consistent than the alternative. So that's essentially what they had to do in that.
It almost seemed like they put a lot of weight, and I didn't read all of which came out the next day, obviously, the transcript or the reasoning why, but it seemed like they put a fair bit of weight into Zach's past and the fact that he's been found guilty and fined a significant amount of times for different offenders. Yeah, a lot of times.
Most.
To me, it seemed like, if they were line ball, did he, didn't he? Well, let's have a look at the rap sheet. And it even seemed like there was an inference that across that night that it wasn't the first time he'd had words in some form or other with the umpire.
So here's the kicker that hasn't been mentioned all week. If Zach wasn't talking to the umpire, he wouldn't be in this position. So maybe this is a lesson for footballers everywhere that what is he doing, chewing the ear off the umpire? He's not there asking for
and that's what I mean. It was almost like, whether the words are exactly what he said, or this is form here, and so we're going to stamp it out. It felt like it had a bit of that to it. We're not 100% sure that he said that or that. But he's a bit of a recidivist when it comes to talking to umpires. And
the captain is allowed to go and seek clarification at the end of quarters and things like that. But none of us believe.
Lining up for goal, don't say anything. Yeah. So again, I'm not saying I don't believe him at all. Yeah. And you'd like to think that he's the sort of player you would take at his word, but it just had that feel that no, we're going to stamp this out because.
Where did it land in the end? Because I haven't even followed it.
So it's going on to Monday. If you sort of stick your finger in the wind, you feel like it hasn't really landed all that well, and it's sort of the AFL's moment of the castle with the mics not working on the umpire, and
it's been
Jason Johnson leaving early and switching to his phone because he was in the car. There's sort of been enough that you sort of think we're not getting many right at the moment, are we? And the fact the Lance Collard case was taking place at the same time. So I think there's a bit of frustration against AFL House at the moment and the way some of the decisions are being made, probably all the way back to the wildcard decision. And you know what, we're going to do it whether you like it or not. I just feel like they're getting a few sets against them, AFL HQ at the moment.
It was a shambolic process, there's no doubt about it. When you've got a tribunal member who's in the car, and essentially we've got all this money in lawyer fees and challenges, and as you said, Clinchy, the $10,000 to challenge it that the Port Adelaide Football Club has to put up for essentially $1,500. Whether there was another forum or mediation or somewhere else that this could have been heard as opposed to...
But Port Adelaide have no choice. He's out of contract. If the guy is going to leave, they've got to back their man to the hill and say, you want to appeal this? We'll appeal you as well. You're our acting captain.
Here's the Chief Executive of the Port Adelaide Football Club, Matthew Richardson, speaking on it today.
The tribunal process needs to be reformed. It is too legalistic, it's too adversarial, and it places people under a level of scrutiny and stress that is disproportionate to the nature of the incidents it is designed to resolve.
Well, I think we can...
I think that's... was he reading that? Or I think that's... pretty spot on. I tend to agree with him there. But, I've always thought that.
We ended up in this position, though, didn't we? Because basically certain clubs didn't like the outcome and then tried to challenge it all the way to, the highest court that they possibly could. Yeah. And so then in the end, the AFL put in a situation where, there were lawyers at 10 paces and everything else to try and guard against that. If we're going to do that and we're going to strip it back and go back to the Kangaroo Court style setup, then we need to have a certain level of cooperation from the clubs that if they don't get a verdict that they like, they're not essentially going to take it to the court and try and challenge it like we had in the late
good point.
This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, Carlton and Collingwood. There's no late change here at the MCG. Both teams are out there warming up. The Daggers all in the navy with the white monogram and Collingwood all in white with the black stripes. Brett Delidio, Luke Ball will give us their best few minutes here before the start. Nick Dacos plays his 100th game tonight. Two teams desperate to avoid a losing skid. Carlton have lost their last 3. Collingwood have lost their last 2. What are we in for tonight? Brett Delidio, Luke Ball.
Well, I think, Bully, we're going to be in for a pretty close game. And I only say that because, Carlton haven't proven to me that they're good enough to go 4 quarters. And they haven't their best footy, while they start hot, they haven't been able to hold it up consistently. And Collingwood, they're a great system-based team. They'll be dour and they'll try and put the clamps on Carlton, which is their way of staying in the game. But then missing side bottom, missing DeGoey, more down back. What does that look like in terms of them, and how do they kick their goals? That's the biggest concern for me. I think they're going to be strong enough with their systems. I think Fly does a great job in terms of out-coaching the opposition that he's against sometimes. But I just don't know. This is a big game for Carlton, in my opinion. They need to get this win more so than what I think Carlton.
Been starting well, haven't they? And it's been around stoppage. It's been around clearance. And we reference those numbers off the top. For Carlton to win, they have to reduce it to a stoppage game based on the fact that Collingwood are really struggling, particularly centre bounce.
Which the rules aren't set up for that, though.
No, that's right. Yeah, so you feel like coming into the game, Carlton have the edge there. No doubt Collingwood would have focused heavily on it during the week, at least nullifying whatever happens out of the centre. Let's not get scored against out of the centre bounce and put too much pressure on a defence that is still without Darcy Moore. I'm just looking down now, and Fly McRae referenced it throughout the week and maybe let a few things slip. Jeremy Howe's having plenty of shots at goal. I don't know whether that's a bit of a portent. We'll see him line up in front of the footy, because I do think they need to try something, don't they? Yeah. So young Will Hayes comes into the team, and he's a small forward, more of a pressure forward. So
would you support Howe going forward?
I think so. Yeah, I think
smaller than Carlton.
Yeah, that's right. If they can handle, if Frampton can handle Mackay at one end. And then, Maynard, who I think is in really good form. He has been one player who's playing consistently well, Maynard and Quaynor. There's enough experience back there to be able to cover for someone like Howe going forward. We know that he started his career as a forward with Melbourne, so he's got good natural craft, and we know what he's like aerially. I think it's worth a try. You can't keep doing the same thing, expecting different results. And everyone talks about Jamie Elliott and the fall-off from last year. I think it's a little bit unfair. We know that Jamie Elliott isn't a key position player.
He's relied on good ball movement.
But at times he relied on really slick ball movement. It just hasn't been there. Trying to, or expecting Jamie Elliott to take contested mark his way back into form is, I think, a little bit unrealistic. So they need McStay to compete. They need him to take his chances. No more kicking around the corner from 12 metres out on a slide angle. Go back and kick the goal. Tim Memory the same. And can they get a bit more out of is it Schultz, who I think is in pretty good form. He's finding opportunities, again, not taking them. Last week didn't take them all. And McCreary's the other one who we know can play centre forward.
He's just got to get more
and get dangerous as well.
Damage, doesn't he? I think, ultimately, Carlton, if I'm looking at it, there's a simple fix to beating Collingwood, and that's stop Nick Dacos from having a 3-vote best on ground game. Is that not fair? I think that, but the biggest thing for Michael Voss and his coaching staff is who's going to be that player.
Yeah, draw it up for me. If you're in the Blues coach's box, what would you be doing? At least you got to try something.
You got to have someone who's. I don't even think you can start them off the back of the square. I think you've got to be right there, ready to go, to come in and nullify him. You can't rely on Paddy Cripps, Sam Walsh to do that job, because I think they get the ball goggles on once they're in there. They're trying to win it and get it. The best defence is offence, isn't it? Get it out of his hands. And
who would it be?
I think it has to be someone like an Ollie Hollands is what I'm looking at here. I don't know that they've got anyone else. Ollie Florent maybe, but I'd say Walsh has got the running power, but you don't want to take away his ball winning.
No, and he was superb last week when they set it up in that first quarter, wasn't he? So I agree with that. You want to let Sam hunt the footy, and Patrick and do what they do best in the contest. Really, you've got to take away his uncontested footy, Dacos. You've got to take away his ability to 1-2, to overlap and run. Have they got someone who can do it? Well, we'll find out soon. But you want to reduce him to winning footy in and under the contest.
You're the king of this, Paulie, as a former stoppage master that you were. So Carlton's strength is the stoppage game. It's Collingwood's weakness. How do you create more stoppages in a modern game where it's so hard with the last disposal out of bounds? How can the Blues do that tonight?
No, I don't think you can necessarily consciously do that, Corb. I think when it occurs, when it happens, and I don't know that the last touch out of bounds has probably reduced it a little bit. I think maybe the conditions, and if a bit of rain falls, we'll still see plenty of stoppage footy tonight. And I think in a way, flipping it the other way for Collingwood, when it's a focus, sometimes when it's a focus, it can be just that little sharpen up that your midfielders need, I think, and they would have entered the season thinking that it's actually a strength, the Pies. So, okay, it's clearly a weakness at the moment. Something's not quite right. Let's spend some time on it this week. Really hone in on what we need to do. And if it is just to park the proactivity and the offensive-minded nature of their stoppages at the moment, and really just reduce it to get back to basics and beat your opponent, maybe that's the best thing for the Pies midfield this week. But from the Blues' point of view, let's double down on that. Let's see if we can really continue to use that as a strength. We'll continue to roll numbers through that. Can Mark Pitnet actually O'Keefe's out, isn't he? So it is going to be Pitnet largely tonight with the lion's share of the ruck. Can he get on top around the footy and let our ball hunters get to work?
Shout out to all the folks in WA that just joined us for the first time. Nick Dacos playing his 100th game. He's just attended the coin toss. It is Carlton and Collingwood, and a rivalry as old as the game itself. It dates back well over 100 years. They renew this famous old rivalry here tonight. Let's kick it down to Ben Cameron on the boundary. There's no late change. What are we in for down there, Ben?
Well, Paddy Cripps has won the toss. He's elected to kick to the city end of the ground. It's 19 degrees at the moment. Got up to 26 in the city today. A cool change just sweeping through. We're also expecting scattered showers throughout the evening, so we'll get a bit of that. They've just dimmed the lights down here for Gang of Youth's cover of Heroes for the Peter Mac Cup. So quite a special moment down here. Everyone holding up their phone lights, and the MCG entirely engulfed in darkness. Expecting about 75,000 here in this evening. And just Nick Dacos running out for his 100th game. Had a guard of honour. His sister, his partner, they were in the guard of honour. Not his parents. So Peter Dacos and Colleen, they were up in the private box. And the little mascot he ran out with, Corbin, you mentioned, that was a heartwarming moment. That was incredibly cute. Ran out, a look on his face, went to the goal line, kicked a goal, and just ran away with pure joy after that moment. So that was outstanding down here.
Of course, the Purple Accent all to raise money for the Peter McCallum Cancer Centre, the Peter Mac Cup, taking a stand against cancer. It is the longest running charity partnership game dating back to May of '93. petermac.org is the place you can go if you're in a position and able to donate. So we're ready to go here. Both teams desperate for a win to get their season back on track. The latest chapter in Carlton, Collingwood on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
Staying in the ruck up against Pitnet. So Darcy Cameron starting forward, and from the opening tap, it's locked up on the outer circle. So McCreary inside alongside Cripps, as Cripps tries to knock it clear. Tackle by Pendlebury, spills out the way of Zach Williams. First clearance up to half forward. Mackay crashes the pack from behind. Frampton brings it down for Collingwood. Crisp races after it, taps it to his own advantage, and then tries to run away from Carroll. In the end, just taps it into the path of Schultz, and he has it locked to his chest. And Nick Newman lays the tackle.
Pendlebury looks like he's going to go with Cripps.
Yeah, has done that before, has done it in the past. You feel like that's the matchup, isn't it? And Walsh and Dacos. Walsh has got the arm across Nick at the moment.
So Cameron started forward. He's now swapped with Steen after competing in that first ruck battle. It comes away with Chris of Collingwood. Hand pass to Nick Dacos, and now links up with Pendlebury across half-back. Hand pass away to Lipinski. Has Schultz on the overlap. He takes the mark on the Shane Warne stand side. Runs to right half forward. Great kick to Elliott. Haynes thought he was doubling back towards the goal mouth, and Elliott lead up and takes the mark slightly right of centre, just inside the 50.
Oh, Liz, we talk about clearance work, and again, that was the old maestro, Scotty Pendlebury. He has the ability to step back in, had all the Carlton players committed to his left side, and opened up the other side of the field. Lipinski, beautiful kick to Schultz, and a lovely tick lead from Jamie Elliott.
Averaging 1 goal a game so far this season, down from 2.4. He's going to give it off. Schultz is on the lead. He kicked into Haynes on the mark. It ricochets back towards Quainer as he slaps it to his advantage. Hand pass to Nick Dacos in game 100 to brother Josh inside 50. Elliott the target once more. Zach Williams makes the spoil. Hand pass from Florent to the dash of Sam Walsh.
Walsh kicks long to Mackay. 2-on-1 on the wing. Frampton tries to hold him out. Ball hits the deck. Kemp collects. Hand pass to Evans. Long kick down to half forward. Hayward back with it. Takes the mark. Right half forward. And Will Hayward's got it here, and he'll have a look from about 30 metres out, just right of centre.
Yeah, disappointing there from Jamie Elliott. I thought he might have gone back, and it's a great, when you're out of form, just to go back and knock one of those through. Must have been a bit worried about the distance, but they looked like they were about to win that ball back there. I thought Jeremy Howard outnumbered really well. Got a bit of a cruel bounce. In came Kemp, and his ability to get that quick handball off. Evans, to the back patterning Will Hayward going back there.
Isn't that Jamie Elliott's start to the year in a nutshell?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Just the wrong option when he was in a position to kick a goal, and Stardy's not on the right note. Kicks it into the man on the mark. Hayward to make him pay. Knocks it through. Costly. Carlton take the opportunity that presents. The Pies let it slip. And the Baggers have got the first of the night. We're 3 minutes in the latest chapter of this grand old rivalry. It's Carlton 1 straight 6. They lead Collingwood yet to score. No late change. 3 minutes played. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, yeah, we spoke about stoppage, Liz, didn't we, before the game? But that's a coast to coast. So they take the opportunity. They turn it over across half-back. Walsh is involved. Good contest out on the wing by Mackay, as you said, and a bit of an unlucky bounce. They're good contest-to-contest work rate from the Blues players, and really smart craft from Will Hayward. Just been able to slip in behind Braden Maynard, and that's an early win for him because Maynard will be a really tough opponent for Hayward.
Hayward, of course, missed their last game for striking George Warlaw, but he starts proceedings here. Crowd of over 80,000 expected tonight. Steen up against Pitnet. Pitnet does the clearance work and the ruck work. Kicks up towards Frankie Evans at half forward. Lost Houston. Hand pass to the run of Ainsworth in the right forward pocket for 2 in quick succession. He misses to the right-hand side and a minor score. The Blues by 7 points. 4 minutes gone. Opening quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So here's Howe taking the kick out after warming up with the forwards. He downs it straight up the spine to Nick Dacos. Third handball to start his night in game 100. Gives it back to Howe. Kicks out wide for Quaynor. A lifelong Magpie. Chips it short to Lipinski. And marks defensive side of the wing. Collingwood in their white jumpers tonight with the black stripes. Kicks down to half forward. McStay hits up. Makes a contest. Inadvertently sockers it to the boundary line. Keeps it alive, McStay, but coughs it up. Williams had it. Gives it back to McStay. He's tackled. Trying to get a hand pass out under pressure. He threw it. And the free kick's going to come back to the Blues. It'll be taken on the back flank by Nick Newman. The left footer with it. Carlton with the first 7 points.
Comes in more to Chera, not 15, so wants to switch it to right half back. A bouncing ball, which sits in the end for Florent. Can work it up to Ollie Hollands, who takes the mark centre wing in front of the benches. The Blues by 7 points. Gets the hand pass back to Florent, who kept running. Sends it up towards half forward. From behind, in the end, Hayward almost competed with his own teammate, Harry Mackay, who now does take the mark in front. He's out to the right, just inside 50.
The best thing here for the Blues is they're hitting targets. Apart from that one switch across from Chera, but it was out in front and to advantage of his teammate. But just the ability to hold on to the footy makes such a difference to their game style. Gives their forwards an actual look. Ollie Florent getting involved off half-back. Good mark from Harry Mackay.
Kicked a goal in every game, H. They'd love more from him. The Blues faithful. He comes in from 50 and misses to the right-hand side. And it's an 8-point lead the Blues way through 5.5 minutes on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. They've led at quarter-time, Corby, in all 5 of their matches, but have only won 2 quarters after half-time this season.
Set play.
Howe straight up the middle, finds Frampton, got separation, handball away to Nick Dacos. He gives it to big brother Josh, who kicks down to half forward. Good movement for the Magpies. McStay marks, lifts a hand pass to Lipinski. They're on the overlap. Elliott receives the hand pass, right forward pocket, centering, kicked along. And that is superb from the kick out. And the set play means the Magpies have a look at the sticks, 30 out.
Well, beware the team that haven't been able to score in the last couple of weeks. You feel like they're just going to, they've been at work at it this week, and McRae and his coaching staff will be trying a lot of different things. That was just a classic set play from the kick out there. It'd be great to see that again. Coast to coast, some beautiful ball movement, and a lovely kick from Elliott.
You know what they say, the ball finds energy from fullback to centre half forward and a behind. As Ned Long never looked like kicking it on the staggered approach and in the end misses out to the left. So Carlton 1-2, Pies 1 behind, 6.5 minutes in, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Florent into Wiedering in the back pocket under the Olympic stand. Tries to chisel, kick up towards Mackay, missed him, and intercept mark taken by Darcy Cameron for Collingwood between wing and half forward. The Blues by 7 points. Collingwood's best and fairest decides to go back to Billy Frampton and now moves it by foot in the middle of the ground for Maynard. At Houston, directly over the top, goes wider still, and Howell takes the mark. Now to Houston. Trying to chisel their way through Carlton's defence, through the middle of the ground. Houston might give it back to Howell, who run into his right, drives a long kick now inside 50. Steen's the deepest target, and he reaches up and takes the mark. Crashing into Haynes. And that's an imposing mark, only about 15 metres out from goal. Get out of the way.
Well, I tell you what, they've been crying out for a big forward to come up and stand in a pack and take a big mark. That's Vice-like, isn't it? He's just attacked that footy full-chested and taken it out of Nick Haynes' hands. Great mark from the young fella. I didn't know he had that in his kit bag.
Yeah.
Keeps a goal on debut against GWS, looking to start things in black and white tonight. Oscar Steen comes in, slightly right of centre, 25 metres out, and he makes good in his 4th game of AFL footy. His 2nd goal, and Carlton's lead is cut back to a point. The Blues 1-2-8 to Collingwood 1-1-7, and the presence of 22-year-old South Australian 201cm Oscar Steen for black and white fans tonight.
Well, they're almost kicking it, you mentioned it, Lids, they're almost kicking it 100% at the moment, the Pies, and it's uncontested, and you can tell they're moving the ball. You spoke about energy on it. It's not necessarily fast play, but they're really shifting it off the line. They're getting the ball in the hands of the good, getting the ball in the hands of their good users. Howe's been involved a couple of times, Houston that time. But that sometimes you just got to, as a key forward, just got to go up and clunk one. And that was a beauty.
He took the air out of the ball.
Yeah, really encouraging start from the youngster.
Got caught on Lockie Cowan there, just having a look at the replay, able to lead it to the footy and take a nice contested mark. Anderson off the square for the Magpies, gives it to Dacos, Pies out of the middle, handball to Pendlebury, handball to Long under the pump, Blues swarm, win the footy. Walsh, handball out in the end with Chera, he gives it to Smith, and now a hand pass off to McGovern. Long kick to half forward, it is a good one, and got it to his intended target in Kemp, who marks it left half forward. 60 metres out for the Blues. They lead by 1 after 9 minutes. Kemp is going to kick into the forward pocket. Mackay in a tangle. He's getting a free. And Big H will get it left forward pocket for the Blues.
I'm not sure what Billy Frampton was shaking his head about, mate. I can see you tackling him from here.
What's he doing?
If he hasn't got the footy, you've got 2 arms around him. What is he trying to do there? I get that you're trying to put your arm up underneath his armpit and shift him off the line, mate. You can't put the other one around him and hug him. That is just confusing.
The Pies have dominated this game in recent times. Collingwood winning 24 of the last 30. And yet Mackay's got a pretty good record against the Pies to start his account tonight, and misses near side. With the left-footed drop punt, left forward pocket, just inside the boundary line, and misses a little narrow. So 1-3 to 1-1. 2-point lead for the Blues. 10 minutes in, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
4 scoring shots for 2 for the Blues way. This is brought back into play by Josh Dacos. Kicks to Quainer at left half back. Crisp comes leading up. Spoiled away by Carroll. Ricochets back to Quainer. Able to cut around the tackling effort of Byrne, and then got it away to Crisp, and now to Josh Dacos. Fires a hand pass back to Houston. Still at left half back. He's got to swing this back inside the defensive 50, and Frampton takes the mark. Opens up to a right half back where Owen Steele is running into space. He marks, and now trying to work out where to go. Turn and come back inboard.
You can see what the Pies are going to try and do here. Kick their way through the Carlton team defence. Try and find the weak link.
Perriman runs his full measure as Kemp didn't come charging at him. Up towards Membry in the pack. Can't take the mark. It's spoiled down by Dean. And out of play. The return of Dean after missing a couple of games with the concussion. Jacob Wiedering as well. It's the Blues who lead by 2 points. 11 minutes gone. Opening quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
17 uncontested marks. Not even halfway through this first quarter. So it's a win for Carlton. They've got to try and force a long kick to a contest.
Darcy Cameron palms it down. Chera tackles Dacos. That's Nick as soon as he got it. Taps or socket forward towards Hayes. His coat hangered. And Will Hayes is going to get a free kick here, the 19-year-old. The Pies take the advantage. They come back and across here to Perryman, who loads up. Long kick to full forward. McStain a tangle. Wiedering spoils. Down to Carroll. The Blues to work it out. Oh, ugly kick. Hayes picks it off. Pies with it inside 50, gives it to Steele. Steele goes back by hand to Pendlebury, and that's a great kick. Back in the corridor, and Josh Dacos marks true centre-half forward.
He's that composed, isn't he? Not the quickest bloke out there, but he picks up, he's like, I've got time here, and then just such high IQ, scans the field, scans the inside 50. There's Josh Dacos sitting all by himself, 40 out directly in front.
Pendlebury, by the way, game 271 tonight at the G. It's an incredible record. Here's Josh Dacos, who shoots goalward but misses to the right. He's basically got a Hall of Fame career, Scott Pendlebury, just here. Yeah. He took out every other game that he's played in his career, minus the MCG ones.
I want to hear from Benny Cameron whether it's a bit swirly down there at the moment. Just feel like the players look a little bit spooked. I mean, that was directly in front. Josh Dacos, usually you just go back and drill it, but looking up at the flags, there's a fair bit of activity.
Benny on the boundary.
It's a little bit swirly, but I think you're making excuses for them if you're giving them outs with that Bally.
Haynes with a shocking kick for the Blues. Turned it over. They redeemed themselves through Sam Walsh, who pinched it back. Switching kick out towards Ollie Hollands at half-back. Can't take the mark. Allen tackled, dispossessed. Umpire let it go. Wiedering tries to shovel a hand pass out for the Blues. McCreary down low for Collingwood. Gets the hand pass back. Anderson one way, then the other. Kicks it long towards full forward, leading up McStay. Marks on his chest in the left forward pocket. And Angus Anderson able to get involved there with a nice little shimmy at half forward.
Yeah, it wasn't right. That was a really strong bit of play. I mean, he has got a big, powerful body on him, hasn't he? And what I like about him is he knows how to use it.
Well, they don't draw pitches, Paulie, but it got it to its target.
Left forward pocket for Dan McStay. Only about 25 metres out. We'll have to curl it around his body. 8 goals so far. A couple of Blues ready to charge at him. McStay opens up the angle and gives Collingwood the lead. All of a sudden, back-to-back goals for the black and white, despite the Blues' chances in front of goal, and the Pies lead by 5 points. 2-2-14 to Carlton 1-3-9. 14 minutes gone, opening quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Luke Paul and Brent D'Olivio.
Well, they looked really fast, didn't they, the Blues, at that point in time. And what's funny is that Collingwood get a bit of ascendancy when Paddy Cripps is off the ground. He just come back onto the ground into that centre bounce right now, but their ability, the Blues, to be, that switch open there, but great defensive pressure from Jamie Elliott. It wasn't just to go back and make that contest. We spoke about Anderson, that ability to go through and bust. And then they don't draw pitches, as I said. There's a bit of a floating ball, but the advantage of mixed up.
A few floating balls. I'm not sure I'm going to
agree with
Benny. I'm on you. I'm not going to let you off the hook there and just let you dismiss that. It's a swirly one. There's a couple of mongrel kicks in.
Staying down to McCreary, hand pass to Nick Dacos, the little champ inside the forward 50. Elliott knocked away from him by Haynes. Hits the deck forward pocket for the Pies. Lipinski outnumbered. Haynes goes and gets it. Handles, misses the target, goes back, collects, and Elliott with the big smother on Haynes. Ball's out of play, forward pocket for the Pies.
And that's what you love to see. That's what you can do. When you're a little bit out of form, when things aren't happening for you, and the umpire's going to check what this came off. But
I'm going to come off Haynes' foot.
Love to see that from Jamie Elliott. He cut his teeth originally as a pressure forward. He was a tackling machine. Look at that. So he needs to get more of that.
Oh,
there you go. And then the luck comes your way through that little bit of extra effort to dive on the ball.
And quick timing, by the way. So reviewed nice and quick.
He's had a couple of stiff weeks, hasn't he, Nick Haynes?
The crowd gets another look at the replay there. And Jamie Elliott's getting it up against the fence. He runs around. He tries to dribble it through. And in the end, saved by the goalkeeper on the line and Louis Young, who knocks it through for a rush behind. So 2-3 Collingwood. Carlton 1-3. It's 1 goal in the lead for the Magpies 16 minutes in. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Possession number 6 for Florin as he kicks the Blues back into play. Nick Dacos was 7 early days. Now towards Ollie Hollands, who marks it right half back. Now to Byrne. And the Blues have it at right half back. As he just chips a kick over the top, and Sam Walsh takes the uncontested mark. Switch it across the half back line and kicks to Nick Newman. Eyes down in the middle of the ground. Nothing really on offer. It's on that left boot. He sends it wide. Out towards, the intent in the end of Louis Young rising up against Quainer to take the mark. Out past to Holland's running boundary side. Ollie kicks up towards 50, won't get to Mackay. Might be
out of bounds,
a ball. Throw in. He was out of play when he got boot to ball. So from Collingwood intercept mark for Jeremy Howard will come back to the boundary line.
So if you're Nick Haynes last week and you grab the ball and end up out of play in the same process, that's insufficient intent to keep it in. And yet here you run out of play, pretending to kick it, which he was. He just ran out of room. The umpire says, we'll spin it in. It's an accident. Maybe you just got to disguise it better. From the boundary throw in, Cripps gets a hand pass away, and his teammate's been pinned immediately.
Gee, that's red hot.
As soon as he grabbed the footy, Ollie Florent, caught by McCreary, and the ump said, that's holding the ball.
Well, he pinned the one arm, so I guess letter of the law, he had the one arm free, but hard to dispose of that or attempt.
It's Nathan Williamson, one of the 4 men in green tonight. By the book official as he gives it to Pendlebury, back to McCreary, and that is a dart onto the chest of Oscar Steen, who marks the centre half forward.
The ball is just pointing out the kicking efficiency of the Pies at the moment. They're at 84%.
And that's the difference in the game at the moment.
Yeah.
That last goal was 2 clanger kicks from the Blues. It's a bit swirly out there, I reckon, but Collingwood's kicking at the moment is absolutely on point, and that was terrific from Bo McCreary. It was an absolute bullet, wasn't it?
Steen doesn't take it, hands it off to Dan Houston. Houston from long range. It's a wayward Houston rocket out to his right, up behind. So 2-4 to 1-3. There's a bit of push and shove, which we love in these games. Ben Cameron on the boundary, the Pies by 7.
That swirly breeze only impacting Carlton's kicking, Bally. I mean, you saw the video of them at Princess Park in the pre-season. I don't think it was swirly that day.
There's another one.
It's a little bit of a swirly breeze down here, but it's not too bad. It shouldn't be significantly. It is picking up. It just picked up just in that moment, but it hasn't been, and it's not impacting the kicking that much.
If 10 is tornado swirly, what level out of 10 are we, Ben?
9. 3.
Oh.
Blues have turned it over. After the Haynes kick up the wing, was last touched by the Blues, so through the middle they go and they come through Houston and then swinging it out to Jeremy Howe, and Billy Frampton takes the mark, goes for Lipinski, good one-handed pick-up, tackled and brought down by Byrne, has to try and knock it clear, Walsh slides in, tries to extract it for the Blues, spills out, McCreary overran it, Cripps can't pick it up cleanly for Carlton, Byrne on the bottom of the pack, and the umpire will ball it up in the middle of the MCG. Collingwood by 7 points. What do you reckon the crowd is, Benny? Do you reckon it's 80,000 above?
Well, I was told 75,000, but I just got some info that it is creeping up. So we might be getting closer to 80,000.
It's at the very back of the stands. Shane Warne's stand side and the MCG. Lipinski tried to knock it on. He laid claim he was tackled with non-possession. Blues take it back. Florent from half-back. Drive and kick to one-on-ones. Mackay and Frampton in front. Frampton. Mackay making his place. No whistle. Gathered by Josh Dacos. Brought down. And was taken high on a free kick.
Well done. Love seeing that. Love seeing a key defender take front position. Earn himself the free kick.
So it's coming back a free kick. Billy Frampton's way across
That's a better option, Billy. No more of those inside 45 kicks to a 50-50.
I'm
not sure if you watched the tape last week. Sorry, Clinchy.
That's obviously led to that go-ahead goal for Matt Johnston. Johnson.
Simple.
My apologies. Matt Johnson last Friday night in Adelaide. Gives it to Maynard, goes long down the line. Crisp, quick hand pass away to Membry. He's tackled, lost it. Picked up by Cripps. His handball finds Ollie Hollands. Away to Smith, to Haywood. Hand pass to Young. Kicks a turnover. Straight to Nick Dacos. Arches the back in characteristic fashion. Evades the tackler. Kicks to centre half forward, and Cowan picks it off. Nick Dacos up to 8. Chief possession getter on the ground. Collingwood lead the game by 7. Approaching time on opening term.
Eyes on the last 2 goals in the match after the Blues kick the first. Out to right half back where Haywood takes the mark. He was the goal scorer for Carlton. The Pies 2-4-16 to Carlton 1-3-9. Cuts to his right and sends it long up to Harry Mackay. He flies in the back, spoiled by Pittman in the end. Walsh might gather. He's wrestled and brought down. Good intent by Frampton. Holding the ball. And the Collingwood defender wins this battle. And he takes on left half back for the Pies. 20 minutes gone in the opening term. Kicks boundary side and finds Houston. And chip it over the top, and Steele runs into space. He has McCreary around the wing. Can he kick it to him? It's just wide of him. Coming the other direction was Cowan. Makes the body contact. Slapped forward by McCreary. Lipinski couldn't gather. It was good. Got it to Louis Young. Hand pass away to Haywood, and now to Jagger Smith. Kick to the stationary Burn. Intercepting mark taken by Houston at Collingwood.
Houston to steal it high half forward, kicks into the pocket, big collision. Dean bangs bodies with McStay in the air. Hunt says keep rolling, and now he says holding the ball as McStay picks it up. And he's tackled by Haynes, so McStay, again, they're hot on that rule tonight. If you have an arm free, you need to make an attempt to get rid of it, and McStay didn't there and penalised. So Haynes short to Newman. Ben to keep an eye on Harry Dean. He's just come back from concussion, involved in a collision there. As Newman goes with a long kick down the wing, and there's Frampton, picks it off in front of Pitternet. Wins back possession for the Pies, hands it away to Houston, and will go all the way back to Perryman in the defensive 50.
No one within 15 to 20 metres of him, so he takes a bounce. Now Elijah Hollands comes running at him, sends it out to right half back. And the mark is taken by Allen. Collingwood advance it up the wing. Schultz marks, chips it over the top. Crisp in the passage of play now for Collingwood. He looks into the middle of the ground, nothing on offer, so we'll send it into the pocket. That's where McStay is. In front, Louis Youngflew couldn't take the mark, charging in. Carroll was dispossessed, ball spills out. A chance for Anderson of Collingwood, dumped. Good hand pass away by Cameron, got it to Schultz, one way then the other. Kicks across the face of goal, Steen going back. Can't take the mark, lost it at the last moment. And running onto it, Hollands is out of defence. That's Ollie for Carlton up towards Mackay, who juggles the mark for the Blues.
Kicked 17 goals in his last 6 games against the Magpies. Harry Mackay, almost 3 per appearance on average, as Mackay waits for some numbers and then just kicks a high bomb down the wing. They all fly for it. Cameron in the pack, free kick and a legal shepherd. It's a Collingwood free. Howe's going to get it. And go back and across to Nick Dacos, possession number 9 on deck. Just chips it across the ground to Perryman. Collingwood now up over halfway as he draws Cripps towards him. Hand pass finds Lipinski. Uses the width of the G. Goes out wide to Allen. Allen pokes the kick back to Nick Dacos. This will be possession number 10. We are 23 minutes into the opening term. Tries to lace it through to Roan Steele. Competes in the air. Ball hits the deck. There's a free. Chop in the arms. Coming back to the Blues at half-back. Ben Cameron on the boundary. How's Harry Dean?
Well, the doctors are just having a look at the vision at the moment. He's sitting on the bench just gathering his thoughts, but the docs will assess it.
Mackay got the free kick in the pack, by the way, and he was a little slow to get up as well, but Carlton had the footy on half-back.
Hit the deck hard, but the game at the moment is the uncontested mark game and by extension the kicking game.
Yeah.
We've got one team who are backing their kicking in. We're up to 38 uncontested marks, Collingwood for the quarter. That's enormous. Carlton only 15, and they're turning the ball over by foot.
Loop ball with you on ABC Sport, leadering to Haynes at half-back. Hand pass away to Cowan, who finds a way out of defence. Dodging and weaving, drives a long kick up towards half forward. Frankie Evans in front, almost juggled the mark. He does. Quainer couldn't get a hand onto it. Veers out to the right, kicks it into the pocket. Frampton wrestling with Kemp, who takes an excellent one-handed mark. Leaning back, reeled it in. And he is hemmed up against the boundary in the left forward pocket, but that is some mark.
Yeah, 2 great marks, really. Frankie Evans, the ability to stand under that high ball. There's a great one-handed catch there from Kent.
They both read the drop of the ball better.
Yep.
This swirly breeze. Billy Frampton a couple of times has run underneath it.
Carlton needs some reward for their intent. Left forward pocket, 25 metres out. Brody Kemp looking to snap across his body. 3 steps out, opens up the angle, curls it through for a goal. Carlton break a run of 2 consecutive goals for the Magpies, and the margin is back to 1 point Collingwood's way. 2-4-16 to the Blues, 2-3-15. We play 25 minutes in the opening quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ahead of Lid Sam Bally, Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I'm just trying to work out what is going on here with Dean, because he was sitting on the bench and the doctor came and tapped him on the shoulder. He then got up like he was about to go on the ground, and now he's sat back down. So I thought they were grabbing him for a more formal HIA, but now he's sat back down on the bench and they've gone back to looking at the footage. So bizarre holding pattern at the moment.
So was concussed against the D's.
Yeah, he was.
And then he's missed the last 2 games.
Yeah. No, in the end, it's just 2 contested marks, and one of them from a small player in Frankie Evans. So that'll disappoint the Collingwood defensive coach in particular.
Pies by 1. Pitternet palms it down. Paddy Cripps just taps it between his legs to the advantage of Jagger Smith. Blues are out. Gives it to Newman. High bomb down to half forward. Reaching over the back. Hayward, second man in. He's going to be paid the mark. Hayward gets it. Chips it in the Mackay direction. Leading Frampton to the footy. Can't complete the mark. Spills down to Kemp. He's tackled, dispossessed, holding the ball.
How many of those have we had already? That'd be good to know.
Jeez, I'm sure we'll have that on our
dynamite machine here, but they've been red hot on it. Holding the ball, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport as Allen goes long down the wing, spills down to Jack Crisp, not to be confused with Paddy Cripps, who's also out there tonight. Ball spills the way of the Blues in Carroll. He gives it to Pitternet. Hurried kick down to half forward at the drop. Evans back with the flight. Pendlebury did well to break it up. Nick Dacos by hand to Steele. Away to Pendlebury. Now to Perryman. Runs and carries through the middle of the G. Gives it to Josh Dacos for the Pies. Back to Perryman. Tumbles a kick down to half forward. Picked off. Young for the Blues to Smith. And he can just kick to Carroll on the wing.
He takes the mark between wing and half back on the Shane Warne stand side. Likes the look of Hayward at half forward. A pull it past. He marks in front of Pendlebury as the siren sounds for quarter time. He'll go back and have a crack at a barrel from about 75, 80 metres out. How does he go? Got a spinning. It's not about effort. It's to the goal square and it's punched away in the end by Nick Dacos, who has done it all in that opening quarter. 11 disposals and a spoil in the defensive goal square, as that wasn't a bad effort from Will Hayward with the barrel from about 75 metres out. But it's the Pies who lead at quarter time by a point. They're 2-4-16 to Carlton 2-3-15. So the Blues have dominated early first quarters in their matches, but this time it is the Pies who are in front. Goals for Collingwood to Steen and McStay, while for the Blues it's Hayward and Kemp.
Nick Dacos in his milestone game, 100 games tonight, 11 disposals in that opening quarter, the chief possession getter on the ground. The SMS 0437 774 774. AFL era, so we're looking really the last 35, 40 years. Who has had a better set of 100 games than Nick Dacos? Mitch from Perth says, what about Nat Fyfe before 100? 92 games completed at the end of 2014. Two best and fairest, league MVP, All-Australian, second in a Brownlow, played 4 less games than Priddis and lost by a vote, obviously in the year that Matt Priddis won there. He finished 2015 with 112 games, obviously won the Brownlow, another All-Australian and an MVP to go along with it. So it's a nice set, as he was the third fastest to get to 100 Brownlow votes in that 5 behind Hayden Button and Dick Reynolds. And that's been battered by Nick Dacos, who feels like is as good 100 games as we've seen so far with the premiership and everything that's been baked into it. All right, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Back with the thoughts of Bawley and Leeds coming up in 30 seconds. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Okay, ready?
Little listeners have a new space to get all their favourite podcasts.
Hooray!
Like exclusive new episodes of Bluey Listen Along.
Let's dance to celebrate!
Create a kids profile today by heading to the Kids tab on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
2-on-1 on the wing. Frampton tries to hold him out. Ball hits the deck. Kemp collects. Hand pass to Evans. Long kick down to half forward. Hayward back with it. Takes the mark. Right half forward. And Will Hayward's got it here, and he'll have a look from about 30 metres out, just right of centre. Hayward to make him pay. Knocks it through. Costly. Carlton take the opportunity that presents. The Pies let it slip. And the Baggers have got the first to the 9.
Kick now inside 50. Steen's the deepest. And he reaches up and takes the mark. Crashing into Haynes. And that's an imposing mark, only about 15 metres out from goal. Get out of the way. Oscar Steen comes in, slightly right of centre, 25 metres out, and he makes good in his 4th game of AFL footy. Kicks it long towards full forward, leading out McStay. Marks on his chest in the left forward pocket. And Angus Anderson able to get involved there with a nice little shimmy at half forward. 8 goals so far, a couple of Blues ready to charge at him. McStay opens up the angle and gives Collingwood the lead. Kicks it into the pocket. Frampton wrestling with Kemp, who takes an excellent one-handed mark. Leaning back, reeled it in. And he is hemmed up against the boundary in the left forward pocket, but that is some mark. 3 steps out, opens up the angle, curls it through for a goal. Carlton break a run of 2 consecutive goals for the Magpies.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Harry Dean out there with the backs, which is good to see at the quarter-time huddle. It is Collingwood who lead by 1 point. Brett Delidio, Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
It's a game, Lids, isn't it? I mean, sometimes, well, stats don't always tell the tale, but we're just having a look at them now, and it's pretty stark that if if Carlton are to win, they're going to have to bring the game into more of a context. And we know that's their strength. We spoke about clearances before the game, but just general context. So force the long kick down the line, commit numbers there, and then go forward from there. And at the moment, I mean, Collingwood have had 38 uncontested marks for the quarter. If they have 160, well, really only horrific kicking will stop them from winning this game. So, and in the end, they left a few out there. They had 12 inside 50s to 9. Collingwood for 2 goals 4 to 2 goals 3. So Carlton actually look dangerous when they go forward. They've scored 5 times from 9 entries. But it's the kicking, isn't it, at the moment, standing out. Oh. And we haven't got the kicking disposal, or kicking efficiency stats, rather, in front of us. But it's really clear. And I'm sort of being a little bit facetious about the conditions and the breeze. I think it is a little bit swirly. But Collingwood's ability to kick and mark their way through Carlton's team defence. And then the challenge for them is to find that last kick inside 50 and find a way to score. Whereas Carlton, just to be able to maintain the footy is a bit of a challenge at the moment.
And this is not a new issue. So last year they were ranked 18th field kicking team, and they were 15th, so bottom 4 for kicks retention inside 50.
Yeah, and so Newman comes back into the team. He's probably their best kick. He's had 6 kicks at 100%.
Yeah.
All the others
he's gone long a lot, which when you get an effective kick, you can go long.
True. Yeah, but even a lot of their long kick. I think Nick Haynes' long kick was a wounded duck out of half-back, turnover, goal. Young Jagger Smith's just turned it over a couple of times, and Sammy Walsh as well, kicking across the goal. So
the hardest part
it's not new for them, as you said, Cor, but that's the challenge they've got.
Yeah, bringing a game back into a contest is really hard in the modern game with the new rules and everything. I was talking to young Jai Caldwell last week in the Essendon rooms because I played a former teammate of mine, and he said, mate, as a stoppage player, I'm looking for that. That's what I want. He goes, but it's so quick. You just cannot catch up. You cannot get there to that contest because the umpires either ping you for holding the ball or it's a lasso and the ball's just going up and down the middle of the ground, which is suiting what's Collingwood trying to do here.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to make a decision at some stage, probably halfway through this quarter. If they're not able to stop that uncontested kick mark, they might have to drop the team defence and work more into a man-on-man. And then you find out who wants to work and cover off a man.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Dean is starting out there, so it seems like he's fine in terms of that concussion. Crowded 76 as it stands at the moment.
Thanks, Ben. Good news from a Harry Dean perspective. Concussed in round 3. Was involved in a collision and came off the ground later stages of that opening term. Hayward, as the ball spits out to the wing, just bangs bodies with Jack Crisp. Socked away by Perryman, close to the boundary line. Perryman pushes it into the breadbasket of Ned Long. He lost it. Blues come up with it. Cowan to Hayward. Handball under pressure. Back to Long. Back with the Pies. Down the wing. Gives it to Jack Crisp. Hand pass inside to Pendlebury. Pendlebury just threads it through to Anderson. He's getting a free for front on contact. And Angus Anderson gets the free. High half forward.
Too slow now. Had to roll and get it in. Had one-on-ones ahead of the footy. Carlton players back now inside 50.
Anderson. Long kick into the pocket. Big leap from Elliott. Went early and gives away the free. Sitting on the shoulders of Hayward.
Talk about symptoms of form. I mean, even his timing's off, isn't it, Jamie? So it happened last week as well. So used to see him time that leap and just not working for him at the moment.
Is that what happens, Bally? Is it your aerial ability?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, got to get the bag back out at work at training.
Always saves his high fly for Anzac Day. The Blues have transitioned this to half forward. Walsh's long kick into the pocket. Harry Mackay takes the mark. He's giving Frampton some challenges, and for half a moment Mackay was about to centre it to Kemp and thought against that again at the last moment. So only about 5 metres in from the boundary in the right forward pocket. He'll have to kick about 40 metres out, but he's getting some shots on goal, BH.
He is, and he needs to go back and kick this one. He needs, because you're right, he's right in the game. He's looking dangerous. We spoke about that when they're going forward, the Blues, especially if they can isolate one-on-one. He's just got to go back and reward his teammates here.
Good side for a left footer as Harry Mackay comes in and gives Carlton a perfect start to the second quarter. Inside 2 minutes and the Blues take the lead. Second lead change of the match. Carlton 3-3-21 to Collingwood 2-4-16. Harry Mackay, their spearhead, up to the 8th goal of the season. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio, your experts. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, we'll probably be a bit concerned about the ease at which that went from end to end. That was a slow play free kick here in the right forward pocket, and it's a switch down the fat side of the ground. And, I mean, you can look at Billy Franz and be like, oh, why don't you want Harry Mackay? But he's a product of the pressure that's going on up the field. He's trying to press up to squash the ground and make it harder for Carlton to get through. But if his mids and forwards don't do their job, he gets done out the back. So good ball movement by Carlton. Made a mockery of us questioning their kicking just then.
Up it goes, back in the middle. Lead change number 2. Pitternet grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it straight to Pendlebury, who picks it off, gives it to Nick Dacos, sweeping around the back, out to half forward. Leap and a good effort there from Hayes. Mark not paid. Spills out the Blues way. Ollie Hollands to Ainsworth. He feeds it back to Williams. Kicks in front of the boundary line on that southern side of Mackay. Takes a nice mark in front of Frampton. Played well last week, Billy. Picked off a number of intercept marks and was in the coaches' votes.
I'm not sure who their go-to is after Billy.
Yeah, he's got his hands full tonight. Mackay, he won the Players' Player Award last week. The Blues vote their best player, performing the team tasks each week, and despite, for the rest of us externally, not necessarily thinking it was one of Harry's stronger games, he picked up that award from his teammates. Switches on off the back flank. Haynes to Wiedering. Wiedering dabs it down to Cowan, who marks in front of the benches, just in front of Jack Crisp. Carlton by 5 points after an early goal in this second term.
Cowan in no real urgency to move it, and now he veers out to the right. Pitnet's in the pack. Set a good block. Kemp got a good fly at it. Maynard at the last moment make the spoil. Spills out the way of Ned Long, and he's locked up by Kemp just inside the attacking 50 for the Blues. So Collingwood won the clearances in that opening quarter, 5-4. The 38 uncontested marks, which Bully made mention, also had 6-3 marks inside 50. From the stoppage, Long just sockers it out of the congestion. Gathered by Cowan of the Blues. Out past to Hayward, inboard to Smith, to Walsh. Nice side step around Long. Out past boundary side to Cowan. Reloads the Blues inside 50. Setting himself is Kemp. Can't get a flight at McGovern, kept out of it. Howe makes the spoil. Cameron tries to clear a path for Quaynor. Tackles Cripps. Comes out Wainsworth. Around his body. A classy finish from 25 metres out. The perfect small forwards goal. And the Blues skip out to an 11-point lead. The biggest lead of the match so far after 2 goals in the opening 4.5 minutes. Carlton 4-3-27 to Collingwood 2-4-16. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio, your experts. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, we mentioned it, Liz, they're looking dangerous, aren't they, when they're going forward? It's Mackay, one out, looking really dangerous early against Frampton. And we know that Collingwood, Frampton aside, are pretty undersized down there. And that time it was good quick hands. Cripps was involved, McGovern. And then Ainsworth, who's been pretty dangerous, hasn't he? Kicked a couple of goals last week, early in that game. He's looking quite lively.
It's just a fumble from Quaynor, really, wasn't it?
It was, that's right. So
you don't fumble that, you probably get a chance to clear it, but just a little bobble just shows how clean you've got to be.
Back in the middle, Steen doing some of the ruck work, palms it down. Picked up at his feet, though, by his opposing ruckman, Pitternet. Gives it to Walsh. Walsh away towards Jagger Smith. Chips down to half forward. Perryman breaks it up into the path of Kemp. Hand pass to Carroll. Kick to the pocket from Mackay. No mark. Turns Frampton inside out. Mackay on the outside of the boot. Misses far side. Trying a little check side from the left forward pocket at behind. Carlton by 12 points. 6 minutes gone in the second. They've kicked the last 3 goals of the game, the Blues.
35 disposals to 8. Early runnings for the Blues. Out of defence. Maynard's long kick to half back. Not marked in the end. Crisp and McCreary trying to win it back for Collingwood. Crisp is tackled, brought down. Did he have prior opportunity? Umpire says no after the tackle of Carroll. And it's locked up with Mark Pitnet over the top. And McCreary on the very bottom. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Evans has got rid of the goggles. Was he wearing them last week, Corbin?
Not in the rain. No, took them off in the rain. Fog up. Fogging up.
Too much glare at night.
Cameron followed up his ruck work, did the clearance work for Collingwood, kicks up the members' wing, and Nick Newman underneath it takes the mark for the Blues. How Carlton fans love seeing him back after a challenging couple of years. Swings it across half back. Wiedering marks into the middle of the ground, kicks for Chera. Collingwood have numbers back, so Chera looking for short avenues. It's Williams who controlled it with one arm. It was hard in your mouth for a moment as he managed to just bring it in at the last moment. Zach Williams veers out to the right, now drives it long in the direction of Kemp and Cripps, and Kemp over the back takes the mark, pinched it from his captain, and Long and Howe were the 2 Collingwood players in the pack, and neither could get a hand to it.
If your man goes, you've got to go, unfortunately, in that case. I know you don't play backline too often, Ned Long, but you were following in Kemp there. You just had to come over and hit him with everything you had.
Paddy Cripps played it pretty well in the end. He was kind of the roadblock in the end, allowed Kemp to take the mark.
Yeah, true.
He's done this once so far. Can he do it for a second to extend the Blues lead? Kemp steps across, curls it around his body. Quainer on the goal line, just clears his fingertips. And the Blues have 3 goals in this second quarter in 7.5 minutes. They put in the last 4 goals in the match to lead by 18 points here at the MCG. 5-4-34 to Collingwood 2-4-16. Brody Kemp with his second goal. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Brett Delidio and Luke Ball.
I think I've hung Ned Long there. He was in the one-on-one contest with Paddy Cripps.
Howe, wasn't it?
It was Howe who was trying to take off the dangerous space there, but then come across to try and fly in front versus just reading the flight of the ball. Got to be body on body. Got to be close to their ball, I reckon. Just got done over the back. It was a good read from Kemp, though. He came in. A good change of direction from Zach Williams on the entry. Yep. Didn't go to the top of the square, just pulled it to the pocket.
Looking like scoring every time they go in at the moment, the Blues.
How about the uncontested marks, Paulie?
Dried up. Well, the Pies can't get their hands on the footy.
Amazing. You mentioned that at quarter time, how lopsided it was for Collingwood. It's 15-0. Carlton's way to start this second term. The Blues here defending on the back edge of the centre square as Williams hands it to Newman. Hand pass goes back to Haynes. Kicks down the wing. Evans went the fly. No mark. Gives away the free. Nick Dacos takes the advantage. Kicks in the middle of the G. Here's Jack Crisp, who's off and running. Kicks it deep into the forward pocket. Elliott the target. One down. Spills out of play behind he and Haynes, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
44 possessions to 14, so don't worry about uncontested marks. They've just got to get their hands on the footy at the moment, the Pies. These midfielders need to get to work.
Shot on the big screen of NBA superstar Josh Giddey, who's in watching tonight, the Magpies. Thrown back in, Darcy Cameron in front, spills down against Pitnet to Elliott. Tries to get a hand pass to Lipinski. It was just wide of him. He gathers it. Ollie Hollands gathers him. Spills out the way of Florent to Evans. Somehow got a kick away. Out towards half-back. Howe tries to run on it for Collingwood. Left it behind. Elijah Hollands tries to reel it back in. Howe's over the top of it. The umpire will ball it up. On the members' side, Carlton by 18 points. The Pies have just touched the footy 16 times in this second quarter. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I'm fairly certain he was in there along with Xander Maguire with Steve Hooker.
Yep.
Olympic gold medalist pole vaulter as well.
Yeah, Luke Tunnicliffe,
Australia's greatest athlete as well.
I was going to run through every name, Benny, otherwise Mark Murphy should be in there.
All the big hitters in that one box at the moment. Free kick here on the wing as Darcy Cameron's dragged down by Pitternet. And Angus Anderson is using the quarterback pass to receive to Sharon back, so Cameron goes short to Josh Dacos. 3-goal lead for the Blues. They've kicked the last 4 in the game either side of quarter time. And it's now Carlton who lead by 18. Short to Perryman. Just forward of the wing. He goes with a long kick to the hot spot. They come from all directions. Wiedering punches it away. Lipinski left it behind. Passing through. Elliott tackled immediately. Pack forms behind him and the umpire says ball up. 30 metres out from the Pies goal at the city end. It is Carlton by 18. No late change coming in. The Pies did lead by 1 at quarter time. They now trail by 3 goals.
Last 4 goals of the match, the way of the Blues. Pitnet down to Cripps, gets a clearing kick, but it goes straight up in the air. Punched away by Long, ricochets off Allen. Was he taken high, Anderson? He threw his head back looking for a whistle. As Florent lays the tackle. It's 40 metres out from the Collingwood goal at the city end. It's the Blues who lead by 18 points. A lot of blocking going on off the ball. Long trying to put a block on for Nick Dacos, who has Walsh at the moment. Pitnet tries to knock it clear. Cripps left it behind. Pitnet goes again, gets a clearing kick into the middle of the ground. Mackay can't mark. Frampton make the spoil. Ainsworth gets the hand pass away to Chera. Back to Ainsworth, winning a few more of these one-on-ones. Kicks out wide towards Kemp. Bouncing ball, which just eludes him. Trying to do a Kevin Bartlett. Hand pass it to himself successfully. Inboard to Walsh. Well done.
Just tipped up the boundary line is lava for Brody Kemp. Tipped on to keep it in. Got it to Walsh. Back to Kemp. And the follow-up effort not as good as he puts it out on the full. I've seen a modern player just desperately trying to avoid the ball going out. Maynard kicks in the middle of the ground for Cameron, who takes the mark.
Almost Glenn Maxwell stole on the boundary line.
Cameron flares it away out wide and finds Houston. Collingwood up over halfway. Kicks down to Schultz. What might have been game for him against his old side last week. 3 behinds, including a gettable poster in the final term.
Schultz 60 metres out, kicks into a crowded forward 50. Elliott the target. Young punches it away for the Blues. Williams hands it away to Dean. Dean's kick smothered, and Allen, another second-generation footballer, just finds the safety of the boundary line on the 1%, and will have a throw-in half forward for the Pies.
It's just really laborious, isn't it? Collingwood attacking at the moment, and Carlton committing numbers back, but hard to find a mark inside 50 for the Pies. You have to try and find a way here to scrap a goal out of nothing.
So how the loose across half back. The Blues taking one extra at the stoppage. Hayward's hand pass, Florence hand pass never got to Ollie Hollands. Ed Allen tries to knock it out boundary side. Carroll races after it. There's the umpire view there, says throw it in. Wide forward pocket for the Magpies, with the Blues leading by 18 points. 5-4-34 to Collingwood 2-4-16. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Loop ball. Brent Delidio on Ben Cameron, your call team on a Thursday night. Cameron tries to slap it down. The end of the path of Schultz, who was on the move. He can't break away as Chera plays the tackle. Benny Cameron.
Scott Pendlebury coming back from that Achilles ankle issue. Did take the boot off, got a little bit of maintenance work on it. Just putting that on the agenda. Hopefully all okay.
Darcy Cameron grabbed it out of the ruck, trying to get a kick away. Spills to Jack Crisp. Has it wrestled from him by Paddy Cripps. Gives it away to Evans for the Blues. He kicks out to the wing. Kemp the target. Maynard spoils. Comes to Kemp. He's tackled hard by Maynard. Lipinski had it. And then the hand pass back into dispute. Houston picks it up. He's drilled in a two-man tackle. So the Blues bringing it in this first half. We've got a ball up on the wing.
Can't get separation, Collingwood, can they? They're doing really well defensively, the Blues.
Hooked it down behind. Darcy Cameron clever to Nick Dacos. Hand pass feeds it to Josh. Gets back on his right side. Kicks straight down the pipe. Elliott flies at it. Not to be. Spills through to Hayes. Slick hand pass. Schultz in the pocket to bend it through off the deck. Wiedering's there to cover. The kick's off target anyway. Misses to the far side. It's a behind for Schultz.
Yeah, it's the half chance you've got to take when your team's up against it. Have steadied a little bit. At least they're playing the game in their front half at the moment, Colin. We're getting some repeat inside 50s, but again, just where's the easy score coming from? Where's the easy goal?
Carlton by 17, 14 gone in the second.
Collingwood's first score of the second quarter, having led by a point at quarter time. The Blues out of defence. Newman to Wiedering. Hand pass away to Florent. Driving kick up the worn wing. Looking for Elijah Hollands. Can't take the mark. Well contested by Houston. And Owen Steele. Ricochet off his boot. No, across the boundary line. Carroll's trying to make that case, but not so successfully. Carlton by 17 points. The Blues have had double the disposals. 63-30 in this second quarter, which has now elapsed 15 minutes. So Sam Walsh has gone to Nick Dacos after 11 disposals in the first quarter. Darcy Cameron another ruck for Collingwood. Kicks up to half forward. McStay makes a presence. Cowan makes the spoil. Spills to Jack Crisp. Gets a hand pass forward for Collingwood. A bouncing ball to Dean, who tries to charge away through a Schultz tackle. He's wrestled to the turf, and the umpire will ball it up at the edge of the centre square. Centre half forward for the Magpies. Carlton by 17 points.
Darcy Cameron knocks it down to Lipinski. He's tackled immediately. Pies have dominated this game in recent times. They've won 12 of the last 14 against Carlton. So incredibly, the Blues have 12 guys out there tonight, 12 of the 23 that are yet to play in a winning team for the Blues against Collingwood. And the restart comes down to Chera. His hand pass looking for Carroll. Missed him. Out the back, Roan steals onto it. Shoots goalward but misses near side. One of the new Pies mid-season draft last year are behind for Steele. So that makes it 16 points, Carlton's lead. 16 minutes gone in the second term. And the Blues have kicked the only 3 goals in the quarter.
Florent into Walsh. He plays on, trying to get around Hayes and kicks to half forward where... The mark was saved by Ainsworth. Want to give it back to Walsh. Turns it over to Nick Dacos. You can't do that. He hits the post from about 35 metres out, charging towards an unmarked goal. And it's that sort of quarter for Collingwood. The type of mistake you wouldn't expect from Nick Dacos. The type of mistake that Ben Ainsworth is happy doesn't cost 6 points.
Yeah, sure is. It is. It's that sort of night. He even had Dan McStay. I don't mind him taking the responsibility there, Nick. And it looked like he thought, I've got to be the one here. But even he can't convert.
Harry Dean off the back flank, kicks down the wing for Wiedering. Centering kick is dangerous too. Blues are going to work it out. Picked up by Ainsworth. Runs away from Jack Crisp. Hand pass away to Newman. Newman needs to get back on the left. He does so. Through the middle of the G finds Chera. Blue jumpers running alongside him. Dabs a kick laterally. Finds Cowan between wing and half forward. Out further wide to Carroll. Got to him on the hop. Ripped into the ground and a heavy tackle by Howe. It's a dangerous tackle, said the umpire.
Not sure I saw it that way, but they're doing their best to try and kick it back to Collingwood, aren't they? Oh, he just threw his head down. I can't stand that.
It's a poor decision.
Yeah, that's average.
And now 50.
He actually landed on his shoulders and back. What's the 50 for?
Someone gave a bit of feedback, I reckon.
He's been asked to be a little more constructive with his feedback as Carroll wants it in and pumps it up into the third tier. It's all Carlton. They've kicked the last 5 in the game. 6-4-40 the Blue Baggers. Collingwood 2-7-19. 18 minutes gone in the second term. The Baggers by game high 21. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, I reckon the umpire's got that one wrong there. And I don't like this, the player now playing for those free kicks as they're being tackled, boys throwing themselves or going limp, so to speak, to try and draw those free kicks. It can be pretty dangerous what they're doing there, but I thought Jeremy Howe did a really good job to try and go down with the tackle to bring Carroll down, but someone obviously couldn't hold their tongue after seeing the replay.
Feels like that's how the Pies need to kick him. They need to walk him in at the moment, the way they're going.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Jeremy Howe in animated conversation with Simon Meredith back in the middle of the ground. Steele competing, got down the tap against Young. Got it away, McCreary kicks inside 50. In front, Lipinski can't take the mark. Spoiled to the front, Walsh bumped off it by McCreary. Jagger Smith tries to knock it out. McCreary knocks into the path of Ed Allen. It's tackled by Frankie Evans and the umpire. They'll ball it up 50 metres out from Collingwood's goal. The Blues with 4 goals won to Collingwood's 3 behinds in this second quarter. After Carlton trailed by a point at quarter time. Thrown up, Young palms it down to Jagger Smith. Kicks around his body, a high ball up the wing. Wrestling in the pack, Kemp can't take the mark against Maynard, might have been held. That's how the umpire saw it. Free kick going the way of Brody Kemp on the wing. Other way, hang on.
So Maynard gets the footy and wants to go. Kemp's got to give it to the man that was previously standing the mark. Kicks inside 50. Dean spoils down to Haynes. His kick's smothered. Ball spills back to Haynes. He can run it out of defence. Hand pass misses Evans. Collects on the bounce. Chips it down the boundary line. Wanted Kemp. He marks in front of the benches. Maynard is appealing that it was out on the full. The boundary umpire's not coming with him. Fascinating stage in the night.
Goodness.
Horrific turnover from Kemp going laterally. Kicks it straight to Lipinski. Off he trots. Lipinski to centre half forward. Shoots the target. Wiedering has always got a fist in there to break it up for the Blues. Spills down towards Cowan. Long kick to the southern wing. And Carroll at half back.
Carroll comes inboard for Walsh. He takes the mark. Has players on the overlap. Out past to Chera. Just bangs the kick out towards half forward. It won't get to McGovern, and Perryman getting back. Takes the mark. Blues are out there, but just the execution letting them down. As Perryman kicks out to Houston, who marks it left half back. And now to Steele, who can work it around the boundary line to Membry. Carlton by 21 points. Tim Membry a long way from home. As he veers out to the right, sends it as long as he can. McStay's going to have to fly against 2. Almost juggled the mark against Wiedering. It's gathered by Chera. Hand pass to Dean. Close to the boundary line. It trickles out in front of Florent and Steele for a boundary throw in.
His
first by 21.
Sorry, Clinchy. First mark and first kick for Tim Membry. He's just got to find a way to get himself into the game here.
So boundary throw in. The half forward for the Magpies. Young doing the ruck work for the Blues. One to hit out. Josh Dacos wins the footy. Gives it to Steen. Hand pass to Elliott. Fumbles under the pressure from McGovern. Oh, he shepherded for Haynes to pick up the footy. Weren't quite on the same page there. Long goes and gets it. Handball away to Schultz. His hand pass picked off. Taken by Chera. Back flank. Kicks out of defence. Perryman reads it well. Jumps in front of Carroll and takes the intercept mark. Pies back on it. Short kick finds Houston, trying to load up on that dangerous right peg. Kicks to centre half forward. Over the head of his intended target. Pendlebury waited for it. Pack forms around him. Comes out the back of the pack to Allen. Hand pass to Membry. Handball away to McCreary. McCreary eyes up the sticks. McCreary slots it. It wasn't pretty, but they all count the same. The Pies finally find a way through the big sticks. Collingwood 3-7-25, Carlton 6-4-40, 22 gone in the second term. The Blues lead cut to 15 on the stroke of half-time. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, the score says 4-1 to 1-3 in this quarter, but the last 5 or so minutes, I feel like it's just been all Collingwood. It's been a number of inside 50s. They just haven't been able to capitalise, Morley. You saw Pendlebury just make a little business decision there. Now, I think I'll see this one. I won't go back with the flight here. I'll just allow the...
But swirly, though.
It is.
It's a swirly.
Is
so
that,
you can
is that
play
what
the
happened?
wind, I'm telling you.
Is that what happened?
Even the Carlton player ran underneath it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It was clever hands by Membry and great finish by McCreary. You know, anywhere in and around the 50, he gets his chance.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just wondering if Luke Ball was putting Ben Ainsworth's miss handball down to the swirly breeze.
Chance.
I think it's just happening too much from Carlton's point, from the Blue Jumpers' point of view to blame that. But McCreary's the one. He's lifted the pies. He's gone into the centre bounce. Had a good couple of minutes here.
Not even sure a big hoofing breeze can save him with that one. They fight for the loose footy as Perryman slides in and the ball is stuck underneath Zach Williams and Nick Dacos, both trying to wrestle it clear. Umpire just to the right of the centre circle's members' side. Pitner gets it down. Ed Allen tries to get a hand pass forward. A bouncing ball for Ollie Hollins, who gets back for the Blues. Hand pass to Cowan and now to Newman. Left half back. Hand pass to Captain Cripps, who thought about the hand pass. He's going around Allen. Gives it back to Newman. Jags back on his left. Kicks up the wing. Darcy Cameron waiting for that. And as you heard from Leeds, the pressure was there.
Yeah, young Ed Allen, he just didn't give up.
Cameron short to Nick Dacos. At 11 in the opening term. He's got 4 in this quarter. This will be his 5th. And his 100th game tonight. Perfect kick onto the chest of Ned Long. He can hand it back to Dacos. Keeps on running. Handball to Lipinski. Centre half forward. Kicks to full forward. Membry caught at the back and Haynes picks it off. Takes the intercept mark. Full back for Carlton and goes short to Chera. Inside the defensive 50. 15-point lead for the Blues. They kick 5 in a row either side of quarter time. Collingwood have kicked the last. Long kick all the way out to the boundary line at left half back, and Newman's got it. Taps it short to Smith. Short further afield down the wing. Members side finds Paddy Cripps.
Gets the hand pass away to Jagger Smith. Pulls his kick at the last moment out to Byrne, who marks at left half forward. Has Newman running boundary side. Honours that hand pass and then drives it inside 50 in the pack. And Pitnet was crunched down onto it. Hayward, he might kick it field forward. It's going to work underneath the Carroll. Takes the mark as Rowan Steele was trying to get back to make a presence. And the Blues somehow made that work inside forward 50.
He's playing the wing role pretty well at the moment, young Carroll, isn't he? Just that ability to be on the right side holding that width on the ground. It was young Steele, was it, who got sucked into the contest just trying to come over to support. Pressure was good, but not quite good enough to stop that kick from Will Hayward. Bucks a fortune.
Picked up as a 2025 SSP player. Matt Carroll looking for a second goal in this second quarter. Slightly right of centre. He lathered into it and sprays it to the left-hand side. Windy. And slightly right of centre. The Blues lead by 16 points. 25 minutes gone. Second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So Howe with the kick-out duties. Just goes on a wander outside of the goal square. And now the long kick up to the wing. And Young comes over the top, punches it into the dugout. 41 plays 25. 16-point buffer for the Blues. 2 lead changes in the game. Hayward kicked the first of the night. Pies jumped on top, led by a point at quarter time. And Carlton rounded off 5 consecutive goals either side of the quarter time break. Pies with the last one, which snapped a run of 5 consecutive behinds for Collingwood. 16-point lead for the Blues. From the boundary throwing, Nick Dacos to Pendlebury. Hand pass away to Crisp, who's off and running. Heads down to half forward, turns it over. Steen caught at the back. One-on-one with Wiedering. That's what he does. Saves the day in that back 50 for the Blues. Carlton all in navy with the white monogram. The Pies all in white with the black stripes. Kicks down the wing to a contest. Volleyed out of midair by Long. Picked up, though, by Newman. Floats a hand pass to Chera. Blues back with it. Kicks back on the inside. Back on the 45. Finds McGovern. Hand pass away to Pitternet. Piternet's hand pass back into dispute. Paddy Cripps jumps on top of it. Was Lipinski into his back? No. Pendlebury sweeps it up to Nick Dacos and now out to Howe.
Who sends it out towards Membry. Cowan trying to make up ground. Membry takes the mark. And they get it quickly inside 50. One-on-ones with Steele, the deepest. In the end comes in more to Lipinski. He plays on, edge of the centre square, sends it into the pocket, shoots the target, clears he and Zach Williamson. Here's Wiedering, mopping up once more for the Blues. Kicks to Hayward and Perryman, both had a touch onto it. Perryman gathers it at the last moment, won the contest. Hand pass to Houston, to Lipinski. Back to Perryman, involved once more, left half forward. Tackled as he got his kick away, it goes out on the full. Good pressure from the Blues as Hayward was able to lay the tackle.
I thought he played downfield there, but good pressure.
Did rush in, didn't he?
Yep.
No rain during play. We did have a thunderstorm this afternoon, which broke the temperature, the feel-good weather, which got to 26 today. Switch goes all the way back to Dean, and Dean comes out of defence to Ollie Hollins. There's players just about in every corner of the ground, which you don't often see in the modern game. Kicks in front of the benches to Byrne. Byrne runs onto it, under pressure, turns it over. Half back. Howe's got it for Collingwood. Hand pass away to Maynard. Ground opens up again. Kicks in front of the benches, and McCreary punches it away from Hollins and out of play. So throwing on the wing, you've got players in every single zone.
We've seen some interesting decisions ball in hand here today, aren't we? When the pressure's been okay, but just some interesting choices.
Any swirl factor?
No, I think it must be the wind. It's playing havoc with the brain, hand to foot stuff.
Carlton by 16.
Krebs trying to charge his way forward. That's the only way he knows, the Carlton captain. He's tackled and brought down by big Darcy Cameron with the support of Ned Long, and the umpire will throw it up. Ollie Hollins has gone to Nick Dacos at this stoppage. Slapped down the way of Walsh. He has it ripped away from him by Jack Crisp for Collingwood. Hand pass along, drew an opponent. Hand pass to McCreary. Gets around Dean. Fleet of foot. Chips it over the top of Elliott. Trying to run onto it. Into the goal. Opens up the angle on his left. And hits the post. He had a player down McStay at the top of the goal square. He went for him. Goal himself, and it's that kind of night for Collingwood. Nick Dacos hit the post, having taken toll of a costly error from Ainsworth, and this time it's Jamie Elliott. You normally mark it down in your record. Carlton by 15 points.
Coming off a career year, Jamie Elliott just hasn't got it going in the young season as Williams out at the goal square. Long kick up to the wing on the kick out. Mackay hadn't lost it. Spills out to Long of the Pies. Handball to Nick Dacos to Crisp. Now the handball to McCreary. Still 60 out left half forward. Loads up, bangs it deep to the goal square city end. Spills off the pack. Williams, it'll sit for him in the opposite pocket. Gathers. Has it for the Blues. Short kick to Hayward. Sprawling effort. Can't complete the mark. Membry hands it out to Perryman. Misses two. They've kicked 1 goal, 7. The Pies, their last 8 scoring shots, 1 goal, 7.
What did you say at quarter time, Ball? The Pies can only kick themselves away out of this.
Hey, what? 17 inside 50s to 8 for the quarter. 1-5 to 4-2.
Wiedering quickly into Newman, hugs the boundary line with a kick looking for Harry Mackay, and off hands between he and Jack Crisp. It'll be a throw in.
It's sort of become self-fulfilling now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
For the Pies, their scoring struggles.
Do you know what else is self-fulfilling? Carlton's second halves.
Yeah.
And they're going to be in front again at the long break.
Collingwood playing like a team only scored 39 points last week. Darcy Cameron gets it down. Crisp attacking Jagger Smith. Forces a turnover. Pendlebury tries to stop her at clear. Oh, Byrne taken high. Charging him, McCreary tried to make his intent known, but
not hard to do to get this little fella right.
That's true. As the siren sounds for half-time, Byrne just 174 centimetres, so he's not as short as Caleb Daniel, but certainly got one high there.
Taller than Benny.
Yes, that's true. Right of reply, it's fair. It's not fair. Carlton 4 goals 2 in that second quarter to the Magpies 1-5, and after Collingwood led by a point at quarter time, it's the Blues who lead by 14 points at half time. 6-5-41 to the Magpies, 3-9-27. For the Blues, 2 goals to Brodie Kemp, individuals to Mackay, Ainsworth and Hayward alongside Carroll. And for the Magpies, individual goals to Steen and Mackay, Steen, McStay and McCreary got there in the end. 6 goals to 3. Carlton leading by 14 points at half-time.
We know all the numbers here from a Carlton perspective. 11 times since 2024 they've led at half-time and lost. 13 times in total under Michael Voss. So Voss coaching his 100th game as a Blue tonight. 13 times previously they've led at the main break and lost. 14 points, Carlton's lead at the break, 6-5 to 3-9, so 11 scoring shots to 12 Collingwood's way, and yet the Pies find themselves down by more than 2 goals. The thoughts are Brett Delidio and Luke Ball. It's half-time Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Carlton by 14.
Well, it's probably a case of what if there for Collingwood in that quarter. They absolutely peppered the inside 50s. What was it here? 17 to 8. They had 6 scoring shots. They just weren't able to capitalise ball in. And if they're going to continue to get held up and try and bomb their way in there and just get the ball in, that's just not going to work. That plays into the hands of Haynes and Wiedering, Young when he's down there. But if they're going to move and they got likely shots. They got good shots, but they weren't able to pop them through. Nick Dacos, usually put your house on him running inside forward 50. Perryman probably had the handball over the top. Jamie Elliott last year definitely knocking that through on his left shoe. So Lockie Schultz, dribbling one in.
Yeah. So who's been the better team?
Oh, jeez. Well, I feel like Carlton's pressure and their ability in that first quarter and a half was really good. The second half of that second quarter, they kicked it to anyone.
Yeah.
They could not hit a target. They couldn't handball to a target.
No.
It was just hard to watch.
Yeah. Carlton, we spoke about it at quarter time. When the game opens up and is in space, Collingwood look the more dangerous team. And that's Carlton. We know that's their strength. They need to try and force the kick to the contest more. And they have been, they tackled 22 tackles for the quarter. So they're working close, as it has been all year in recent times, is really good. As good as anyone's. They're strong and they fight through tackles. It's just when the ball gets out into space, you're right, they absolutely butchered it as that quarter went on.
But it spreads like a plague.
Yeah, it really does.
It just goes through the whole side.
Yeah, that's right. It does.
Is it time to pull that lever and throw Jeremy Howe forward? Collingwood had 16 of 19 inside 50s at one stage.
Oh, I think you just get more out of Membry, don't you?
He's the one. Yeah. Membry. And look, Steen's young, battling away. McStay. They need more out of what they've got down there. And I think the problem with doing that, Clinchy, at the other end is Carlton, every time the ball's gone in, they've looked dangerous. Gone into advantage. Like Kent took a strong mark on Howe. Mackay looks dangerous when the ball's in the air, so you take Howe away. It doesn't leave much else in terms of aerial support for Frampton from Collingwood's point of view. So no, I just think they need to the forward coach needs to really get a rocket up.
Yeah.
Membry and McStay, they need to get more out of them. Elliott's trying hard. It's just not working for him at the moment. Likewise, Schultz and McCreary is the one that I thought in that second half of that quarter really went into the middle and got going and gave them some spark and some burst and kicked a beautiful goal himself. That's right. So not at the moment, Clinchy. They're getting enough opportunity. They're just as I said, they need more out of some of their forwards and they need to take a breath, take the responsibility and kick the ball through the big sticks, as easy as that sounds.
Yeah, it's not always that easy, unfortunately.
No, certainly not. But
someone like a Pat Lipinski, right? You know him as being the finisher, the guy they look to give it to outside the 50 mark. Went at 25% disposals right across the board in that second quarter. He's only going at 56 for the whole first half. That suggests to me that either the pressure's too hot in there or it is swirly like Bally suggested a number of times. But, you've got to give credit to Carlton where they have been. Their ability to put pressure on and outnumber at the source has been really good. They've also been getting numbers right back, and then trying to slingshot forward, which has caught Collingwood on the hop a couple of times. So, yeah, I tell you what, if you're going in there as Collingwood, though, you're confident because you know what Carlton's second halves have been. The only problem is Collingwood haven't shown us they can kick a score to actually get over the line.
Yeah. So, averaging 61 points, the Magpies in their losses this year. Carlton averaged 78 on the season. And we know the numbers when it comes to Carlton from their second halves this year. They've won 2 of only 10 second half quarters. So somewhere in the back of their mind, I'm sure that'll be kicking around, even if it hasn't been front and centre as a storyline this week. 14 points, the buffer for the Blues at halftime. There's really nothing to report on the injury front. We'll tell you about the teams for the rest of the weekend on the other side of the latest from the newsroom, plus what else is happening tonight in the world of sport. It is the Baggers by 14 points over their most hated rival Collingwood at halftime here at the MCG. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Let's kick it over to the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, good evening. I'm William Howard Evans. The Prime Minister has cut short his trip to Malaysia to visit the site of the Viva Energy oil refinery fire in Victoria. Here's political reporter Romy Stevens.
Anthony Albanese has been in Malaysia to shore up Australia's fuel supplies amid the global oil crisis triggered by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Off the back of reaching his third agreement with major fuel suppliers in Asia in less than a week, Mr Albanese's announced he's coming home early due to the oil refinery fire in Geelong. The Prime Minister will visit the site tomorrow with Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles and Energy Minister Chris Bowen. Mr Bowen says the refinery continues to produce diesel and jet fuel at reduced levels, with petrol production likely to be most impacted.
The United States has confirmed it's discussing a possible second round of peace talks with Iran following the failure of top-level talks in Pakistan last weekend. More from the BBC's Peter Bowes.
The wider message seems to be that diplomacy is continuing, although there are no immediate signs of any fresh face-to-face talks taking place. This does deviate somewhat from what President Trump said on Tuesday, that fresh rounds of talks could start in Islamabad within 2 days. We know that a delegation from Pakistan is in Tehran as part of Islamabad's mediation efforts, and it is very likely that if these talks resume, that they will be in the Pakistani capital again. But it does appear that there is still quite a bit of work to be done to get there.
Analysis of satellite images and video shows Israeli strikes have destroyed more than 1,400 buildings in southern Lebanon since fighting against Hezbollah militants erupted in March. As access to imagery is limited, BBC Verify says it's likely the true scale of destruction is much higher. Russian missiles and drones have struck the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv and other cities overnight, with officials saying the death toll is now at least 16. 4 people, including a 12-year-old boy, have been killed in a missile strike on a residential area of the capital, and Kyiv's mayor says at least 45 others have been injured. Further attacks in Dnipro and Odessa have taken the overall death toll higher. This resident in Kyiv says he and his girlfriend narrowly escaped injury.
The first attack happened and we covered ourselves with a sheet. Yana told me, let's get up. And I told her, no, let's wait. We waited and the second attack happened. And then everything flew. 3 windows flew there. It's terrible. Thank God we didn't get up. Here, the debris flew a little. We are lucky.
India is considering one of its biggest democratic reforms in decades, a plan to bring hundreds more women into parliament. Lawmakers are debating a bill that would fast-track a 33% quota across national and state legislatures. While there's broad support for increasing female representation, concerns remain over a linked plan to redraw voting boundaries, which could expand parliament and shift political power. Pranita Gupta from the Observer Research Foundation says the move would make India's democracy truly representative.
I think for women like me, it instills a sense of confidence that we can participate in politics and we can be part of a parliament, not only as an exception, but as well as a norm.
A prominent human rights organisation says a growing number of governments are hunting down critics who have fled abroad. A report by Freedom House names China as the worst offender, followed by Vietnam and Russia. Georgia, Afghanistan and Benin are among those listed for the first time. The report has also found Kenya, Tunisia and Uganda are the worst offenders when it comes to detaining and extraditing people who have opposed their respective governments. Anti-protest laws rammed through the New South Wales Parliament are being labelled as a waste of time and money after they were struck down today. They gave police powers to restrict public assembly and were pushed through Parliament on Christmas Eve in the wake of the Bondi terrorist attack. The Court of Appeal has since found the laws are in breach of Australia's Constitution. Tim Roberts from the New South Wales Council for Civil Liberties says that's no surprise.
It's fantastic news for civil society. Quite frankly, it's the decision we thought would happen. These laws were blatantly unconstitutional. The real disappointment here is we had a New South Wales government that, in the face of advice from the parliamentarians and civil society, pursued these laws.
And the Socceroos will wrap up their FIFA World Cup preparations with a friendly against Switzerland in San Diego in the United States. The match will be held on Sunday, the 7th of June, a week before Australia's World Cup opener. ABC News.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
The Blues have transitioned this to half forward. Walsh is on kick into the pocket. Harry Mackay takes the mark. Good side for a left footer as Harry Mackay comes in and gives Carlton a perfect start to the second quarter. Inside 2 minutes and the Blues take the lead. Second lead change of the match.
Out through the wide to Carroll. Got to him on the hop. Ripped into the ground and a heavy tackle by Howe. It's a dangerous tackle, said the umpire.
What's the 50 for? Someone gave a bit of feedback, I reckon.
He's been asked to be a little more constructive with his feedback as Carroll wants it in and pumps it up into the third tier. It's all Carlton. They've kicked the last 5 in the game. Kicks the centre half forward over the head of his intended target. Pendlebury waited for it. Pack forms around him, comes out the back of the pack to Allen. Hand pass to Membry. Handball away to McCreary. McCreary eyes up the sticks. McCreary slots it. It wasn't pretty, but they all count the same. The Pies finally find a way through the big sticks.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It's an incredible scoreline. So Collingwood led this game after their second goal 2-2 to 1-3. So at that stage it was a 5-point buffer for the Magpies. Their scoring since then, they've kicked 1 goal 7 from their last 8 scores, the Magpies. 1 goal 7. On the other side of things, Carlton rattled off 5 in a row at one stage. They're scoring from that point on 5 goals 2, and as a result the Magpies trail at half-time after leading at quarter-time by 1. They're down at the half by 14, so it is Carlton 6-5-41 who lead Collingwood at 3-9 at 27. 14-point buffer for the Blues at the long break. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Your thoughts throughout the night, 0437 774 774. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, Brett Delidio and Luke Ball. Your call team with Ben Cameron down on the boundary. In the NRL tonight, start of a new weekend there, the Manly Seagulls are in action, and the Manly Seagulls are on top at half-time up in Townsville against the Cowboys. So it's the Seagulls who lead at 22-6. Remembering famously, the Seagulls turned on their coach and tipped him out after 3 games in the young season. Now they're starting to put it together under Kieran Foran, their interim coach. So 22-6.
Young coach too, Kieran Foran. He's not long retired, is he?
5 minutes out of the game, and now he's going to coach really more than 3/4 of the season. Yeah. He's going to coach basically a full season.
What a story that'd be if he wins the flag.
As the caretaker. So well done to the Seagulls. They're currently 4th on the table.
Yeah,
they're 16 points up at half-time. You can find that through ABC Listen, by the way, so just look for the green ABC Sport button. VFL's back this weekend, Clinchy, after the state game last weekend. What are we in for on ABC TV?
Yeah, we are going to Coburg City Oval, so as the Coburg side takes on St Kilda, so we might bump into Brendan Goddard, who's coaching the Saints in the VFL, so always a good heartland of the VFL heading out to Coburg. Hopefully we'll bump into Phil Cleary, and we'll see how they go. St Kilda, I mean, the AFL listed sides have proved normally being too strong, but the Saints are struggling this season, so big test for them. So on air from midday on your traditional ABC Channel 2, or available via iView if you can't get that.
You can catch up any time too, so even if you don't catch it live on Saturday afternoon, you can go back and watch the full replay of the VFL back home on ABC TV. The teams for the weekend tomorrow night, Geelong and the Western Bulldogs, Dangerfield Blitzarves and Martin all come into the Geelong team. Myers is out injured, Close has been rested, which means Jake Kolajasny is playing.
There's no Jack Henry, which is Australian. I thought he was managed and would come back in, but obviously Kolajasny played well enough that he stayed in the side.
That's a very good point.
I think it's game 200, isn't it? For Kolajasny as well. So was it Tom Harley who was famously on 199 or 198 for a long time and trying to get those milestones? Geelong in the end tend to find it, and more often than not they're at Cardinia Park. But yeah, Jake Kolajasny gets that milestone after spending a lot of time in the VFL over the last couple of years.
Blitzarves up to 300 games, of course, arguably the most versatile player we've seen in the modern era and the way he's gone about it. For the Bulldogs, there were big watches during the week, so Liberatore's a yes, Richards is a yes, Norton's a yes, English is a no, so no English tomorrow night.
Same ruck duo that got touched up by the Hawks.
Okay,
so they brought in Will Lewis into their forward line to try and bolster.
Yeah, Louis Emmett and I think young Croft is going to be his backup.
Okay.
We'll see how that goes up against whatever Geelong throw at them, which will be Mitch Edwards and all their other versatile types.
The Conning or Blitzards.
Quick headlines from the rest of the weekend. Petrarca and Humphrey both back for the Suns. Noah Anderson's out with illness. He's had a slow start to the young season. Jack Gunston's injured along with Mabior Chol, so neither of the two key forwards will play for the Hawks. Dawson's out for personal reasons. Obviously, the Adelaide captain after the tragic passing of his brother during the week. Meanwhile, the Sydney Swans, they've rested Dane Rampy, so interesting start to the season. He's not going to play in the Sydney derby on Friday night. Leka Leah comes into the GWS lineup, and Brent Daniels, who's spent more time out of the team than he has in it due to injury, has been managed. Canelio and Cadman both out injured, so they're the outs for GWS. And then the Western Derby, so it's a big weekend of sort of crosstown rivalries. We've obviously got the Sydney Derby, we've got Carlton, Collingwood here, and we've got the Dockers and the Eagles out west, the 62nd edition. I think we're still doing the Roman numerals and the count up on the Derby tally. Hayden Young is amongst the ins there, along with Mason Cox, who's in line to make his club debut, while Cripps and Yo are both on the extended ins for the West Coast Eagles. So that brings the curtain down on the weekend on Sunday night, the last game of the round, the Eagles and the Dockers.
Quick little digression. Prince Harry was down at Whitten Oval.
Yep.
Led to believe Tom Liberatore gave him the tour alongside Adam Salor and Matt Kennedy. Our biggest claim to fame throughout your playing career, was there someone they brought down to the club who you can think of who you got the chance to shake hands with?
Well, yeah, I got to play catch with, oh God, I can't even think of his name now. Who's a quarterback?
Cam Newton.
Cam Newton, yeah, that's him. But I got to have...
I'm not an NFL guy, I'm happy with that.
Well done, good shout. I had kicked a kick here on the MCG when Real Madrid came out with Gareth Bale.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was, I was teaching him how to kick the footy. So that was something pretty cool that we got to do.
What about you, Bally?
A really quirky one for maybe our older listeners. I actually was a pallbearer for Graham Kennedy.
Oh,
wow.
Graham Kennedy, the TV great.
Yeah.
I never met him. He was
you never met him,
obviously a Saints supporter. He passed away, and obviously one of the family wishes was, and it was the leadership team, flew to Bowral, where he lived, and carried his coffin out.
Something you never thought you'd do.
Yeah, something a bit different. It just came to me when you said that. Because I was going to. I mean, the Saints famously have Eric Banner and Shane Warne down in the rooms, and I wasn't there the year before I got there. I remember Miranda Kerr popping down to Collingwood training, getting a photo with a few of the boys. But yeah, there you go.
Anyone still with us that you ran into across your football career? I'll leave it with you.
I think Miranda Kerr's with Murph, isn't she?
Rod from
Coachella.
I think so.
Probably.
What about you, Corby? Anyone you can lay claim for?
We had a couple of beers last Sunday, mate.
Ray Chamberlain.
We love Ray.
Give us yours, Quincy.
Well, back when the Media Centre was combined at the Australian Open, you'd often share lifts with Roger Federer and Serena Williams, so it felt a bit out of place. And whether you made small talk or not, they were probably my ones. In terms of sporting, Jennifer Hawkins.
Our best one, Ben Cameron and I were at Macy's in Philadelphia with Allen Iverson, who was there with his, he had his security team at the time, and basically the security guy would shop a couple of racks away from where Alan was, and anyone that got into the perimeter or spotted AI and thought they'd go over and get a selfie, he was pretty quick just to kind of push them away. So that's probably the closest in that neighbourhood. 0437 774 774 if you've got one for us after Prince Harry's appearance out at Whitten Oval during the week. A little taste off the SMS, by the way. Rod from Hobart, so glaringly obvious Collingwood lack a big, tall key forward. Instead of Membry working up the ground, Schultz should be. Forward strategy all wrong from Collingwood, from Rod in Hobart. Bill says Pies' forward 50 entries are hurting them big time. Brendan from Hobart, can someone explain why they let Myercheck go? All for an extra year in his contract. They better get Ben King next year, from Brendan.
That's pressure, isn't it? You get Ben King. Yeah, watch this space, I suppose. They are crying out for a target, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean,
he's their leading goal kicker over the last 4 or 5 years.
It's great to see Brodie Myercheck continue to play. He was pretty banged up last year. We might sort of tend to forget that. He was nowhere near his best. But you're right. But you can only work with who you've got down there. So, they need more out of, as we said, Tim Membry. He's just got to keep working and providing an option. And Dan McStay as well.
King, Walter and Lewis all off contract at season's end as key forwards. Value for money and bang for buck. Who would you want if you were the Pies?
Who was the third one?
Mitch Lewis.
Mitch Lewis?
Oh, Mitch Lewis. Who would I want?
Jed Walter or Ben King?
Oh, you'd be going after Ben King.
But he'll also...
But you've got to pay. So I'd go Walter.
Yep.
I think.
Value for money. All right, second half upon us. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your thoughts throughout the night? Footy's back on. It's Carlton by 14. You with Matt Clinch.
And Pitnet takes it out of the ruck. Can't pass away to Paddy Cripps, who sends a high ball inside 50. Never got to Mackay. Howe from the side made the spoil. Kemp trying to get a hand pass away. Hand pass to Mackay. Hand pass to McGovern for the dream start. Inside 20 seconds. Mitch McGovern had a quiet first half, but he's on the board here. And the Blues extend their lead in the opening minute. They now lead by 20 points. 7-5-47 to Collingwood 3-9-27. Can they hold a lead? That's the question. They've started promisingly. Brett Delidio and Luke Paul with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you're right, Clinchy. You want to beat away those demons. You've got to kick goals and get goals on the board. That gives you more confidence than anything. One thing I found a bit quirky, Ball, and I'm not sure whether you ever did this at half-time. The cameras were in the Carlton rooms. Paddy Cripps was doing a bit of pad work. He was on the mids and had someone on the pads just trying to get a bit of blood flow back and get fired up, ready to go.
I was pre-game on the pads, I didn't mind, but not at half-time. Needed by then try and save as much energy as you can by half-time, but that's a dream start for the Blues out of the centre again.
Hitting that down to Paddy Cripps, gets his arms free, handball away towards Walsh. Carlton again going forward, kicks to centre half forward, looking for McGovern. McGovern went to spoiler and tried to claim the mark as he plucks it. The umpire says no, enough on it from Maynard. And they'll share it back to the umpire, who tosses it up. True centre half forward for the Blues. 20-point game. Carlton on top. Byrne out of traffic. Got it to Chera. Sells the dummy around Pendles. Chera's kick misses. Out to the left and behind.
Oh, a little taste of the own medicine there. Scotty P.
He's sold it to a few over the years, hasn't he?
Yep.
21 points, equal game high, Carlton's way.
Maynard into Houston. Collingwood happy to get their hands onto it. Kick up towards Cameron. Spoiled away by Pitnet. At the back, Wiedering gathers for the Blues. Hand pass to Newman. Surrounded by two Pies. Back to Wiedering. Dribbles a kick up the wing. It'll work for Carroll. He runs onto it on the left boot. Beautiful poke kick to the top of the 50 where Ainsworth takes the mark. He wants to give it off. Down low. Kemp just got his fingertips underneath. Sort of an odd choice given everyone had stopped, but Kemp was leading up in front of Maynard and he marks 20 metres closer to goal. Slightly right of centre and 25 metres out.
Well, there was no one on the mark. So a real breakdown from the Collingwood back six there, and well done by Jacob Wiedering. A couple of big contest wins here on the wing to get the ball back going Carlton's way. But yeah, Nick Dacos and Scotty Pendlebury himself just peeled away from Ben Ainsworth there and left the easy channel. Lead-up kick for Brodie Kemp. Really should kick this.
2 goals so far in the match. Brodie Kemp looking for his third. And a couple of quick goals for the Blues as he sprays it to the right-hand side, leaning back. And a minor score. Carlton by 23 points. As Paddy Cripps started the third quarter on the bench, you wonder where the boxing mitts coming out and the intent getting the first 2 clearances of the third quarter. Carlton by 22.
Carlton poor in front of the 6 to start the season, ranking bottom 4 in accuracy. As Pendlebury marks the kick out, goes wide to Maynard, kicks it down the line. Carroll put himself in front of McStay and Allen and spills it out of play, but courageous effort by the young Blue, and Wiedering picks him up, gives him a pat on the backside. As you said, leads you right the cut of his jib. The way he goes about it, young Carroll.
Yep. Good wing roll player.
He's running with Dacos here from the boundary throw-in. That's Nick from the boundary throw-in. No clean possession. Eventually picked up by Walsh. Shakes free of the tackle. Gives it to Cripps. Hooks a kick inside 50. Mackay competes. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Kemp goes and gets it. Ushers a hand pass out off his knees. Only as far as Allen with the Magpies, though. Gives it to Pendlebury. Still at half-back. Hand pass away to Maynard, to Perryman, to Lipinski. Lifts it over the top to Allen. Shoots a hand pass inside. Bursts through the hands of McCreary. Pitternet goes and gets it. Carlton now back with it. To Chera. Hand pass laterally finds Ainsworth. Kicks down to half forward. It's a good kick. And Kemp marks just outside the 50. Dabs it further afield. And Evans reaches up and takes it in that channel at right half forward.
Their ability now to hit targets has been on show at the start of this third quarter. The Blues just been able to get their hands on the footy, much like the second quarter, wasn't it? The Pies just couldn't get their hands on it in the contest or be able to get it back off the Blues. Started really well in this second half.
It's a big kick, really, to capitalise on their dominance here early in the third.
An extender game high lead. Evans from the set shot. Barely got the distance. In fact, he doesn't. It's marked on the behind line by Cameron. Collingwood back with it. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just some byplay in back play. So Nick Newman getting stuck into Bo McCreary, suggesting he might have just ducked his head a little bit in a marking contest.
Ramsden turns it over out of defence. Cowan takes the intercepting mark. Inside 50, the Blues once more. Mackay has 3 to compete against. And would you believe it, they've given away a free kick. Mackay was held. Will take the free kick in the left forward pocket. He's only about 20 metres out from goal. It's Darcy Cameron trying to get back to help, but had an arm across the key forward.
As soon as you put that arm around, it's a sure sign there for the umpire to pay that free kick. So I understand trying to get body contact on and be aggressive, but put an arm around, pay the price.
6 inside 50 to none to start the third quarter. Harry Mackay looking to make it count, and he misses. So 1 goal 3 through the opening 5.5 minutes of this third quarter. The Blues have had 4 clearances. They've been inside 50 6 times. Collingwood haven't got it past halfway. 23-point lead the Blues way.
The Blues have got an opportunity to break Collingwood here, to really take their opportunities early in this third term. And
it's Lasso.
In the end, a long kick out to half-back. Darcy Cameron spills the mark and then inadvertently soccers it out of bounds. So free kick for Paddy Cripps. The margin at the moment, a game high 23 points, but as Clinchy said, 1 goal 3 in the quarter. Some gettable set shots go begging. Cripps lays it up to full forward and Darcy Cameron picks it off. Intercept mark at fullback for the Magpies. 7-8 to 3-9. Carlton by 23. Short to Howe, short kick to Anderson. Angus Anderson at half-back. Long kick to the wing. To a genuine one-on-one. McStay and Wiedering. McStay had a fair piece of it. Couldn't complete the mark. He gobbles around off a couple of shins. Spills to Jack Crisp. Tried to fend off. Almost mowed down. Got a kick away inside 50. Haynes intercepts for the Blues. Gives it to Ainsworth. Handball away to Dean. Dean kicks looking for Wiedering and he marks. Full stretch at half-back. Pokes the kick down the wing to Walsh. Blues are out again here. Takes on Perryman. Just sidesteps his way around him and does the same to young Hayes. Walsh inside 50 to turnover. Taken by Howe off half-back for the Pies.
Away, a 50-metre penalty for that dangerous tackle in the first half to Nick Dacos. To Maynard, a finger tipper. Can't hang on to it. Carroll slaps it out to Evans. Maynard, brilliant competing. Got it out to Houston with a tap to the hand pass at Pendlebury. Still fighting for it, Carroll. Showing good endeavour. He wins the footy back for the Blues. Hand pass to Ainsworth. Got a shove as he kicks it up towards Kemp. Wide of him. And Howe gathers for the Collingwood side. Reels into the middle of the ground. A bullet pass that just cleared Evans. Marked by Anderson on the back edge of the centre square. He kicks across half-back where Josh Dacos takes the mark. Hand pass to Perryman. Here goes Collingwood. He looks up to half-forward. Asks for McStay to lead up. And he marks in front of Dean. He's still 2 kicks out from goal, though. About 60 from home. Looks laterally for Pendlebury. Missed him. Turns it over. Chera takes it for Carlton.
That kick's not good either. Up and under. Knocked away by Maynard. Into the path of Walsh. Now Blues back with it. Pitternet to Ainsworth by hand. Out to Newman. Newman kicks into space, but not a great kick for McGovern. Howe's got a few to beat. Howe wins it anyway. He dishes it off by hand to Frampton. Handball to Darcy Cameron. Back to Houston. Short kick laterally to Lipinski. And all of a sudden, the next goal in this game feels significant. Carlton by 23. Off half-back, Perryman collects on the bounce. Gives it to Josh Dacos. Kicks in the middle of the ground. Finds Jack Crisp. His kick slides to centre half forward. Membry under the pump. Hand pass deeper forward. Elliott runs onto it. Elliott turns and goes. What the Pies needed. Can Elliott be the fire starter? Collingwood with just their 4th of the night, 4-9-33. Carlton 7-8-50. Now the Blues have left some chances out there early in the third. We're 9 minutes into the quarter. Carlton by 17. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I tell you what, the lead up to that goal, you're not going back to watch that ever. You're burning it. You're not. That's
commentator's nightmare.
Apart from Jamie Elliott actually knocking it through. That was just turnover, missed kicks. Blokes are out all by themselves and a dribble along the ground. Adam Chera kicks it into the back of Sam Walsh and it goes straight up the chimney. My goodness, that was just a comedy of errors, wasn't it? But I tell you what, that finish at the end was actually pretty handy.
Can they get him going?
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so, for Jamie's sake.
Just every now and then it feels like 13th versus 16th, and Elliott on instinct there. Nick Dacos in the middle of the ground, gets a hand pass away. Steele, hand pass to Long, kicks up towards half forward. Keeping his feet was Hayes, trying to knock it forward. Haynes comes crashing in. Ron Steele gets a hand pass away to Elliott, chips it into the pocket, and Hayes latching back, takes the mark in the right forward pocket. He's heading in against the boundary, Will Hayes. Western Australia might have to have the shot on goal now.
Good clearance win. All of a sudden they're getting some run off half back, getting some overlap, and you're right, can that get Jamie Elliott going? Beautiful finish. Now he sets up young Hayes. He's had a pretty quiet night. He's trying hard, he's working hard, just hasn't fallen for him yet. These are the half chances that you've got to take as a small forward.
56-24 in for DeGoey, and Sidebottom puts it at the top of the goal square. Big rise from Steen, crashing through the pack, and it's stuck inside the goal square with Elliott over the top and Walsh over the top of him. Just metres out from the Collingwood goal.
Does launch at the footy, doesn't he, Big Oscar? I love it.
Right. Up it goes. Ruck Sherrod down. Knocked on a second time. Sam Walsh for the Blues. Hands it back to Williams. Get out of here. Kick to half back.
Oh, it's a big win.
Huge mark. Just edges Houston underneath the footy and takes it. And young Taylor Byrne, the youngest player on the ground, the 18-year-old. Ships it down the wing. Finds Ainsworth. Just on that, by the way, Taylor Byrne is 1 day younger. 1 day than Harry Dean. So literally born a day apart. The two Blues draftees out of last year's national draft. Goes short to Kemp. Kemp for the Blues, out further wide to Carroll. And marks against the boundary line right half forward. 17-point lead for the Blues. Runs around to his left. This kicks one himself. Turns it over Cole. And at the drop, Hayes takes the intercept mark. The only teenager out there for the Pies at centre-half back.
He swings it out towards Darcy Cameron and Jamie Elliott. The Blues are doing some good work blocking inside their forward 50. The kick never got there. Cameron inboard to Perryman, who marks in front of Elijah Hollins and chips it to Pendlebury. And 430 tonight, just two behind Boomer. Swings it out towards Josh Dacos, and he opens up play on the members' side. Hand pass to Quainer, takes a bounce as he runs away from the Carlton defence. Up towards Schultz and Dean. Schultz leads him up to the footy. He marks outside 50 though. Membry's the deepest target. He's played on, stepped off his line, cuts around Dean, goes forwards to goal mouth, kicks it like a bag of wheat, and the intercepting mark is taken by Zach Williams. In the right back pocket, he switches it back to Florent. He can kick it out to Wiedering, who has it in the left back pocket.
I hope the Prince is not here.
The Blues playing to get back in the season. And Collingwood likewise. Both teams desperate to try and get a win to steady up their early campaigns in 2026. Pies on a 2-game losing skid. Collingwood and Carlton, meanwhile, have lost their last 3.
You get Andrew Dillon on the phone. He's like, no, we can do better than that. Come back another one.
Walsh goes short to Florent, defensive side of the wing. Maybe if you squint, there's a wildcard team in there somewhere, Lids. High bomb down to half forward. Mackay runs to the front of the pack, takes the mark for Carlton. Man on the mark, slow to get up. Mackay turns, bangs it deep into the pocket. Kent got hands to it, can't complete the mark, and Quaynor knocks it out of play. So throw in forward pocket for Carlton, kicking to the city end. 17-point lead for the Blues. 13 minutes gone in the third. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. She's tough going at times tonight.
The Blues had the first 6 inside 50s. Cameron got rid of Louis Young. Spills out the way of Chera, trying to get it back to Young. Tackle went on in possession. Umpire waves play on. Nick Dacos gathers for Collingwood. Back to Pendlebury. Trying to find an avenue out of defence. Hand pass to Long and now to Houston. Opens up for him at left half back. Kicks out to Schultz. And it leads up from half forward and marks at half back. Comes back inboard for Dan Houston. Carlton by 17 points. Collingwood just stagnant in their ball movement. Kicks it up the wing. Long marks. Chips it laterally to Schultz, trying to keep the ball in motion. No one stands on the mark. Schultz looks inboard. Now concedes down the line. Jack Crisp will mark. He's at left half forward. It's a slow build-up.
Game number 268 on the trot tonight for Jack Crisp. And to Pendlebury. He's up the game 4:30. Goes all the way back to Frampton. Long kick out to the wing. Other side. That's southern side. Taken by Josh Dacos. Lifts a hand pass away to Howe. He kicks down to half forward. He's got young Hayes on the boundary line and he marks. Immediately wants to roll around Hayes decides to get back on his preferred foot, kicks to full forward. Membry the target, not to be, spills down to Florent, pushed off his kick by Steele. Dean scoops it up, hand pass away to Elijah Hollins. His kick smothered, close to the boundary line, doesn't go out. Umpire says spin it in. Just on that, by the way,
Elijah Hollins.
We have not called tonight.
He's on duck eggs.
That is incredible. As soon as I called his name, I thought that is the first time I've said it, and sure enough, that's the first involvement we've seen from Elijah Hollins. Played well last week against the Crows.
Thrown in, Darcy Cameron slaps it over the back for Collingwood, but Florent read it best. Hand pass to Walsh, here go the Blues. Ainsworth hand pass over the top of Hayward. Houston wins it for Collingwood. Hand pass to Steele to Josh Dacos. Centre forward. And a Schultz who came charging in. Lucky not to give away 50 against Zach Williams.
He was. Who can make the least amount of mistakes at the moment.
It's got that sort of feel about it, doesn't it? Zach Williams swings it out to halfback. Cowan takes the mark. As Haynes running shotgun, ignores him, takes the bounce, and misses Elijah Hollins with a hand pass that goes out of play. You know, the Prince might be thinking, some of my skills weren't that bad in hindsight.
Should check on the weather down there, Ben. How's the swell factor?
I thought that swell impacted that handball out of bounds, Bally.
You're understanding. Have a look at the flags, Ben. Look up. On the flags, they're going nuts.
I've even called in the members sitting behind me, and they told me it's not windy down here, Bally.
I saw someone's fake hair fly off before me.
That's why we got the boundary right. He's down there in the elements. Our man Benny Cameron as Josh Dacos got it from brother Nick. Short kicked along. 17-point lead for the Blues. 16 gone in the third. And Long is just going to pump it deep inside a crowded forward 50 to the top of the goal square. Off hands. Spills down to Darcy Cameron. Got a kick away to Membry. Membry puts it through on the goal line. And that might be the surest way home for the Pies. Kicks it from 2 metres out. Back-to-back goals for Collingwood, and Carlton's lead trimmed to 11. Carlton 7-8-50. Collingwood 5-9-39. 16 and a half gone in the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Brett Delidio.
Well, it's just something out of nothing. We've spoken about it. And the one thing you can control, so this time it's just a deep entry from Ned Long. Nice deep kick to the hot spot there.
Which hasn't
Darcy
worked.
Cameron, no, it hasn't, you're right. Darcy Cameron playing the role of the rover, just squeezing a kick over the top, and well read by Tim Membry, whose opponent really went to sleep, it must be said. And he snuck out the back and kicked an easy goal. So just starting to get into the game. The Collingwood forwards, Jamie Elliott, Membry, Schultz has had a better 5 minutes. Tide starting to turn.
Back-to-back goals for the Magpies for the first time since the first quarter. Back in the middle of the ground, Steen one down the tap against Young, who then goes to work, trying to get support to Zach Williams. Here's a chance for Ned Long. Kicks a high up and under kick to half forward. Cameron tries to punch it down. Racing after it. Florent, free kick Collingwood's way. And Darcy Cameron's going to take it, top of the 50.
Old tug of the arm, Lewis Young. Too obvious. They've been red hot on that tonight, both ways.
He waits for options, and Steele leads up and he marks. He's only about a couple of metres closer to goal. Hand pass to the runner, Josh Dacos. Kick is smothered by Elijah Hollins. Ricochets out to Jagger Smith. Trying to get a hand pass away. Knocks it to Newman. To Dean. Under pressure. Gets it back to Smith. A clearing kick out towards Kemp. Howe goes for a ride on his back. It's not the vintage Howe standards. He only got a quarter of the way up, but a good mark.
Goes laterally to McCreary, who marks in the middle of the ground. 11-point lead for the Blues.
Poor kick.
Kicks laterally to Perryman, punched away by Byrne. Perryman at the drop, got it. Handball to Allen, caught. Dispossessed, Lipinski jumps on top of it. Collingwood back with it. Handball to Perryman. His hand pass looking for Anderson. In the end, Cripps jumps on top of it for the Blues. Attracts a crowd. It's only Carlton players in the bottom of that pack, holding the ball. Clever by the Magpies.
Two of them on there.
The only two guys in the bottom of that pack were Florent and Cripps. All the Collingwood players stood back, and after they'd had plenty of time to get it out, the two Blues.
Well, they look a bit tired, don't they? All of a sudden, fatigue. That's the actions of a tired. Oh gosh.
Wow. Gee, Anderson's kicked as high as the floodlights.
He fell over.
Taken by Kemp, who marks at centre half back for the Blues.
He fell over as he kicked that.
Took him off his feet.
The wind's that strong.
Kemp goes laterally, that's no good. Steele breaks it up and then inadvertently sends it out of play. Lasso last disposal, free kick Carlton. An error-riddled game. It's an 11-point lead for the Blues, approaching time on in the third.
Can we get a camera on Harry? Where is he?
Nick Newman long up the wing in front. No mark claimed in the end by Elijah Hollands as he tries to tap it out. Perryman lays the tackle and the umpire will ball it up on the wing. Carlton by 11 points. 7-8-50 to Collingwood 5-9-39. The Pies with 2 straight to the Blues 1-3 in this third quarter. Rowan Steele goes racing after it, shovels out a hand pass to Josh Dacos. To Long against the boundary line, back to Steele, awkward bouncing ball. It gathers. Jagger Smith takes it for the Blues, gets it back to Newman. He just squeezed the kick up the wing. Cameron comes in from the side, can't juggle the mark against Cripps. It spills out the way of Josh Dacos of Collingwood. Inboard to Lipinski, spoiled away by Pittman at the last moment. Hayward gathers, hand pass to Florent, his former Sydney teammate, gives it back to Hayward. Back edge of the centre square, long kick over the head of Byrne, a beautiful kick. It just put it out into space and racing back. Marks in front of Quainer, and he is within distance. Out to the right.
Great kick.
45 metres out, and boy, did we need that.
I would have thought you could drop punt and you can actually find a chance.
That stand out, that kick. Oh, goodness.
Get some penetration.
55-metre, beautiful kick. And it was just a space, wasn't it, from Hayward? And in the end, young Byrne, who's been pretty good. He's had some big moments, hasn't he?
Yep. Got out the back of Quaynor.
What a kick this is now for the 18-year-old. The Pies have booted the last 2 goals of the match. They need someone to stand up and fight the tide. Byrne veers out to the left, stays out to the left. It's not coming back, and will it scrape in for a score? It will, just in for a minor score. Carlton's lead is 12 points at the 21-minute mark of the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I don't need to remind Carlton fans, 7 times under Michael Voss in 100 games they've led at 3-quarter time and not come away with the 4 points. And they're hanging on to the, what is it, a 12-point buffer here. Rowan Steele off the back flank, spots Josh Dacos, who marks, kicks it long to brother Nick, slides through to little champ at high half forward. Walls close in as Williams comes to get him. Hand pass back to Josh, tumbles a kick down to half forward. Anderson under pressure, coughs it up. Williams for the Blues to Ollie Hollands. Tumbles a kick back down the wing, picked up here by McGovern, runs away from Howe, kicks in the middle of the G. Byrne out to Meadows. Did he get a shove in the back? Yes. Advantage applied as Smith takes it. Kicks out in front of Mackay. Collects on the bounce. Hand pass away to Evans. Evans hooks it to full forward. McGovern marks. Plays on. Pops it up into the top deck. Carlton with a bit more breathing room. McGovern with a couple. And the Baggers with a 3-goal lead. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Carlton 8-9-57, Collingwood 5-9-39, 22 gone in the third. Luke Ball, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Again, they did their best to try and muck that up. It was, they won the ball back and done it really well. McGovern's gone for a little left foot poking pass inside the middle of the ground. And it's just lucky they had their numbers there, but it was probably Evans who, just managed to get that ball back after, Jagger Smith, Harry Mackay leading Frampton out. After they taking advantage of that kick, Frankie Evans getting it over the top to McGovern, who worked hard after being in the middle of the ground and put that nearly to the third tier.
McGovern joins Kemp as the multiple goal kickers for the Blues. Back in the middle of the ground, Long gets the clearance for Collingwood, hand pass to Anderson, hacks a bouncing ball inside 50, getting onto it Newman for Carlton, feeds the hand pass back to Louis Young, out of defence up to the wing. Frankie Evans had cleared him, and Quainer takes the intercepting mark for Collingwood. The Blues by 18 points, 2-4 to Collingwood's 2 straight in this third quarter. Maynard links up for Collingwood, sends it out wide for Perryman, who tries to find a good avenue, and leading up McStay marks. He's just inside 50, out to the right, leaving Wiedering in his trail.
First time really, isn't it? It feels like, well, one of a few times anyway that he's been able to get some good separation. Dan McStay. He's had to go far and wide for it. It's going to be a tough kick, but right pocket for a left footer. He'll take his best.
The 30-year-old Collingwood recruited him, hoping he could be one of their key forwards. Here he is from right on 50. It's a good-looking kick, and it's straight through the middle. Living up to the expectation. He puts through his second, and Collingwood answer immediately back. Back to a 12-point ball game. Carlton 8-9-57 to Collingwood 6-9-45. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, it was pretty well done there by the Pies, wasn't it? They were just patient across the middle of the ground, back into the middle, long to Maynard running past, and there's a little chip wide to Perryman, but no one really came at Perryman and just gave him that open kicking lane. So he had time to assess his options, which gave McStay the chance to actually get that separation, which he hasn't been able to do on Wiedering. Nice pass from Perryman and a great finish from McStay out there, as you call, Bully. Right side for a left footer. Knocked it through from 50.
Has Elijah Holland's not been playing as much? Like, is he more on the bench than...
No, he's out there. He's running around.
Pitternet grabs it out of the ruck. Quick kick forward for the Blues. Knocked away by Quaynor into the path of Carroll. Carroll sends the Blues back inside 50. Mackay has it knocked away from him by Frampton. This is a live footy on the deck inside Carlton's forward 50. They all pile in on top of it. Perryman's on the bottom of the pack and he's penalised. Holding the ball. Free kick for the Blues at centre half forward.
Yeah, you can see what was happening there, Bally, couldn't you? He wanted to get that ball back and away from Evans, and then he lifted his legs to try and tunnel ball to get it out, but Evans did such a great job of being able to lock that ball in. There's not a chance that ball was coming out. Once you dive on it, it doesn't come out. Trouble, as you call.
They've missed some chances. 2 goals, 4 in the quarter so far for the Blues. Can Frankie Evans snatch his moment here to get it back to 3 goals? The kick from Evans is superb. Straight through it goes. The Baggers back out by 18 points. 26 gone in the third. Carlton with a handy buffer. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, just on Elijah Holland, 78% game time, Corbin. So he's just come to the bench at the moment, but he has been out there for the lion's share of it. And as you guys have made mention of, unfortunately, duck eggs across the board for Lige tonight.
That is incredible. Like, given how well he played last week and how well he started the season, that 78% of the game through 3 quarters hasn't had a single disposal.
Yeah, wow. I've been through a quarter. I don't remember whether... I certainly did my absolute best to try and make sure it didn't go into the next quarter, that's for sure, Bally.
The small forwards of the Carlton are looking dangerous now, aren't they? Some characteristic mistakes too from Quaynor and Perryman that time.
Evans becomes the 7th individual goal kicker as Jagger Smith charging in one direction, Anderson the other. They bounce off each other, spills out to Haynes, back edge of the centre square, kick down low, Quaynor sliding in, tackle by Evans, somehow comes clear. Smith gets a hand pass away, Pitnet now to Walsh, driving kick inside 50. Kemp got his hands to it, couldn't hang on to it, tries to slap it back to Mackay, getting back Maynard for Collingwood, chips it up towards Nick Dacos, Smith in from the side, couldn't get a hand onto it, Dacos in game 100, feeds it back to Ed Allen, he looks long up the wing, trying to get it to Elliott, Haynes in front, Haynes almost juggles the mark, Elliott just did enough, Zach Williams slipped over trying to get a hand pass back, Elliott gets a little toe poke onto it, Anderson outnumbered, and in the end it's well worked by Cripps, gets it to Haynes, his kick is a turnover though, as Jack Cripps for Collingwood takes the mark.
Chris back inside 50, Memory leaps up, no mark, spills out the back, Anderson, she bangs bodies very hard with Hayward and all of that, clearing kicks picked off, Houston gives away the 3 to shove in Ainsworth, and that'll do us 3 quarters, and Carlton ended up winning the turn, and they extend what was a 14-point lead at half-time to 18 at 3-quarter time, and Carlton fans, we're back here again. Carlton 9-9-63, Collingwood 6-9-45. It's a 3-goal buffer for the Blues at 3-quarter time. The goal kickers for Carlton, 2 each for McGovern and for Kemp, and then singles for Mackay, Ainsworth, Hayward, Carroll and Evans. Meanwhile for Collingwood, 2 goals for Dan McStay and then singles for Elliott, Steen, McCreery and Membry. Beautifully set up. Hi ABC Sport, I'm John from West Footscray. I missed the bounce down in the game. The AFL is just destroying the love of the game, talking about the fact he misses the bounce of the ball.
I'm not with you on that one, John, from West Footscray.
I'm with you, John. I'm with you, Lids. It doesn't ruin my enjoyment, John, I must admit, in what we see. SMS for best 100 games, and from Launceston nominates Peter Matera. Norm Smith medal winning, of course, great from the West Coast Eagles. And Marcus in South Melbourne, watching Nick Dacos and Sam Walsh go head-to-head is worth the price of entry alone. 2 best players in the game, daylight second. I'm half with you, Marcus, on that. And
half with you, yeah, 50% there.
It's not the Sam Walsh half, as nice as he is.
We're through 3 quarters here. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Brett Delidio coming up next. 1 quarter to play. The Baggers in front again through 3. They're up by 18 points. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Look at me. Anne Edmonds, Kitty Flanagan, Magda Zabansky, and so many more.
Good morning, everyone.
No one cares. In comedy gems like Fisk, Kath and Kim, and Bad Company.
This is fun. No, thank you.
Comedy that leaves an impression. ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Pitnet takes it out of the ruck. Hand pass away to Paddy Cripps, who sends a high ball inside 50. Never got to Mackay. Howe in from the side made the spoil. Kemp trying to get a hand pass away. Hand pass to Mackay. Hand pass to McGovern for the dream start. Inside 20 seconds. Mitch McGovern had a quiet first half, but he's on the board here.
All of a sudden, the next goal in this game feels significant. Carlton by 23. Off halfback, Perryman collects on the bounce. Gives it to Josh Dacos. Kicks in the middle of the ground. Finds Jack Crisp. His kick slides to centre half forward. Membry under the pump. Hand pass deeper forward. Elliott runs onto it. Elliott turns and goes. What the Pies needed. Can Elliott beat the fire starter? Hand pass away to Evans. Evans hooks it to full forward. McGovern marks, plays on, pops it up into the top deck. Carlton with a bit more breathing room.
Sends it out wide for Perryman, who tries to find a good avenue, and leading up at stay marks. He's just inside 50, out to the right, leaving Wiedering in his trail. 30-year-old Collingwood recruited him, hoping he could be one of their key forwards. Here he is from right on 50. It's a good-looking kick, and it's straight through the middle. Living up to the expectation. He puts through his second. Collingwood answer immediately back.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Here we are again. Carlton with a 3-goal buffer through 3. 1 quarter to play. 9-9 plays 6-9. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the action. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. This is Luke Ball, the Premiership Pie, and the All-Australian #1 pick, Brett Delidio, with their take to 3-quarter time.
Excuse there, Corb. It's been that sort of game. Slipping over your own tongue, but
clangers everywhere.
Gee, that was a hard watch, that quarter, Liz, wasn't it? I mean, let's start with the effort and the intent is there. And if you're a Carlton supporter, I don't think you can question that. And that really hasn't been the knock on them, has it?
No.
We've spoken about when the ball is in a contest, you can tell their effort was really good. They had some terrific efforts across the board too from both senior and young players there in key moments. And in the end, that's what gives them the lead and the opportunity to win the game, because their ability to execute then across the board largely, both in front of goal and just with basic skills across the ground, is the thing that's letting them down a little bit. But then it caught on, because Collingwood had kicked the ball pretty well in the first quarter and a half, not for goal, but in general play. They started to fumble the pill and make mistakes as well, and then it became, who wants to handle it with some sort of care and give themselves a chance to score. And it wasn't a pretty quarter at all. But in the end, no damage done. You felt like when Elliott kicked the goal, and then they followed up with a goal after that to Memory. You thought, okay, maybe they're going to start to turn the tide. But then again, some key contests were won. Young Frankie Evans has been involved in a couple. He sets up Mitch McGovern for his goal, and then goes back and kicks one himself, and their 3 goals. They hold that three goal lead into 3-quarter time. So
it was the start of the quarter for mine. I feel like they couldn't get their hands on it early. Carlton went bang bang, and then they're -10 in contested possession and -5 in clearance. That's what Carlton need to do to beat up on Collingwood in this game, despite all the skill errors. But their endeavour is there. They're trying to. They just lack that polish to finish their work, don't they? Unfortunately, but.
So let's see now if McRae does spin the magnets around a bit, or does he stick with his charges and make the point that we know Carlton have been in this position a lot, in the early part of this season, and let's see if we can really put them to the test early and see if we can try and get those demons to come out in the blue jumpers.
So what role does that play here? Is it
I think it's there.
Intangible?
Yeah, no doubt. I think it's there.
Or get the first one and she's on.
Yeah, we spoke AFL Saturday last week, Corb, about the mental versus the physical side of it. Clearly, there's a physical side of it. Some of them, struggle to continue to cover the ground like they are. But then, can they adjust the game? Can they maintain possession for a bit? take the sting out of the game and go on and win it.
Ben Cameron on the boundary, Ben.
I think to his credit, you wouldn't know that Elijah Hollands hasn't touched it. I mean, he's quite eccentric in sort of his movements around the ground, but he's encouraging his teammates, slapping them on the back. You wouldn't know.
18 points, the Blues lead. Final term underway. Nick Dacos soccers it forward. Schultz hands it to Chris. Handball to Nick Dacos. Gives it to Darcy Cameron. Hooks a kick across the body to the goal line. Nice work, Haynes. Spoils. Still alive. Nick picks it up on the line and goals. In game 100. The best 100-game set we may have ever seen. Starts the Pies scoring in Q4. And Collingwood back within 2 straight kicks. Collingwood 7-9-51. Carlton 9-9-63. 37 seconds gone, final term. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Wow, he got the centre clearance, just soccering it off the ground. Fed the ball up, got it back. But then just continued to run. And that's what I talk about at the start of the game. His work rate and wants to impose himself on the game. He went all the way to the goal line. Sure enough, the harder I work, the luckier I get. What happens? It lands in your lap. You're able to turn around and bang one through. We spoke about getting that first one and put the Demons inside the Blues players' heads. Well, we've got to win this clearance, Carlton.
They're back there again, aren't they? Steen up against Pitnett. Collision there as charging in. Steen down low and Chera trying to win the footy.
So the game's crying out for class, isn't it? And the Nick's the obvious one. Walsh stays with him. He's got the match-up. It's going to be a fascinating last quarter.
Pitnett won it down. Walsh trying to take on the tackler. He's penalised. And Anderson will win the free kick for Collingwood. The Blues led by 22 points at three-quarter time against North Melbourne. Lost by 10. Only kicked 2 goals to North Melbourne 7. Led by 12 points against the Demons. The D's came rattling home, won by 23. Inside the attacking 50 for Collingwood. Cameron's there. Spoiled down to the front. Chera tackled by Jack Chris. The umpire crosses himself and will ball it up 30 metres out from the Collingwood goal. Carlton's lead is 12 points. Thrown aloft. Pitnett wins down the tab against Cameron. Ollie Hollands gets a hand pass out looking for Walsh. Here's Nick Dacos again. Tackle by Walsh. Hand pass to Chris. Gets the hand pass away. Steal across his body. Long to the goal square. Rising up. Almost Oscar Steen. Can't take the mark. Carroll gets a hand pass out. Haynes on the last line to Wiedering.
Wiedering with a get out of here kick to half back. Camped underneath at Penderbury. Quaynor puts his fist through it into the path of Jack Crisp. Hands it back to Josh Dacos. High bomb right to the goal line of mark. And a little nudge from Oscar Steen. He hangs onto it. Young Dean hit the deck. And Oscar Steen marks outside the goal square 5 metres out.
Well, just a couple of panic kicks, wasn't it? The pressure from Collingwood's gone up. And now it's up to Carlton to be able to stand up to it. He's been aggressive in his attack on the footy, big Oscar Steen.
First 2 centre bounces, he's jumped in and then he's pushed forward here and almost took the mark before it.
He squeezes it through. Steen goals and the Pies are knocking on the door. 9-9 to 8-9. And just like that, 3 minutes into the final term, Carlton's 18-point lead has evaporated. It's down to 6. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Brett Delidio.
That ability just to get the ball out of the clearances out of the centre bounce. Initially it was Walsh tried to drive his legs and get out of there, didn't he? But it was a big tackle from Anderson. And they just fought and scrapped. And finally got it back through Wiedering. Big dump kick out. Big fist from Quaynor. But then it was just Oscar Steen standing tall, big body on young Harry Dean. Can't put the blame on a first year up against the second, third, fourth year up.
13 disposals of 5. Collingwood have put in 2 goals. Cripps, Chera, Walsh is in there. Steen up against Pitnett. It spills out the way of the Blues. Smith is over the top of the footy. Eventually it does come clear. Cripps tries to barge his way through. Anderson on the bottom. Penderbury out to Nick Dacos. Here they go again. Inside 50 over the fingertips of Elliott. Racing back Wiedering. Gets there first in front of McStay. Kicks for Carlton up the wing. Turns it over. Owen Steele marks for Collingwood at left half forward.
24-year-old. Reloads for the Pies. Kicks to the hot spot. 2 Blues collide in the air. At the drop, Hayes, the youngest Magpie with the goal. Scores level. It's taken only 4.5 minutes. And the Blues' 3-goal lead is gone. Scores level at 63 apiece. And Will Hayes, in his 4th game,
kicks his first goal of the young season. 9-9 to 9-9. Thursday night footy on ABC.
Now I know why Murph's in Coachella.
Well, we mentioned Nick Dacos, who's clearly lifted this quarter, but it's been the young brigade. Oscar Steen in the ruck, jumped up again, followed up, aggressive tackle, and then the long ball in, panic from the Carlton defenders. Ollie Florent spoils his teammate there, Nick Haynes, and young Will Hayes, who has worked hard. We spoke about that. Opportunities are hard to come by for small forwards. Keep presenting and it'll come for you.
Steen out the middle to Nick Dacos. 5-0. The clearance is inside 50 once more for Collingwood. McCreary on the bounce, ducks the tackle. Half pass to Cameron. Half pass to Lipinski. Curls it on his left. Wienering on the goal line. Gets a hand to it.
That would have been big.
They are an avalanche, Collingwood at the moment. And for Carlton, it's stage fright all over again. And the Pies take the lead with that behind at the 6-minute mark of the final term. For Carlton fans, it's happening again.
Less than 6 minutes, a 3-goal, 3-quarter time lead is now gone. They've fallen behind. So Ollie Holland, short along the boundary line, finds Hayward at half-back. Dangerous centering kick. Anderson breaks it up. Walsh has got to go get it. McCreary beats him to it. Attracts a crowd. Ball up, centre-half forward for the Pies.
Well done, Anderson. Good read. Just the ball hung in the air for just too long, didn't it?
What is going to change for the Blues? As they say, if nothing changes, nothing changes. Cripps, handball picked off. Elliott gave it to Nick Dacos, who's coat hanging. And then he's got Cripps right on top of him for his troubles. There's Paddy Cripps trying to throw his weight around. Nick Dacos palms it off. Away to Lipinski, who kicks it on the run. They are a fire that can't be put out, the Magpies. Hot Pies at the G. And Collingwood now 7 on top after being 18 down less than 7 minutes ago. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Well, you look at the possessions, 25 to 11. They just can't get their hands on it. Carlton contested possession. They've swung that around. They're +5 now, the Pies. Clearances, 6-0. That's why the ball's just living in their defensive half, the Blues. They cannot.
Dacos just a lazy 7 disposals to start this final quarter.
3 contested possessions, 3 inside 50s. What do you know it? 3 score involvements. Unbelievable.
Paddy Cripps is the only midfielder for the Blues that's touched the footy in the first 7.5 minutes.
Not sure what they can do. I mean, Walsh sticks to the task, but sometimes here he is again.
Steen wins down the tap, got it to Nick Dacos, to Cripps, who kicks up inside 50. Elliott comes leading out, can't take the mark. Florin almost took too long, run down by McCleary. Just got a hand pass away. Ollie Hollands fights for the footy, bounces into Nick Dacos, it spills out. Chera's hand pass to Cowan, hand pass over the head of Hayward, links over the top to Ollie Hollands, and now to Paddy Cripps. They get some territory. He feigns the sidestep. Hand pass missed Ollie Hollands though. Houston lays the tackle. Ball spills clear. Hayward over the top trying to lock it in with Ollie Hollands there as well. And they'll take the stoppage, Carlton.
This is what our game's like. Prince, Mr. Harry. This is got a bit more excitement about it.
4 unanswered goals in the first 8 minutes, to the first 7 minutes really, to start this final term. And from 18 down, Collingwood now lead by 7. Secondary ball up, southern wing. Pitternet grabs it out of the ruck, trying to get a kick away. Smothered, pack forms behind him. Crisp underneath it. Ump says, I'll have it. 100th game for Michael Voss.
Ollie Hollands has gone to Dacos.
Bit late.
Yeah.
Chera trying to wrestle it free. Game 100 in charge for Michael Voss tonight, leading the Blues. 7 times previously they've led at 3/4 time and lost.
Actually, he's pushing forward, Nick Dacos. Just for a breather. I like that. Stay out on the ground.
Trying to avoid tonight being number 8. As Pitternet wins it down, Walsh gives it to Cowan, kicks to half forward. Maynard punches it close to the boundary line, scooped up by Josh Dacos. That pass away to Maynard. He gives it to Roan Steele, who just kicks down the line, turns it over. Cowan takes the intercept mark for the Blues.
Comes inboard to Walsh, who takes the mark. The overlap hand pass to Newman. Looks up inside 50. McCoy on the move. Perryman in from the side. Then Harry's down. Spills out the way McCreary. A clearing kick for Collingwood, but only as far as Young. Membry coming the other way. Young eyes on the footy, takes an excellent mark. And Mackay is still down on his chest. The umpire might stop play here because I'm imagining the doctor is coming out to check on Harry Mackay.
Oh, what an effort from... Well, we think he's okay, sitting up now. But what an effort from Harry Perryman. What courage.
Yeah.
And in the end, it looks like he might have copped a stray forearm, Harry.
Yep.
Legitimate spoil, hit the ball, went back with the flight, Perryman.
I actually thought he looked pretty busy on his backside. Which is good news.
Well, he'll have to come off, you'd think.
Yeah.
Which is...
I guess the replay shows he probably should have got a free kick for high contact as a trainer on either side. He'll have to come from the ground and do the HIA assessment, and that's no good for Michael Voss, who's down on the bench. Ben Cameron is down there. Craig McRae's there amongst the players as well, Benny.
Yeah, just not a very good sign here. As Harry started to head towards the bench, I don't think he knew which direction the bench was in. He sort of started veering towards sort of left half forward at the punt road end, then had to be almost redirected towards the benches. So, he looks a little groggy at the moment, Harry. Hopefully he's okay.
Ollie Florent tried to run through the mark to receive a hand pass.
Come on, Ollie. You've been playing for 8-10 years now.
Cannot do that. Has to go back to Louis Young. So we send the Blues inside 50 without Harry Mackay. Pitternet got hands to it, can't take the mark. Kemp dumped in a tackle by Maynard. It's in the left forward pocket for the Blues. Collingwood lead by 7 points. We played 11 minutes in the final term. The Pies were the first 4 goals of the final term to take the lead.
Pitternet and Cameron wrestled. They both hit the deck. The ball bounces off the numbers of Cameron. Long had it, kick smothered, spills to Wallace. Big tackle in from the side. McCreary runs him down. Elliott wins the footy, centre half back, turns it over himself. Carlton back with it. Carroll gives it to Young. Young a high bomb to half forward. Perryman looking over his shoulder, takes a one-hander running back with the flight. And in the famed number 12, Luke Ball-esque, just reels it in at half back for the Magpies.
Such a natural. I wasn't going to say it, Corby, but shades of.
Only once lost to the Blues throughout his career, and even that's questionable. Up towards McCreary.
Look at this.
On the wing. Takes the mark against Ollie Holland. Hand pass away to Elliott. Through 50. Bounces it towards goal. What a finish. Jamie Elliott with his second. Nick Dacos with the goal assist. And Collingwood have taken command here at the MCG. 5 unanswered goals to start the final term, and they lead by 13 points. The Little Maestro in game 100, crucial there. Collingwood 11-10-76 to Carlton 9-9-63.
That was special.
I mean, sometimes, you just got to dip your cap. Nick, who had a big start to the game, quite second and third quarter, but has just taken the game. It's almost like in junior footy where the game's tight, scrappy, and then the best player in the comp, best player on the ground, just says, "Righto, enough of this. I'm going to take over this game." Yeah. What an unbelievable quarter. That was a brilliant contested mark.
Oh, we've got a 6-6-6 here, surely.
The Blues still trying to get themselves sorted. Elijah Holland's pushed off the wing inside the forward 50 for the Blues. His brother Ollie replaces him on the wing. And the warning comes to Louis Young for a 6-6-6 warning. The Magpies, the only 5 goals in the final term, from 18 down to 13 up. Out of the middle, Louis Young toe pokes it forward into the basket of Hayward. He spun around in the tackle. Ball spits out to Ainsworth, who turns and pumps it through. Well, the Blues about to change their fate. A second for Ainsworth. And just when we thought Carlton were down for the count, the same old ending. The Blues hang in the fight. 14 gone final term. Collingwood 11-10-76. Carlton 10-9-69. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, and Oscar Steen comes back on. It's interesting, when Steen's been in the ruck, Collingwood have looked most likely at the centre bounce. It's really when Cameron's been jumped over and Carlton have been able to force the ball forward. And that time it was just Ainsworth on the end of one. Good contest there at half forward. I think it was McGovern, I think. It might have been Will Hayward.
Hayward.
Yeah, it was. And Ainsworth good enough off 2 steps to snap the goal to keep the Blues in it. Gee, they needed that. Steen goes back into the middle.
78,058 on the edge of their seat. Young wins down the tap for the Blues. Cripps had it for a moment. Pinched by McCreary. Chance for Collingwood running onto it. Houston dodges and weaves away from Ainsworth. Hand pass to McCreary to the run of Quainer from halfback. Up to the wing for Pendlebury. He sidesteps and then kicks up towards half forward, where Allen takes the mark for Collingwood. 5 goals to 1 so far Collingwood's way in this final term. Allen comes back inboard to Pendlebury. He can chip it over the top to Houston, or is on his own. There's still 2 kicks out from goal at the City end, though. Carlton have numbers back. Houston looks for the leads. Schultz into the pocket. Membry into the pocket as well. Almost got on the second bite. Schultz spoiled it in the end. Nick Dacos, hand pass around the boundary line, and Ollie Hollands is tackled as his hand pass goes out of play. And thrown in the left forward pocket for Collingwood. 45 metres out from goal. It's the Magpies who lead by 7 points. 15 minutes gone. Final term.
Carlton led for 95% of the game up until three-quarter time, and then the Pies basically wiped off that deficit of 18 points in 4.5 minutes. From the boundary throw-in, Young grabs it out of the ruck. Tackled, dispossessed. Walsh tracking it. Anderson beats him to it. Handball coughs it up. Smith for the Blues, gives it to Cripps, tries to do it himself. Tumbles a kick out wide, too wide and out of play. Last disposal, free kick for the Pies.
Isn't that ridiculous? He's trying to save a boundary out there, Will Haywood.
Yeah. Reel it back in.
Yeah.
And 2 sports overlap. As Quaynor goes back to Houston, all the way back to Frampton. And now to Howe. Collingwood's going to try out the northern side. Long kick to Ed Allen, who marks in front of the benches. Goes laterally immediately to Perryman. He's got a fine last quarter. 16 minutes gone. Magpies lead it by 7. Having trailed by 3 goals at three-quarter time. Goes short and wide out to Lipinski. Collingwood's number 1. Contest kick out to half forward. Elliott runs out after it. Haynes spoils into the path of Wiedering in congestion at half back. Gives it to Cripps, to Coward, to Carroll. He backs out of play. Umpire says, all okay. Spin it in. Half forward for the Pies. 7-point lead for Collingwood. 16.5 gone. Nick Dacos with 10 final quarter disposals, 4 score involvements and 3 inside 50s with the game on the line.
Ollie Hollands standing alongside him as the ball is thrown back in. Steen wins down the tap for Collingwood against Young. Ned Long tries to get a hand pass forward to Schultz, slapped away by Zach Williams. Nick Dacos, when he take it high, he gets a hand pass forward. Dean deals with the awkward bouncing ball. Hand pass to Ollie Hollands, blazes away. Steen can't get back, spoiled away from Perryman. Onto it, Camp, tackled, hand pass away to Cripps. Through the middle of the ground to Jagger Smith. Now to Walsh, they have the overlap. Links up, the run of Florent. He kicked over the head of the target, it might work. Ainsworth, hand pass to Byrne, he fumbled it. Quaynor in the end can't gather, and Frampton's tackled by Pitternet. The umpire will board up 45 metres out from the Carlton goal. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Sorry, Benny.
I've been down on the boundary for a lot of these Blues games, and Michael Voss has been very calm, very resolute. Not tonight, a lot of emotion. He's feeling this one.
Pies from the stoppage come away with it. Long hands it to Houston. Kicks laterally to Schultz. Schultz on the back flank. Puts it in front of the benches to Membry.
Still plenty of time, isn't there? I mean, such a frenetic first 5 minutes from the Pies, but well over half of the quarter to go. They've got to keep trying to score here, Collingwood. Keep attacking.
Howe, kick the back flank. Puts it out to Houston, who marks the centre-half back.
This is where they need to keep running to. Test out those Carlton legs. See how much run they've got in them.
Do you think the Blues believe they can win ball?
Well, that's right. Testing them physically and mentally here.
Kicking game for the Pies in the back half. We saw this against the Saints. Frampton, Howe, they all get some touches. Long kick to Perryman. And they'll do it all day. They'll wait for Carlton to come and play ball as the Blues try and defend their back half. Allen, short kick down the line, finds Membry. Ollie Hollands running around with Nick Dacos.
Just get it to Nick.
Lit up this final term. Kicks to half forward. Punched away by the Blues. By Cripps. Into the path of Pendlebury. Intercepted by Walsh. To Smith. To Cripps. Prime movers involved. Gives it to Byrne. Lays the Shepherd off to Williams. Oh, Williams got nothing up ahead. Kicks laterally. Bounces away to Ainsworth. Kicks wide from McGovern. Hand on it. Can't complete the mark. Got Maynard to deal with. McGovern goes to ground. Maynard helps it out. Ball spits in front of Quaynor, who collects for the Pies.
Hand pass away to Jack Cruz. Searching hand pass at Pendlebury. Didn't get the time bounce. Has to gather. Has enough time to do so. Turns and chips it up the wing. Lipinski marks. Chance for everyone to take their breath. Collingwood by 7 points.
Yeah, it's an open ground at the moment, isn't it? Those with legs. If you want the footy here, if you've got some run in your legs, you'll get it. A lot of tired bodies, just trying to get a breather in.
When does Nick come back up to the midfield, do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, if they can get it to him, I feel like it's a mismatch, isn't it? He's got him covered one-on-one.
Who can execute? Houston with a bullet pass, but Stay leads up and he marks up on the wing. So leading Harry Dean a long way out of defence, but Blues defence will be happy for him to have the ball there. Turns it, comes inboard to Houston. Is that 15? It is, generously. He's still no closer to goal, though. Collingwood leading by 7 points as Dan Houston called to play on. So he'll send it as long as he can in the Elliott direction. Membry's at the back. Wiedering's wrestling. Membry had a big piece of it. Free kick for a hold. It's going Carlton's way. Jacob Wiedering was held in the battle.
Big fist of the jumper, Jamie Elliott.
Oh, Wiedering trying to switch. Just got it out to Cowan, who marks at half-back. Cowan for the Blues. Hands it off to Florent. Florent through the corridor. Pies by 7 points. Halfway through the last. Kemp leaps up. No mark. Spills down to Smith. Handball missed the target. Picked up by Anderson. Spins out of traffic. Kicks the Pies to half forward. Nick's got 2 to beat. They go down like 10 pins. Picked up by Dacos. Pokes it into the pocket. Elliott takes the mark. And Nick Dacos just does it again. With 2 to beat, and Nick Dacos prevails.
Gee, how good was young Anderson, though, really? That was the big ball in the middle of the ground, wasn't it? The 50-50 ball, and he's not going to shirk it. That big body, that was the big play, and then Nick Dacos, just the class. Keep your feet.
Jamie Elliott again, is it? Oh, no. Seen this story before.
Elliott on the drop punt. Elliott with the finish. The touch from Midas, and then the finish from Elliott. And the Magpies pull away by 13. 21 gone, final term. Collingwood 12-10, Carlton 10-9. Far too familiar story, and a reinforcement of what we already knew. Dacos is great. Collingwood come from behind, and Carlton cough it up.
Oh. How good was that? Not just the 1v2 win of Nick Dacos, just to stamp it again.
So Cowan tried to come over to help Ollie Hollands, but they made a meal of it, and in the end they both took out each other.
Yeah.
Nick Dacos was the last standing, and as soon as you made that comment, Jamie Elliott kicked it and turned to the Collingwood fans and said, "What do you expect?"
Yeah, exactly. You've seen me do this before. Exactly right.
Round 23.
Money man.
2022. There was 1 minute 42 on the clock, and Jamie Elliott did that to Carlton fans. Back in the middle, Darcy Cameron up against Pitnet. Spills down the way of Jack Chris, trying to barge his way forward. And Chera and Ollie Hollands lays the tackle. So Walsh has come to the bench. As it spills out in the way of Chera, his hand pass chopped off. Anderson's had some good moments. Sends Collingwood up towards McStay. Works Wiedering underneath to drop the mark. McStay back onto it. Kicks towards the goal mouth. Dean sliding in. Just hangs on to the mark as he led Membry back to goal. He's metres out from his defensive goal line. Chips it to Cowan, not 15. All tentative kick, looking for Newman. Got past Lipinski. Now under the pressure of Elliott. Almost penalised. Gathered by Zach Williams to Chera. Back to Zach Williams. They dance their way out of defence.
Kicks in the middle of the ground. Pitternet takes the mark. 13-point game. Pies on top. Time on final term. Hands it out wide to Florent. Kicks to Carroll in a one-on-one. Beats Ed Allen. Hands down.
He had to jump into him, didn't he?
Yeah. Carroll marks on the wing. He's a left footer and it's favoured by the boundary line. He kicks inside the forward 50. They come from all directions. Hayward up in front. Ball spills down. Quaynor had it, lost it. Frampton gets 2 plays at it. Got it away to Houston. Hand pass back to Howe. He's tackled by McGovern. Holding the ball.
Wow. Well, I'm not sure what Jeremy Howe was thinking just
What was he doing?
Yeah, mate, you can't get your hands free there. You just ride the tackle. You're going to take it on and try and just drive your legs as much as you can. Great tackle from McGovern.
Yeah. It's been pretty good, McGovern. It's been one of
kick 2 last quarter.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't touched it this quarter, but
I think Howe's fallen on him here. He's got a bit of cramp as he's trying to get up. I don't know if he got a corky and all of that.
He's holding his foot.
One thing I know for sure is he's not walking freely. He's got a bit of a hitch in his giddy up. Mitch McGovern wants to take the kick anyway.
Well, that's right. Either give it to someone off and get off the ground, because this has to go through.
It's a must-have. McGovern gets it. Game is not yet done.
Collingwood's lead down to 7. 25 gone in the last. Mitch McGovern's got 3. Carlton 11-9-75. Now they're in chase mode. Collingwood 12-10-82. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it was just some big moments through the middle of the ground, wasn't there? And they kept presenting, and it wasn't pretty. It hasn't been all night, but they've kept presenting and tuning up. And in the end, it was a chain of handballs and a long kick. The skipper's getting involved. Cripps, he's had a good quarter, up to 8 possessions. Gives them a sniff. Centre bounce becomes critical here.
Mitch McGovern just keeps trying to pull his toe up. I'm not sure what he's doing out there.
Toe cramp.
Yeah.
The Blues are still in it. Collingwood by 7 points. 25 minutes gone in the final term. Pendlebury, Nick Dacos.
That must be their second.
They've had one already this quarter.
Yep. So it's going to be a Collingwood free kick. Blues players are really saying that.
Just what you need.
Ollie Hollands, Zach Williams. So Oscar Steen is going to take the free kick after a 6-6 impediment. Sends it as long as he can in the direction of Cameron and Membry. It spills down to the front. Schultz wrestling McCowan. Schultz gathers the footy. Hand pass along. Feigns the hand pass. Cuts back on his right. Long kick looking for Cameron. Wiedering wrestling in the goal square. Spoiled down by Dean. Hayes had it for half a moment. It spills clear. Dean tries to punch it down. Chera breaks the tackle. Kick smothered by Lipinski. Back to Chera. Frankie Evans is there trying to knock it out. Collingwood through Elliott. Hand pass to Lipinski. Back to Elliott. Hand pass to Hayes. Sidesteps Human. Hand pass to Anderson. To Membry across his body. Collingwood answer back. Tim Membry puts through his second. And the Pies in a blink are back out by 13. The Blues just look exhausted defending once more. Collingwood on 13, 10-88 to the Blues 11, 9-75. The Magpies with 7 goals to 2 in the final quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
And they've just dialed up the pressure, haven't they, Collingwood, this quarter? I mean, Carlton at times have really absorbed it well and stood up, and at times where they looked gone and hemmed in, they've been able to get out, but not that time. It was a smother, another chase, another tackle. And young Hayes is having a quarter, isn't he? He's been involved.
Yep.
As is young Anderson. They've both been super this quarter, both involved, and Membry finishes.
Well,
they have also. The young players for Collingwood have really stepped up.
They've bought into the
and got on board with the superstar Nick Dacos.
And now he's back at the coalface. Thursday night footy on ABC Sports. Steen tries to feed it to him. Ollie Hollands goes to ground with Dacos. Cripps wins it, gives it to Williams. Kicks inside 50 for the Blues. Unkind bounce there for Hayward. Collingwood pick it off. Maynard to Quaynor. He kicks wide, and Jack Crisp marks on the half-back. Short kick to Josh Dacos. He marks. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, Scott Pendlebury came to the bench, got his fingers strapped. Sorry, didn't come to the bench, just to the boundary's edge. Didn't use a rotation there. Docs came out, strapped his fingers, but Craig McRae used it as an opportunity to speak to his on-field general and just plan out these last few minutes.
Thanks, Bunge. Josh Dacos off the back flank, kicks down the wing, hands on it from Hitternet, and he's going to pay the mark. Hitternet on the wing. Carlton chasing the game, 28 gone, final term, 13-point lead for the Pies. Another final quarter fade out for the Blues. Gives it to Chera, kicks to the hot spot. Howe leaps over the back, punches it away. Josh Dacos collects, same motion, hands it to Long on the back flank.
Long sets it up the wing, it's over the head of Membry. Team, good marks.
Great hands.
They've got to go now, the Blues. Trailing by 13 points. Turns and comes inboard to Ollie Hollands. He looks for the lead in the middle of the ground. Mark taken by Zach Williams. They have players out on the far side. The Shane Warne stand side. Doesn't want to move it there quickly. Back over the top to Ollie Hollands. Towards the edge of the centre square. Off a step, not a great kick. Asks for Hayward to lead out. It crashes into Lipinski in the end. It's a push in the back. And he's gone down awkwardly as well. So Harry Mackay off the ground. Mitch McGovern as well. Hayward slow to rise as Lipinski takes the kick out to half-back. Over Schultz, he fumbled it out of play, and
it's a shocking kick.
Is that the last touch? No, it's a throw-in after that staggering of the feet against the boundary line from Lachie Schultz. Collingwood by 13 points, 29 minutes gone in the final term.
From the boundary throw-in. Spilt down by Darcy Cameron. Anderson just throws his shoe at it, soccers away into the path of Nick Dacos, who collects under pressure. Walsh runs him down, and the handball ends up over the boundary line. Last disposal free for the Baggers. At least Frankie Evans thought so. The boundary umpire disagrees. We're going to spin it in. What did I miss here?
I thought he handballed. Maybe it come off a Carlton hand. It's the only thing I can suggest.
Seeing Walsh got a hand in there, so neutral ball scenario. Boundary throwing on that southern wing. Pitternet palms it down. Here's Walsh against the boundary line southern side. Sends Carlton to half forward. Slides off the pack through to Hayward. Pulls the kick over the top to Ains.
Oh, he was off.
I thought he was off too. He plays on in the end to Carroll, who goals. A little bit of daylight still in the doorway. Collingwood by 7, half-hour mark final term, and Carroll knocks it through for his second of the night. Carlton 12-9-81, Collingwood still in front, 13-10-88, two-score game with just under 3 minutes to go. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they need everything to go right, Lids, but there's a chance. I mean, they've looked a bit disorganised, this Collingwood defence, a lot tonight. That time, Maynard backing off and allowing his opponent to get involved, and Ainsworth looked pretty good too at times. Young Carroll, you said, liked his game, so need everything to go right. Need a quick centre bounce clearance here, but you never know. Look down, Nick Dacos is here at the back of the square. I'm not sure why he wouldn't be in there in the middle of the ground, but Steen versus Pitnet, here we go.
11-6, the clearance is Collingwood to end the last quarter. Steen wins down the tap. Pitnet lumbers after it, lays a tackle on Crisp. It spills out. And onto it, Zach Williams. Here go the Blues. Hand pass to Cripps. Hand pass to Ainsworth. Run down! Lipinski got him, holding the footy. The moment goes for Carlton. Ainsworth was trying to load up inside 50, and a goal-saving tackle from Pat Lipinski. Collingwood by 7 points. 31 minutes gone in the final term. Lipinski plays on, sends it out wide to the Shane stand side. Up goes Membry, can't take the mark. Pitnet gathers, hand pass to Wiedering, fires it back to Haynes, gains some space but no real momentum. Walsh 1-2 with Dean, almost run down by Elliott, just got the hand pass out to Wiedering. He hand passes back once more. Haynes' problem now.
Haynes just kicks down to half forward. Carlton need a mark. Punched away by Pendlebury. Spills Carlton's way. It'll work out through the middle. Ainsworth on the end of a string of handballs. Kicks to Carroll. And Carroll, the goal scorer from moments ago, marks it left half forward. 45 out.
Wow. Well, that was laborious, wasn't it? They kept going backwards when we're thinking, just go forward, get it going forward, but they found the target. Well done. Big kick this, huge.
90 seconds to go. Two-score game from outside 50. Carroll won't have the distance on the behind line. Quaynor rushes it through. It's a one-score game.
Yeah. Draws on.
One-score game. Collingwood by 6 points. 32.5 gone final term.
Well, we're so used to seeing this Collingwood team being professional in their ability to run out the clock, and they like the ball in this man's hands.
For the 269th time, Collingwood and Carlton. Pendlebury gets it from Howe with the kick in. Can the Pies soak the second? Short to Howe, barely 15. Ainsworth has to come back a couple of steps. 32 minutes gone.
Well, big Oscar Steen, you've got to get yourself down the line.
Collingwood by 6 points. Howe heads in that direction. Steen can't take the mark. Dean helped to bring it down. Williams has an arm pin. Nick Dacos did it well. Umpire crosses himself and will pull it up. Left half forward for the Blues.
Repeat stoppages. That's all Collingwood want here. Keep it in tight. Fall on top of each other.
Can Carlton play free here at the death, having coughed up an 18-point lead heading into the last? They now trail by 6. Final minute approaching. Pitternet got it down to Walsh. Through pressure, hand pass to half forward. Walsh sockers it on the second time. Further inside 50. Byrne can't collect. Stays alive. Perryman. Hand pass for the Pies. Close to the boundary in the 50. Evans jumps on top of it. Throw a blanket over 15 of them. In the end, the umpire circles and says ball up.
I reckon the Blues wanted a boundary throw in there, didn't they?
30 seconds left. Collingwood by 6 points. A ball up just inside Carlton's forward 50.
Only 4 draws in the history of these two clubs. Pitnet and Cameron. Pitnet sharks it forward. Perryman gathers. Hand pass to Cameron. Tackled by Pitnet. Spills out. Crisp loses it. Cripps gathers. The Carlton captain trying to get it forward. He's tackled and brought down.
Good umpiring. Good umpiring.
Throw it in as Elliott Lazy's claimed that he thought Cripps had an arm clear.
This was their best chance. Boundary throw in.
So
out it comes.
Play.
Yep. Who can get on the fly?
Seconds on the clock. Carlton trailing by 6. Player on the floor. It's Byrne. The free kick against Josh Dacos before the ball was thrown in. It is a massive goal. And the clock is continuing to tick. And the footy is in the hands of Taylor Byrne. In his 4th game of AFL footy, he has the chance to draw scores level. on a 45-degree angle. 35 metres off the goal.
Josh.
Free kick's definitely there.
Silly.
Ridiculous. Josh Dacos.
In his brother Nick's 100th game for Collingwood. It's a player in his 4th game who's going to shoot after the siren. Every kid's dream. Taylor Byrne comes in and kicks the goal.
Oh, point.
It misses. It looks good off the boot. His teammates come to console him. Right over the top of the left goalpost, and Collingwood hang on to win by 5 points. The Magpies, the most extraordinary finish, and for Carlton, it's desperate disappointment. The Magpies back on the winners list after the last kick after the siren drifts left. The Pies by 5 points. It was once more another Carlton story. They trailed by a point at quarter time, got in front by 14 at half time, led by 18 at three-quarter time. The Blues got out by 23 points at the early stages of the third quarter, and Collingwood booted 7 goals to 3 in the final term to win by 5 points after the shot from Taylor Byrne after the full-time siren missed to the left. The Magpies win by 5 points. They're back on the winners list. They move to 3-3.
The youngest player on the ground, Taylor Byrne, and the chance to knot it all up after the siren. The siren went as he was walking in. He continued to come in on his line, and the natural left footer just pushed it to the left. He misses. Collingwood win, and the Magpies' dream is Carlton's recurring nightmare. Nick Dacos puts the hero suit on in the final quarter with the game on the line. 39 disposals. That final term he had 13, 5 score involvements, kicked a goal, and Collingwood again coming from 18 down at three-quarter time. The Blues cough it up. Same old story for both teams. Collingwood finish over the top to win by 5 in a game which was decided with the very last kick. Luke Ball, Brett Delidio, your initial takes on all of that. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport ends with Collingwood winning Nick Dacos' 100th game by 5 points.
Well, yeah, go on, dudes.
Oh, mate, I can't polish it. It's just that game was. I mean, we got a great finish in the end, but my God, the first 3 quarters, poo-wee, that stunk some of that stuff in there, didn't it? Like it was a tough watch at times. But tell you what impressed me was that last quarter of the Pies. They need to bottle that pressure. Their ability to hunt their opponent. Oscar Steen in the centre bounce. Like, he was incredible. What was his hit-outs? 7 hit-outs. I'd love to know how many of those were to advantage, but he laced out some of his mids quite a few times, which gave them the clearance dominance, 11-8 by in that last quarter. But ultimately kicking 7-1 to 3-2, that's where the game was at. But it was off the back of all their pressure. They just hunted them. 25 tackles in that quarter. Yeah. They were at them.
Yeah, and that's how they have to play to be at their best, Collingwood.
They do.
To win games of footy this year against anyone, really, let alone better teams. So you're right, that needs to be there, and that's their trademark. And in the end, that gets them the win, coupled with a bit of brilliance, obviously, from their superstar, who had started well and then been reasonably well held through the middle part of the game, but just found a way to ignite his team in that last quarter. Then you're right, though, it was the young blokes who really jumped on board.
Yep,
I thought Steen's impact in the last quarter, kicked the goal, his centre bounce work was outstanding. It was interesting when he went out.
Yep.
Carlton got back on top.
And it was Louis Young who actually got it back.
And so credit to Carlton, they kept coming. Like, they didn't give up. They didn't put the white flag up like they potentially have done in the past when they've been headed in that last quarter and the Demons, or the little man on the shoulder says, oh, here we go again. It's all too hard. I thought they kept coming, and in the end, they have an opportunity. They earn themselves an opportunity to at least square the ledger and earn some points. And the young fella, well, he'll be better for the experience. I thought Cripps and Walsh were the two in that last quarter that really dug in and worked, and both had 10 possessions each and tried to will their team back into the contest.
Out of 20 possessions, they had 3 kicks.
Well, and that's the story with this Carlton team. I mean, unfortunately, just their effort's good. Their disposal and their execution is the thing that's really leading them down at the moment. I mean, they should have been further ahead at times throughout the game.
It was an incredible ending where it felt like we were headed for a Collingwood victory quite comfortably when they wiped off the 18-point deficit inside 5 minutes to start that final term. And they got out by 13 points on a couple of occasions. In the end, goals to Carroll at the finish got it back to a one-score game. And then essentially they had the opportunity, or a goal to Carroll at the end, got it back to a one-score game. And then the miss from Taylor Byrne after the full-time siren, the youngest man on the ground at 18, just pointed to the left. And as a result, the Magpies hold on to win by 5. The Peter Mac Cup, the longest-running charity partner in the game. We can kick it down to the presentation. Collingwood by 5.
The Richard Pratt Medal is awarded to the player adjudged best on ground. And tonight, presenting that medal is Catherine and Tony Mattina of Vizzy. Tonight, the Richard Pratt Medal goes to Nick Dacos of the Collingwood Football Club.
Well, unsurprising, on the back of 39 disposals, 9 score involvements and a goal, Nick Dacos.
Firstly, special mention to Carlton. Unbelievable game tonight. We knew you guys were going to come for the fight, and what a game it was. What a privilege it is to play in this game for the Peter Mac Foundation. Such a great cause, and all the funds raised tonight go a long way. So well done to everyone in the crowd, and a special mention to the Pratt family for their ongoing support too. Thank you.
Caps off the best 100-game set most of us have ever seen.
And next we invite Jason Payne, CEO of the Peter MacCallum Cancer Centre, to present the Peter Mac Cup to the Collingwood Football Club. Once again, we invite Nick Dacos to come and receive with... We're going to have Braden Maynard, who will also say a few words.
So I think Nick did the coin toss at the start, but Braden Maynard technically the acting captain, so here he is.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the crowd that came out today. It was a great game. It's a great day, great night to be a part of, and it's more than a game, clearly. So thanks guys for coming out, and thanks to Carlton as well. Good work, boys.
And that wraps that up. So Collingwood by 5 points after Taylor Byrne missed after the full-time siren. Incredible game in the end. 13-10-88 to Carlton, 12-11-83. It feels like, as you said, the first 3 quarters we lived through, it was low on skill execution, I think, for both teams. And then that last quarter, it was just how quick that lead evaporated. Same old problem for the Blues. We'll get to them, I'm sure. 4.5 minutes, really, that 18-point lead was gone. And then by 7 minutes, they found themselves behind in that final quarter. A couple of occasions got out beyond 13 points, the Magpies and the Blues. Stuck around, got it down to a single score, and then they got a shot at goal courtesy of really a brain fade from Josh Dacos. You mentioned it in the call.
Imagine the story, yeah. That goes through.
You mentioned it in the call. I mean, the free
big older brother. Yeah, absolutely.
He puts his shoulder right through the shoulder blade of Taylor Byrne.
I don't know if he meant to do it, young Byrne, but he was retaliating. Byrne pushed him in the chest and turned around, and Josh just decked him. And it was absolutely a free kick. Good decision from the umpire.
He did milk it a little, but...
You reckon? There was certainly enough in it.
Rumbled.
But he gave the umpire the option to play it.
Exactly. Which is playing your role perfectly.
Yep.
It was just a stupid...
So big sigh.
You would have gone down leads if something...
Big sigh of relief. Big sigh of relief from
Josh. At that point in time of the game.
It was 30 games previously, and Scott Penderby's 400th game, Mitch McGovern had a shot after the siren, and he missed as well. So for Carlton fans, if it feels familiar, it has been. The Blues have been close in some of these battles, but Collingwood find a way to be the right side of it once more.
So they're incredible numbers now. So Voss has coached his team 100 times. On 14 occasions, they've given up a half-time lead to lose. 14 different games out of 100 that's happened, and now it's 8 times up from three-quarter time and lost.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I fear for the poor old talkback callers or radio hosts that are going to be taking Carlton fans tonight. It's, dearie me, there's going to be a fair bit of heat out there, and I feel for Michael Voss and the Carlton players. They know gallant, but...
Well, that's first time watching them live this year, and I think that it is the same story, isn't it? I don't think you can question their effort and their appetite for the contest. They just don't have the skill level to be able to say, today their effort and pressure, I thought, kept them in the game to an extent.
Yeah.
And their ability to absorb Collingwood's pressure. They're strong in the contest and all that sort of stuff. And I thought at times Harry Mackay looked pretty dangerous, didn't he? And even young Kent looked reasonably dangerous. But, yeah, just their ability to execute.
But
I've got to say under pressure, but not under pressure at times.
But you got to know coming out of three-quarter time that everything in that opposition huddle would have been, we know this team's, it fades away.
Yeah. But they didn't fade. They kept coming. That's what I mean. They came again. I thought they fought it out.
But only once they fell all the way behind.
Yeah.
They had a 3-goal lead, and yet Collingwood started like they'd been shot out of a cannon beginning of the last quarter. Surely Carlton knew that were coming. And yet they were defenceless. They couldn't get their hands on the footy. It felt like they didn't bring the same intensity at the start of the last quarter.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to review that. I think it was as much of Collingwood's lifting there and a bit of Dacos brilliance, let's be honest, as well, in that first 5 minutes. More so than, and I need to review it again, more so than Carlton panicking, freezing, making errors. Not sure. I think it was a combination of both.
But even Ollie Hollands goes and stands in the, as you would say, lids in the shorts of Nick Dacos. But only once they'd already fallen behind.
That amuses me, that decision.
Like there was one guy that could have won that game for him heading into the last quarter, and he did.
I thought through the middle of the game, though, Walsh, it was a decent battle, and at three-quarter time, Nick had started the game well, but through the second and third quarter, they had him reasonably under control. So I don't mind them backing their man in at the start of that quarter, but maybe they waited a bit too long. But the reality is that the Hollands would have been powerless to stop some of the stuff that Nick was doing.
How did he not get a contested mark for that one down here on 50? Like,
yeah.
Nick Dacos. Yeah.
It's a bit
I'd be following that up.
little review from Champion Data. He's had 39, Nick Dacos. So we talked about it leading in. It was the story of the night, the fact that it's a good 100 games, or at least the first 99 that we've ever seen in certainly the AFL era, or most of us have lived through. I know you can go back historically and talk about John Coleman or Peter Hudson or whoever it turns out to be, but in the AFL era, for most of us in the last 35, 40 years watching footy, it's as good a set that's been put together, and he caps it off with a match-winning performance tonight. 39 disposals, 9 score involvements, 1 goal, 1. And ultimately, when the game was there to be won in the final quarter, it was Nick Dacos that starred again for the Magpies. They win by 5 points. A missed shot after the siren from Taylor Bird faded to the left. And as a result, Collingwood hang on to win by 5. Let's go celebrate with the winners. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
I certainly am. Braden Maynard leading the boys in. Nick Dacos second behind him, giving it the single cobra, the big fist pump. Eddie Maguire's down here in the rooms. He's entertaining people. He's brought them in. The area in which is roped off for family and friends, ever expanding. That is taking up about a good 3/4 of the change rooms these days. So that is a big area. Craig McRae, a happy man as he walks past with that Collingwood win. So they're about to huddle up and sing this song. It looks like Scotty Pendlebury's kids are in there ready to sing along. And Angry Anderson in the middle for his first Collingwood song. Here we go. Shh, 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 shh. Yeah, they're a happy bunch down here, and joining us is going to be Dacos. Josh, in just a moment.
That's all right. We got one good question to ask him at least, or maybe two. One will be about his brother, and the other one about that huge moment at the finish where he put his shoulder through the back of Taylor Byrne. Byrne hit the deck, obviously gave away the free kick, and Byrne went back after the siren to have a chance to try and level the game. His left-footed drop punt from about, 35, 40 metres out?
Yeah.
Misses to the left. So up behind, it means Collingwood win by 5 points. So he had the chance to try and draw the game, which I think for supporters of the other 16 clubs in the competition, they would have been happy with that neither team came out a winner. But tonight, it's the team in black and white, the Magpies. Snap a 2-game losing skid. They square themselves off at 3-3. Meanwhile, for Carlton, they've now lost 4 on the bounce. They are 1-5 on the season. And unfortunately for Michael Voss, who's the coach in the hottest seat in football at the moment, it's the fact that they've lost the same way over and over again, as we've experienced in this season and in Voss's tenure so far as the coach of the Blues. Collingwood by a point at quarter time. It was Carlton by 14 at half time, Carlton by 18 at three-quarter time, and on the final siren it was a 5-point margin. Jules Hayes in the studio for us tonight. I'm thinking of Jules. She's a mad Carlton fan. She said to me at half-time with a little bit of confidence, and these words are just ringing in my ears right now, that I feel good about tonight. I feel like it's going to be different, and I'm sure there'll be Carlton supporters driving home everywhere that are feeling the same thing. 18 points up at three-quarter time, and it ends the same old way.
I've loved having Bally here, but my God, I wish Murph was here. I would be bathing in this right now. Like, it is just to watch him squirm over the next 40 minutes. You'd just be...
It's a far too familiar story. So now, in the last 31 meetings, Collingwood have won 25 of them. So they have just dominated the Blues in recent times. Carlton have won only 2 of the last 15. They had 12 guys running around tonight that haven't played in a winning team for Carlton against Collingwood. And it wasn't so long ago, Bally, that these were proper neck and neck. Remember, they played like 250 meetings, and it was, they won the same, lost the same, and drawn the same amount of games. But the Pies have just absolutely lauded it over Carlton in recent years, and that trend continues tonight. 5 points in the final margin after the Taylor Byrne miss after the final siren, as Josh Dacos was posing for a few photos. And we'll go back to Ben Cameron in a few moments for a bit more from the winners' rooms.
They didn't look like 2 top 10 teams.
No, I was just thinking that. Yeah. I mean, the takeaway, great finish and really exciting. And for the Collingwood supporters, there's nothing they love more than beating Carlton. I was going to say by a kick after the siren, usually if it was a winning kick, but maybe the next best thing is they're missing an opportunity to at least draw it. So they walk away pretty happy tonight. But yeah, you walk away going, gee, if Collingwood are to be top, let's even say, I was going to say top 8, but the finals team, we know they've got a lot of work to do based on what we saw tonight. They thought they looked disorganised defensively at times too, like Carlton.
They picked them apart.
The amount of time they walked in for goals and got easy goals, and just a few individually a little bit off, and then as a system and as a team a little bit off. And yes, Darcy Moore will help that, I think, coming back into the team, but in the end, at this time of year, I guess you just got to try and bank the wins, even if you're not playing well.
You're right, it is possibly the cruelest way that Carlton could lose tonight. Or if you'd said to a Collingwood fan at the start of the night, what are you hoping for? Imagine if you said,
here are your options.
Here are your options. Essentially, you're 18 points down at three-quarter time. Not only do you come back to win the game, but even at the death, Carlton get the opportunity to save some face and get out with a draw, and that shot misses. And then Nick Dacos, who they thought they'd contained relatively well for 3 quarters, ultimately in his 100th game he stars in the final term. Of course, he famously grew up a Carlton fan. As we've spoken about in the past, Mark Murphy.
I still don't understand that. I can't get my head around that. What do you mean he was a Carlton fan? His dad played 250 games for Collingwood. Anyway.
He loved Mark Murphy. He was running around in the Carlton jumper and
Number 3 on the back.
Number 3 on the back. And here he is representing Collingwood. And yet he felt like he was father-son straight out of the diapers. He was always going to become a Magpie, and he's having some photos with some friends in the rooms at the moment. Nick Dacos on the back of his brilliant...
Like a cruel irony would have been too if his brother gives away the free kick. Now it would have been a draw, but still it would have felt like a loss, wouldn't it, if that had gone through?
Yeah.
Gosh, a big sigh of relief for Josh.
I'll say
reaction from both rooms coming up, so we'll bring you all of that, plus as well any press conference stuff we get before we're off air 35 minutes from now. The Pies by 5 points here on ABC Sport. Let's go back in the winners' rooms. Ben Cameron.
I do have Josh Dacos with me. Josh, what are your top-line thoughts about that game overall?
Yeah, slow start for us. They came out. They looked dangerous early, and they probably put us to the sword a bit. But yeah, I think that last quarter, that's the brand of football we want to play. It's not ideal waiting 3 quarters to play it, but I think we kicked something like 45 points in that last quarter. So, I thought it was exciting, and some of our keys were unbelievable.
Sure, it was a nervy end to the game for you, that free kick against Byrne. How did it play out from your point of view?
Yeah, it was, mate, just reliving it now. I don't even want to look at the vision. I feel a bit sick talking about it just because, we work so hard as a team, and just for something like that to happen. I just remember, he gave me one towards the sternum, turned around and I bumped him back, and he went down. So, it's silly from me. You just got to keep your cool in that instance. Players are going to want to draw free kicks out of you, but, I don't know. I don't know if much was in it, but at the end of the day, it's a free kick maybe nowadays, in football nowadays. But relieved he missed, and we get the 4 points.
What were you thinking as he went back and took the shot?
Oh, just so much, disappointment in myself. He could hit me as hard as he wants. I've just got to, not retaliate there. It's 20 seconds left or whatever it was. So, watching the free kick get awarded and then him lining up, I was sick in my stomach.
All's well that ends well. I'll send you upstairs to Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
Josh, Brett Delidio here, mate. Well done tonight. I'm interested in the three-quarter time chat, and it's been well documented about Carlton's fade-outs of games. Was that brought up, or was it more focused on you guys and getting, trying to get the ball rolling into your forward half?
Definitely focus on us. I think subconsciously you're aware that they start games really fast. They can put on a score in the first half, but wasn't something we really touched on too much. It was more about us, and we felt like we're playing into their hands a lot, and some of their defenders where they were positioning. So I think, like you saw in that last quarter, we were able to get a bit more dangerous and test them out.
Mate, we'll talk about your brother in a minute, but Oscar Steen in the middle, I thought he was fantastic in that last quarter. His ability to get his hands on it, jump into the ruckman, but then go forward and you really try and test him out as well over the journey of the night. Geez, he attacks the footy well. Oh,
he's incredible. He's an incredible athlete, and like you said, in centre bounce, especially this year, he's went to another level. The way he can get up and get his hands to it, and then some of the touch he has with his hands just to put it in the spot is incredible. Kicked that goal early in the last, and he's been a great find for us this year, and he's only going to continue to grow.
Joshy, well done. You mentioned the scoring in the last, 7 goals 1 to 3 goals 2, and it looked like hard work throughout the night. But I thought, and we commented on, it was really off the back of dialing up the pressure. The Collingwood that we've become accustomed to over the last couple of years. That really stood out. And at times throughout the night, Carlton stood up to it pretty well, but he just overwhelmed them in that first 15 minutes with pressure, trapping the ball inside your front half, and that led to the scores.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt like even in that third quarter, our pressure was elite. It felt like we had an outnumber wherever the ball was, which always helps. And that's us at our best. Teams kind of sometimes struggle to cope with it, and we know that. So it's always at the forefront for every game. It really came to life in that last quarter, and I think we really went at them. We went at the ball. We're winning a lot of centre bounce, which allows you to dictate, and from there, kind of Carlton. We felt like we not had them retreating, but we had foot on throat, and we wanted to keep going.
Angry Anderson had some big moments, mate. We mentioned Oscar Steen, but I thought it was some young boys who really jumped on the back of the senior players in that last quarter. Even young Will Hayes as well. But Angry Anderson loves the contest.
Yeah, he does. He's an absolute workhorse. He's another one that will continue to grow. You mentioned Will Hayes, Oscar Steen. It's exciting to see these boys, and it's a massive stage out there Thursday night footy against our rivals in Carlton, and I felt like they got us back into it. Hazy's composure up forward, Gussie around the ball. He's a beast, and they've got big body midfielders with Cripper and all that, so I thought he did an amazing job.
Josh Shakos is with us inside the Collingwood rooms following their 5-point win. Josh, I'm sure you get sick of talking about Nick from time to time, but the highlights reel to celebrate his 100th. What was it like to have the week leading in and to see your brother and the way he performed tonight?
No, I never get sick of talking about him. It's been nice this week to reflect upon his first 100. It's went really quick, and I can't believe he's already there. But, yeah, like you said, he's a bit of a human highlight reel. I just love the way he goes about it, and when times get tough, like out there tonight, he stood up for us. I thought some of his body work was elite. He looked unbelievable up forward, and I thought he really helped the forwards. So I love playing with him. It's something we never take for granted. I'm looking forward to the next 100.
The 2-on-1 he won at half forward tonight seemed pretty pivotal. Do you think that'll get replayed throughout the week?
It should. It was nice from him. He had a few one-on-ones that he loves, and I love. He's always watching footy. He's always learning from the past greats that have played, and I think that he showed that tonight with his forward craft. He was able to win some balls that he probably shouldn't have, and we score from them.
I think we've spoken to you about it in the past, Josh, when we've had Mark Murphy in the box with us, about your brother's love of the Blues growing up and his love of Murph in particular. But just because it's his 100th game tonight, can we relive some of that? How on earth did Nick end up barracking for Carlton growing up in the Dacos household?
Yeah, no, that story gets a good run. It was probably for a year there he was going for the Blues. But they were tough times as a family. You never want your younger brother supporting Carlton. He'd be attending games, waving he'd have a big Carlton flag and he'd be waving that at home as well. So, Dad had a good talk to him when we got him back.
Yeah, that's fair enough too. Fair enough too. In the all's well that ends well, certainly from a Collingwood perspective. Appreciate your time as always, Josh. Right on the win tonight. We will see you next Saturday in a pretty reasonable game here at the MCG against another one of your rivals in Essendon. The biggest day, of course, on the home and away calendar on Anzac Day. Appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thanks, boys.
Josh Dacos in the winners' rooms. The Magpies by 5 points. Just recapping, Taylor Byrne got a free kick after Josh Dacos just slipped a little shoulder into his back. Byrne went down, umpire ball, but he sold, gives a free kick to the 4th gamer. The 18-year-old Taylor Byrne went back, had a set shot after the siren, missed to the left. It would have tied the game. Instead, Collingwood win by 5 points. Before that, Nick Dacos played another memorable final quarter here to cap off what was a phenomenal 100-game set.
He won't get a lot of sleep tonight, will he, young Taylor?
Yeah, that'll play over and over and over again.
He'll be he'll want next week to come around really, really quick. But I thought he had some good moments. Didn't have a heap of the ball, but he was a player who certainly won some big moments across the night and contributed to Carlton's performance. But he'll be replaying that one in his mind.
But there's only a few dozen players in the history of the game to get the opportunity to do that, to decide a game after the final siren. Is it a moment as a player, like, do you want it or do you not want it? Like, what's going through your mind when...
Some players tell you they want it. Everyone tells you they want it.
Depends on how you're going a bit too, I reckon. Yeah. if you're having a good run of form and you're feeling okay about yourself, then...
I'll tell you who didn't want it tonight was Elijah Hollins. He hadn't seen the footy, so there was no way he was wanting to line up to try and knock that one through.
So what did he end with, by the way? So he played over 72 minutes.
He had one touch in the third. I've gone back and found.
Might have been a kick off the ground.
I reckon it was that one where he got tackled out on the forward pocket over there. He must have got a little handball there. They've given him one. But, that really surprised me watching the game and even seeing it at half-time. He had 0 because he was up and down the ground last week and gave him a fair bit of drive. But, anyway, we'll review that.
How does that happen?
Great question.
Like, for a guy, it's not like he's out of form. He's not like his young guys come into the team or whatever. Like, he has played really good footy. I think he was in the coaches' votes last week.
Really?
How do you run around for 4 quarters, 72 minutes and touch it once?
After watching from half-time, I didn't notice that he was even out there in the first half. You watch to see how he's going. The ball got kicked off the ground and it went inside 50, and it was like it was 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and then he's like, I've got to be running in towards. He just wasn't cued in on the game, and when you're not like that, the game goes by, and sure enough, you're just that half a step off, 2 steps off, and you're turning back and you're going back the other way. So I reckon he just, for whatever reason, today he just needs to re-centre.
I reckon I noticed him once. He was trying to put blocks on in the forward 50 for Harry Mackay and Brodie Kemp. So whether he was trying to play a slightly different role, but maybe that's being generous. And that's the other part, is the Blues finished the game without Mackay and McGovern out on the field. So a couple of their forward line players, and to sort of answer with a couple of goals late and to almost fight their way back was sort of admirable, and yet it feels like it's the same story on repeat for Carlton fans.
Just quickly on Elijah Hollins, so I hope he's okay. I hope that's the other thing.
Yeah.
And that's the other. We sort of forget sometimes. We look at them almost like they're characters in a video game that we come and call each week and talk about the key protagonists. But they are human beings.
Yep, and absolutely.
Elijah's clearly had his problems off the field. But in terms of even, in our everyday lives, I mean, we go to work all the time, and there's, if you're having problems in your personal life or whatever, it does bleed into what you're doing on the weekend. So this is his workplace, and there's, if he's going through something or whatever it turns out to be, I hope he makes it through it. It's a very... I think what made it stood out and why we've probably emphasised it, it's very uncharacteristic. That for a guy to be in form like that and turn in 72 minutes of football like he's had tonight. Just to pick up on what Clinchy was saying, sorry for the side street, the injury concerns out of it are interesting. So Mackay, who's had concussion issues in the past, was involved in that heavy collision, and then Mitch McGovern as well, who had that unusual incident. It was like stretching his toe. Ended up kicking a goal despite being hobbled, but that's something that will have a hangover effect. And it doesn't get any easier. They've sort of been through a stretch of the draw, the Blues, where they've played
winnable games,
teams around their station, and now they go to Perth to play the Dockers. So tough run ahead for Carlton. Fremantle in Perth, St Kilda at Docklands as the Saints try to get their season up and going, and then a trip to the Gabba to play Brisbane.
Bulldogs in the week after, so hard to find a win there. And then Collingwood have got the Bombers for Anzac Day, and then they've got Hawthorn, Geelong and Sydney at the SCG. So they're going to have some tough few weeks to try and work out where they sit, and on the evidence of tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean, from what we saw from the Bombers last week, even they'll test, and Anzac Day obviously always brings out the best in both teams a lot of the time. So that's a 50-50 game as well, depending on how the Bombers go this weekend. But
they have to bottle that last quarter, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, that pressure, which again has been their trademark. It's got to be where they get back to, and then keep trying to work their way through this. I mean, Steve's a positive, isn't he? In a lot of ways, maybe they really just run with him more 60-40, 70-30 in the ruck, and just see if Darcy Cameron, and it'll give Darcy Cameron a bit of a rest as well, and see if he can play a little bit more permanent forward and take a few catches down there, and give them a decent focal point at least for their smaller players at ground level.
You're here for it, Bally, on ABC Sport.
Anzac Day? Oh, yeah, can't wait.
Next Saturday.
Always a big day.
We'll be here at the MCG for all of that. Collingwood by 5 points over the Blues after Taylor Byrne's set shot missed to end the game. He had a chance to tie it. Kick after the siren, faded to the left, a behind. So in the end, at Collingwood by 5 points. Nick Dacos Stars had 39, including a dominant final quarter. Put the hero cape on and led the Magpies to victory, as we've so often seen in the past. For Carlton, it's the same old story. 18 points up at three-quarter time. They fade in the final quarter. And the Magpies winners by 5 points. Let's go to the Carlton rooms. Ben Cameron's made his way across. What's happening down there, Ben? Set it up for us.
Yeah, the rooms are pretty glum, but they're not too bad down here. I did try to get a check on Harry Mackay, and we got no update from Carlton as yet, so we're still waiting to get an update on his condition. But everyone else got through A-OK. Just reeling from another defeat in the same manner down here, so a lot of head scratching and a little bit of soul searching.
Have you seen the fourth gamer, Taylor Byrne, kicking around?
I actually have not, no. To be honest, we were quite late getting out of the Collingwood room, so by the time we got over here, a lot of the players have already retreated back into their private area, so I think most of them are hiding away.
Thanks, Ben. Stick around if you get something great. If not, we'll see you up here soon. So hopefully some more reaction from the Carlton rooms coming up shortly. At the very least, that the coaches will be doing their press conferences in the not-too-distant future. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch upstairs alongside Luke Ball and Brett Delidio. Ben Cameron down in the Blues rooms on the back of a 5-point win for the Magpies. Don't forget, by the way, ABC AFL Daily, 5 conversations each week. Brett Delidio joins us every Thursday night / Friday morning. You can get it on your drive to work every Friday morning. The full preview of the weekend, a key question from each game, as well as we try and find our super dog, best underdog of the weekend. So Ben Cameron and myself, along with Brett Delidio, you'll be able to find that wherever you get your podcasts on ABC AFL Daily tomorrow. Off the SMS, here's a little sample of some of the stuff that we've got so far throughout the night. Rich from Ocean Grove, loving the call, not my team, but Nick Dacos really is one of those players you just watch in awe, like James Hird in his pom. Wow, our game at its finest from Rich. Thanks, Rich. Appreciate that. Let that stand as comment. We've spoken a lot about Nick tonight, and we're not done yet. This is Michael from Wyndham Vale. As a blind Collingwood supporter, you guys bring the game to life. I was screaming in my heart. He's still racing. We got a big mixed bag from Collingwood tonight. The good, the bad, the very strange. But that at the start of the last quarter was scintillating, and the kids were fantastic. The defence looks a little bit ragged, so I hope we can work on that and the goal scoring, but I'll always take a win over Carlton.
It's a pretty good summary.
There's been plenty of them. That's how Michael's... that's what Michael says off the SMS from Wyndham Vale.
I had anxiety for the Carlton fans. I was just like, oh God, I can sense what's going on here.
Yeah.
So, is there anything they can take? I mean, they kicked 2 of the last 3 goals.
I thought they fought on. I thought, and they kept at it and
7 goals
gave themselves an opportunity to.
That's concerning, though. But
yeah, look, it is.
When you've kept aside to 6 goals.
5 in 12 minutes.
Yeah.
I think you're
well, you've got to go back through each of those 4. Like, that's centre bounce. You tell me what any player in the competition could have done against Nick Dacos. Sam Walsh couldn't have done any more.
But there were moments. There were moments early in the third quarter. I think they kicked 1 goal through.
They
had a chance to
No doubt. That's what I'd be looking at, 100%.
And you can all those scars can go. If you're 9 goals up at three-quarter time, don't worry about it.
Yep, we're just looking at the replay now. All these missed opportunities and hot shots at goal. I agree.
And they played. Like we think Collingwood have come off a little bit from what they were last year. They were a Final Four team. They led the eventual premiers at half-time in last year's prelim. And so when you get a team in and around your station, and the coach is coaching for his job, like he's getting measured on wins and losses. The answers have been inconsistent, I think, from Carlton, and they've left it pretty vague as to what Voss needs to do to get another contract, because they've clearly traded out key pieces, so they've gone backwards as a list profile to be better in the future. But for Voss, he needs wins and losses right now. So if he doesn't need necessarily wins, but he just needs to show signs of development, the one thing we can't be seeing is the same problem repeat over and over and over again. And unfortunately for Carlton, this is a recurring nightmare. This is the same thing over and over again. Like, surely that's going to hurt him in the long run, you'd think, if the fact that they keep losing the same way.
I've got an interesting question for you when they're talking about Carlton, where they're at, and young Cody Walker, who's about to go to their club next year, but he also had the opportunity to be a Richmond NGA player as well. If you were him, where would you at this point in time right now, and you're looking at where the Blues are at and what they're doing, what would your stance be?
But on paper, Richmond have stockpiled more high-end young talent, haven't they? But that's not a fait accompli that's going to. No. And you know, we've seen this year already. You know, it's early. It hasn't been. You'd say the growth's been stunted already this year, haven't we? Now there's injuries and stuff that's all playing a part. But
who are the best players for? I mean, Paddy Cripps is
so that's what I think. They just lied on watching them tonight. They lied on for skill and talent. That's just the reality, isn't it? Like
blokes who can run, blokes who can finish.
Yeah, like it's just. And so whose fault that is? Well, that's a different discussion, isn't it? But
so are you going to answer the question, or
I would still go Carlton.
If you were Cody,
I think if you were him, father son,
right,
get a chance to
more
go
the emotional side of it, but a pure footy side of it though.
But I think the list is probably more staggered that you're going to need some older bodies or whatever. There's a chance Richmond in a couple of years they turn around and they don't have any older bodies.
Yeah,
and then that really hurts your rebuild.
But then they've got 75 games into all their kids.
But this is the only issue though. So they're 0-5 to start the season, and yet all their good kids haven't been playing. So they haven't got 5 games into all those good kids yet.
Exactly.
And so then you sort of think this is just an absolute waste of time. They also have the worst injury list, Richmond, over the last 2.5 years. So I felt like that got obfuscated a little bit last year because of how bad the Bombers were, that everyone was like, this is the worst injury list ever, which it was. But on a 2.5 year period, Richmond's is actually, they've lost more games to injury than any other club. So that would worry me too. Why can't they get all these good kids out there as often as they need to?
Yeah, Houghton, Smiley and Armstrong have been the 3 that have been missing so far this season. There's also been sort of...
Cumming is only just coming back.
Also, this is your role's to answer the question. My role's to ask. So, where would you go, Liz, if you had the chance to go to Richmond?
I'm biased. I'd go straight back to the Tiggies. Look, no, it just poses an interesting question because it's if you're projecting as to what you're thinking, you know, I mean, and I know this better than anyone, that you cannot load the dice in your favour. It all comes down to one, coaching, but luck and playing well at the right time of the year and injuries and all that sort of thing. So. But projection-wise, I would say that in 5 years, when Cody's still going to be playing, 10 years, I would be leaning towards Richmond. But
there is a thing, isn't there? And you guys will be able to speak to it much better than me. That you want to play with other top guys from your draft class. Is that a weird thing? The guys that you played juniors with in and around your years to sort of go, right, I can go there and I can play with half a dozen guys that I can't.
Nice to have a cohort coming through. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. So
I think the other.
I agree with you. I'm just looking at this. This is the squad that played tonight, and clearly Jagger Smith's the one that jumps out at you, isn't it? But
he's the youngest.
Yeah, that's from us. Who else? And Harry Dean,
Taylor Byrne. Yeah,
and Taylor Byrne, and who else is sort of under 21 that jumps off the page there?
So they had the 4 guys who are 30 or above, but I mean the other question is nailing that top draft pick. So is he clearly going to be the number 1 draft pick or sort of in the top 3? Because that's the other part.
At the moment, I think he is, yeah.
We're saying is that if you get the chance to nail 1, 2 or 3, there seems to be a bit of a gap between those that are sort of 10 or above.
Yeah, but there's no guarantees either that he's going to be a damn good player. I've got absolutely no doubt, but there's no guarantees with the rest of the draft and the kids that Richmond have picked or any club that has picked. A lot has to go right for you. I mean, your top 10, usually you'd hope to get 200 games out of, but sometimes you don't.
Yep. Yeah, it's not a...
Look at Essendon over the last few years. They haven't got... you'd be surprised if they get 200 games out of those three boys they picked in a row a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah. Cox, Perkins and...
Reid. So, yeah, there's no guarantees. But I'm just, from my point of view, that's where I'd probably lean.
Pies by 5 points. Taylor Byrne missed a shot after the siren to tie the game. Went out to the left, and as a result, Collingwood hang on to win by 5 points. Brett Delidio, he should be a producer here as we look up on one of the screens, and basically he's talking about Cody Walker, about where he's going to go, and he could be a producer of content. It's
potentially.
Votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year coming up shortly. Nick Dacos stars in that final quarter with 39 disposals. He won the Pratt Medal as the best player on the field. The Peter McCallum Cup goes the way of the Magpies again. They've now won 25 of the last 31 of these games, so they've had it over Carlton for a long period of time. It's now... 13 of the last 15 have gone the way of the Magpies. Just the rest of the weekend as we work our way through a couple of the key talking points out of the day. So the team news from the double header on the Friday night. So Dangerfield, Blitzarves and Martin, the three that come in for the Cats. Myers is out injured, Close is out rested, and as Brett Delidio shrewdly pointed out, Jack Henry didn't come back in, so out-managed and doesn't return the next week, which means Jake Collar-Jasny will play his 200th game alongside Mark Blitzarves playing his 300th. Meanwhile, for the Dogs, English is a no, but yes is for Richards, Norton and Liberatore. So Friday night footy down the highway in Geelong. We always love late nights down in Geelong on a Friday night and a Thursday night. It's jump on down the highway, drive back over the West Gate. It's
book a motel route,
midnight. Huh? So I can't wait to be down there.
New tunnel? They take the new tunnel?
It's an earlier start, by the way, so that is in our favour. So it's 7:20 as opposed to 7:50. Okay. So don't mind that for Friday night footy a little bit earlier. What do you reckon tomorrow, Cats, Dogs?
I think the Cats.
Cats are safer.
Cats at home. And
sort of going under the radar a bit, the Cats, aren't they? A
few injury concerns at the Dogs. I think the Dogs. I mean, they're defending the ground a hell of a lot better, and their midfield's still elite. But I'm concerned about no English and young rucks.
Come back to that. We've got the ability here at the ground to take this press conference live. Here's Michael Voss
we had
speaking.
Moments in the start of the third quarter. Came out really strong. Probably take all our moments. They have the moment in the same period of time, start of the fourth, and they finish their place. So I don't want to make the game any more complicated than that. Sometimes it could be as simple as that, and you can have a lot of good process and good method, but ultimately it comes down to small periods of the game and can come down to small moments, and they took theirs and we didn't take ours.
How do you console Taylor Byrne after what he's been through in the last 5 minutes there?
Well, it's understanding that it's not all on the young man's shoulders. We had a conversation there. It's like he's probably rehearsed that in the backyard 2,000 times. Been in the MCG, playing against Collingwood, game on the line, siren's gone. But what was important was that, our team supported him through that. And, he didn't quite obviously get the job done, but the boys rallied. So you win together, you lose together. And, in that particular moment, it was good to see the players get around him as strong as they did. But he was a pretty upset young man. But he needs to know he doesn't need to own all that. And I'm sure that he'll take his next one.
Were you too safe at the start of the last quarter? It seemed like once the lead was lost, the guys played with a bit more freedom.
No, I would disagree with that. They were winning centre square bounce and punching into inside 50, and we were just under a heap of pressure, and probably missed some easy targets and didn't necessarily absorb it as well as we did. And obviously Nick Dacos got going for about 7 minutes there. He was near on unstoppable, so we had a plan at the start of the fourth to try and quell him, but even with that in mind, he still rose above, which good players do. So as the quarter went, we were able to sort of at least temper that a bit. We corrected, absorbed, and we come back at him. So that's progress, but it doesn't win you the game. So, but from the start of the fourth and then to finish the game that we did, it was nice to see the reply.
What was the feeling like at the three-quarter time huddle, knowing you'd been in that position a few times already this season?
No, we're ready to step into it. Really positive, great energy. we were always going to try and take a step forward on it. But obviously they had you got an opposition to play against, and they had something to say about it. They got some really good jumps at centre square bounce. That obviously gave them first use. Had us under an enormous amount of pressure at ground level. And I would have thought most of the night we defended our half really well. I mean, if you're sort of looking at the entries, they've had 58 entries to 44. I mean, they had dominance in their inside 50s, but our defenders did a far better job of being able to defend the defensive 50. And they were struggling to score, but they had that, obviously that, whatever it was, 7-8 minutes patch. Was it even that long? I'm not sure. But where they were able to get the scores on the board and get their noses in front.
Well, in that last quarter, Mike, they tended to go a lot deeper into their forward line to give themselves that opportunity to score. And earlier in the game, as you just alluded to, there were a lot more shallow entries, and that enabled you to transition the ball from defence, which impacted, and you were able to score from your back half.
Yeah, we did, and that's we talk about advancements in the game, and it's probably another time to talk about that. But we worked extremely hard on getting that part right, because that's been missing in our game, and certainly the transition nature of the game was a lot better place for us in this game. But you don't want to be building out of your back half for long periods of time. So there's still a bit of a supply that we've obviously clearly work on, and you can focus on your back half, or you can make your front half just that little bit better. So that's just a question we need to answer over the coming weeks.
Was there a little bit of panic that set in at times during that last quarter? Do you think that maybe just that little bit of lack of composure at times with a few of those rush kicks down the line, and that brought on the heat, so that enabled the Magpies to be able to transition?
I don't think we did that enough, to be honest. I think sometimes we sort of tried to flip it around and we kept it in the area rather than taking ground and taking metres and when we're shoulders out. But we worked our way through it. But we don't have the 4 points. I'm pleased there was a reply. So we've had other quarters where that game's gone and we haven't had a chance to get ourselves back into it. We put a full stop on it. We corrected it, but we didn't have it long enough to be able to get our noses back in front.
Was Elijah okay?
Yeah, he's pretty shattered with his game, to be honest with you. So I spoke to him after the game, and he was really disappointed with how he started the game. Really upset. Sort of feels like he's let me down. So I had a good chat with him. So he was pretty emotional after the game. Didn't play a great game, and he struggled to get his way into it. And feels obviously clearly really disappointed with his performance, and obviously with the importance of the night. He sort of feels like he's let people down. But we've just got to keep supporting people through those situations.
What was the thought process behind choosing Ollie as the matchup for Nick?
We might just leave that there. So that's Michael Voss at his press conference downstairs. The question that you heard there was from Riley Beveridge was, is Elijah okay? Which, as we get further and further away from the final siren, I think is the question that a lot of us are asking. We touched on it a few moments ago and obviously expressed that sentiment. There's vision coming out of Elijah Hollands off the ball, and you mentioned this during the night, Bally, as well, that you were keeping an eye on him at different stages, just how odd it was, his stat line, that he'd been out there for 72 minutes, and essentially I think retrospectively they've given him one stat which wasn't picked up at the time, but his stat line read zeros for large periods. But there's vision of him sort of running off the ball, some very unusual patterns where he's got both his hands up, he's quite demonstrative, he looks quite erratic. At one stage he's doing the backward run almost like the boundary umpire, running backwards for what seems to be 25 to 30 metres into space where there's no one there. It is as you heard from Michael Voss, he says, look, he's okay, but it is a very unusual night for a guy that's been in good form leading in. Yeah, I don't know what else.
Don't know what else to say.
We don't want to sort of overplay it too much. So we'll hope for the best, but
you will see sort of more and more vision, I'm sure, on social media as that starts to come out and has been reported and shared by various people in the industry. But a 5-point win for Collingwood full time over the Blues was due to a Taylor Byrne miss late in the piece as his set shot, in fact, as late as can be after the final siren, his left-footed drop punt missed out to the left. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Who's got them tonight?
Have you given it to me?
Yeah.
All right, okay. Can you have one vote to Nick Dacos? Just thought he was...
Hey, pardon?
Just checking everyone's still awake and with us. It's actually really hard to give the votes. Who's Carlton's best player tonight? It's probably Walsh, but I think if you head-to-head with Nick and in that last quarter when the game was up for grabs.
Yeah, he wasn't.
So I couldn't quite squeeze a Carlton player in, sorry. I'm going to give...
So even if there was a draw, they didn't get one player.
Maybe that maybe that edges it the other way. Well, who should get a vote?
Walsh, I told
you. It's got to be a team effort.
I told you.
Right, we'll give Sam one vote. Well, in quarters 2 and 3, he actually had Nick nicely under control.
He did.
So I'm happy to concede that. Nick's burst in the last quarter wins them the game. But then Walsh's ability to fight on, and which that's what he does. He's such a workhorse, and in the end he probably is Carlton's best player. 28 possessions, 9 contested, 7 tackles, and 7 score involvements. So a solid game. I'm going to give 2 to Harry Perryman. He had some average moments early, but I thought late he was huge. And he has 27 possessions and 10 marks, but a couple of big moments where, in the end, the unfortunate incident where Harry Mackay gets subbed off, he goes back with the flight. He had 6 score involvements, took a big mark. That's right, yeah. So, again, pretty even and hard to find players, but... And then 3 votes to Nick Dacos.
I like it. 3 for Nick Dacos, 2 for Perryman, 1 for Walsh. Thanks to the whole crew. We're out of here. We're going to end on a nice little bit of highlights to relive what we've witnessed
from
tonight.
the last quarter. I thought we had 4 minutes. That's why I was padding.
No, we got.
Sorry, mate.
We're going to get on our bike. Thanks to Jules Hay back in the studio. Thanks to Stuart Birchmore for his work. Thanks to Pecky and to Marnie as well for all their work on socials tonight. Check it out at ABC Sport, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and all the rest of it. Thanks to Ben Cameron for his work downstairs. Thanks to you, Lids.
Thank you, Corbin.
Thanks to you, Bawley. Thank you, Clinchy. All the best with the VFL.
It's Colby.
ABC TV from 12 noon, of course, on Saturday. And don't forget ABC AFL Daily tomorrow for your full preview of the weekend. The Pies by 5. Out further wide to Carroll. Got to him on the hop. Ripped into the ground and a heavy tackle by Howe. It's a dangerous tackle, said the umpire.
What's the 50 for?
Someone gave a bit of feedback, I reckon.
He's been asked to be a little more constructive with his feedback as Carroll locks it in and pumps it up into the 3rd tier. It's all Carlton. They've kicked the last 5 in the game. Hand pass away to Evans. Evans hooks it to full forward. The covered marks. Plays on. Pumps it up into the top deck. Carlton with a bit more breathing room. Nick Dacos sockers it forward. Schultz hands it to Chris. Handball to Nick Dacos. Gives it to Darcy Cameron. Hooks a kick across the body to the goal line. Nice work, Haynes. Spoils. Still alive. Nick picks it off on the line and goals. In game 100. The best 100-game set we may have ever seen. Starts the Pies scoring in Q4. And Collingwood back within 2 straight kicks. Reloads for the Pies. Kicks to the hot spot. 2 points collide in the air. At the drop, Hayes, the youngest Magpie with the goal. Scores level. It's taken only 4.5 minutes. And the Blues' 3-goal lead is gone. Picked up by Anderson. Spins out of traffic. Kicks the Pies to half forward. Nick's got 2 to beat. They go down by 10 kicks. Picked up by Dacos. Pokes it into the pocket. Elliott takes the mark. And Nick Dacos just does it again. With 2 to beat. And Nick Dacos prevails. Elliott on the drop punt. Elliott with the finish. The touch from Midas. And then the finish from Elliott. And the Magpies pull away by 13.
In his 4th game of AFL footy, he has the chance to draw scores level. On a 45-degree angle, 35 metres off the goal.
Free kick's definitely there.
Silly.
Ridiculous. Josh Dacos.
In his brother Nick's 100th game for Collingwood. It's a player in his 4th game who's going to shoot after the siren. Every kid's dream. Taylor Bird comes in. He misses. It looks good off the boot. His teammates catch the console in. Right over the top of the left goalpost. And Collingwood hang on to win by 5 points. The Magpies, the most extraordinary finish. And for Carlton, it's desperate disappointment. The Magpies back on the winners list after the last kick after the siren. Drifts left. The Pies by 5 points.